Welcome to the July 19th, 2021 zoning meeting. Welcome back, everybody. We've had a little bit of a council break, and the mayor is still on a much-deserved break, so I am presiding this tonight. I'm Mayor Pro Tem Julie Eiselt, and serving at large, and we will go ahead and get started by having introductions. Why don't we start with everybody who's here tonight around the dais.
Hi there, I'm Victoria Watlington, Charlotte City Council member representing District 3.
Larkin Eggleston, District 1.
Greg Phipps, at large.
Renee Johnson, District 4.
How about online? Mr. Graham, you want to start?
Winston, at large.
Malcolm Graham, District 2.
Good evening, everyone. Matt Newton, District 5.
Sarah Picard, District 6.
Ed Drakes, District 7.
Okay, and of course, Councilmember Ajmira, who had a sweet baby girl, is out on maternity, so she won't be joining us tonight. So congratulations to her and her new baby, and to their new family. So tonight's, we have a zoning meeting, and it's being held virtually. In accordance with the electronic meeting statute, the requirements of notice, access, and minutes are being met through the electronic means. The public and the media are able to view this meeting, as always, on the government channel and the city's Facebook page or on the city's YouTube page. I'm sorry, I didn't have staff introduce themselves, everybody else in the room, so we'll take a break from that again and go ahead. That's what happens when you get a break for 2 weeks, you lose your rhythm. So can we go ahead and have the staff introduce themselves?
Patrick Baker, City Attorney.
Marcus Jones, City Manager.
Stephanie Kelly, City Clerk.
Anyone else?
Donata Jackson, Office of Constituent Services.
Dave Petton, Rezoning Manager.
Dr. Robin Byers, CDOT.
Anyone online? Any staff? Okay, great. Sorry about that. And with that, we are going to start out our evening with an invocation. And I believe that, Ms. Johnson, do you have?
ZBA.
Okay, it is Mr. Graham then?
Yeah.
Mr. Graham, do you have the invocation this evening?
The other dude's like legit crazy.
No.
Okay, well, I had both of your names, so you can flip for it. And then it'll be followed by the Pledge of Allegiance by Mr. Newton. Would either one of you like to do that then?
Go ahead, Malcolm.
Mr. Graham, would you like to give us an invocation?
Sure. Could we bow our heads, please? Oh, Heavenly Father, as we assemble here tonight, we ask for your guidance and your direction as we make decisions for the citizens of Charlotte, Mecklenburg. We ask for your grace and your mercy to bless these proceedings and all of our citizens. We ask for your comfort for those who are suffering in our community. We ask for your healing for those who are sick. In your name we pray. Amen.
Mr. Newton will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, if everyone can rise.
Yes, ma'am. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And tonight we do have a couple action review items before the zoning meeting in the public forum, but before that we're going to first wish our council colleague Renee Johnson a very happy birthday, and I invite everyone to sing happy birthday. I'm going to ask Mr. Eggleston to start out the chorus.
Are we doing the Stevie Wonder one or the boring one?
Yeah, we're going to do that one.
But I don't know how many people in this room are
All
capable
right.
of carrying.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Oh, we're cutting it off? All right. Happy birthday, Renee.
Thank you. There's no place I'd rather be. Thank you. Oh, wow. Oh, look, thank you. Oh, man. Yay!
You get 2 desserts, Mr. Phipps.
That's a very fancy delivery.
Thank you. COVID safe. I mean, you know, COVID is good. Thank you.
I think her wish was for the zoning meeting to end before 10.
Well,
Is that it? Okay. Okay, and with that, we are going to go into our action review. Mr. Jones, our city manager, has a couple items, and we are going to start, though, with our friends, Mr. Marsicano and Mr. Thomas from the Foundation for the Carolinas and the Knight Foundation, who have a really exciting announcement that they wanted to share with us tonight. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the City Council, and City Manager. It is great to see some of you in person. It's so nice to be here, and this is the first time in 1 year that I've worn a suit. So I'm not sure how I feel about that, but it's great to be here. Good afternoon. I want to thank you for taking time from your packed agenda for our brief remarks and a moment of celebration. I am joined by my good friend, Charles Thomas of the Knight Foundation, and we come with good news. Our good news today, I would say, is rooted in a partnership between the city and the foundation, which has grown in depth and breadth over the years. With great pride, the foundation has been privileged to work closely with the city, bringing to life several public-private partnerships in economic opportunity, upward mobility, affordable housing construction, housing rental subsidy endowments, the COVID response fund, which literally saved lives, and your faith in us to distribute the small business program, grants program during the pandemic, which literally saved thousands of businesses. Now we are before you once again with an update on yet another one of our public-private partnerships between the city and the foundation, namely what we're calling the Infusion Fund, established to rescue, preserve, advance, and expand the arts and cultural sector. The City Council challenged the foundation to raise $18 million to match a city appropriation of $18 million over a 3-year period. Rising to your challenge with great generosity, our local companies, foundations, and philanthropists surpassed that goal and raised $20 million. Well, this you already know. It's been announced. Yet we have saved the best announcement for you today, namely the largest single gift by any donor entity to the Infusion Arts campaign, and not yet in those totals. With his special announcement, I'd like to hand over the microphone to my esteemed colleague, the Charlotte Program Director of the John S. and James L. Knight Foundation, Mr. Charles Thomas.
Thank you, Michael. Greetings, everyone, and I bring greetings from our CEO, Alberto Ibargüen, and the Vice President of Arts for Knight Foundation, Victoria Rogers. Knight Foundation believes in the power of the arts to connect us to the place that we live and to each other, and arts and culture are at the core of the Charlotte community. It's an economic driver for the city and brings intrinsic value and vibrancy to our neighborhoods. This is why I'm so excited and thrilled to announce Knight's support of the Infusion Fund with a $3 million gift. I'm very excited. Over the past year, every sector has pivoted with the importance of technology growing exponentially in our digital-first world. Artists and arts organizations have leveraged technology in new and innovative ways to explore and make art, express culture, and reach audiences. We believe that the continued relevance of artists and arts organizations is crucial to building informed and engaged communities, and Knight's investment in the Infusion Fund will address this by focusing on the integration of technology across Charlotte's arts ecosystem, including institutions, emerging and established organizations, and individual artists. The pandemic made clear that technology capacity is critical to the ability to reach audiences. Knight's dollars will help artists and organizations utilize technology effectively and adapt to technological changes in their field and in our world. This grant builds upon previous gifts we've made to Charlotte artists and arts organizations, bringing our total investments in the sector to over $15 million since 2015. Knight Foundation is honored to contribute to the fund and to support the continued resiliency and ingenuity of the arts and culture sector in Charlotte. Thank you.
Well, to that applause, I want to add my heartfelt thanks to you, Charles, and the Knight Foundation. We're blessed to be a Knight Foundation city, and Knight's generosity has helped our city accomplish many things, time and time again. So please tell your colleagues in Miami we are most grateful. So, are you keeping count? With the generosity of Knight, we not only surpassed the $18 million at $20 million, we have now surpassed the $20 million at $23 million. I think it quite extraordinary that your vision and the Foundation's vision for the generosity of our private sector campaign was exceeded by the vision the private sector had for itself. And I want to thank all the private sector donors publicly once again. And we will need every penny to move our cultural sector from survival mode to a place of thriving. It bears reminding us all that our nonprofit cultural sector lost around $50 million in revenue last year due to the pandemic. This is the nonprofit sector. It really has been crippled. We've seen this before, though not as dire. After the Great Recession in 2008, it took our local cultural and arts institutions around 3 years to fully recover, and the circumstances with the pandemic are far more severe today. Now, I recognize the city has many competing priorities for the stimulus funds our federal government has sent your way to distribute in our community. Between the city, county, and school board, I understand you have over $700 million, roughly, to allocate. As part of the $18 million that you have already allocated in your arts plan, I understand that $6 million of that is roughly the amount that you're giving from the stimulus funds, which is a fraction of the total. If the city would keep the public-private match principle of our recent partnership, an additional allocation of $5 million in stimulus dollars would then match the total private sector dollars of $23 million. In total, then, over $700 million in stimulus dollars would only have $11 million in total going to the cultural sector, a fraction of the total and less than 2% of the total. Now, you would expect me to ask that of you, to fully match the private sector. The need in the cultural sector for these additional dollars is undeniable. Charles and I are both grant makers, though, so we know firsthand that the needs in our community are many. We do not envy your positions in dividing up the stimulus pie, and we trust in your wise decision-making. We do, however, ask for your thoughtful consideration of the request. In closing, I want to thank each and every one of you for your public service, your Herculean efforts during the pandemic, and the public-private partnerships we at the Foundation have enjoyed with you. I know not for what cause or in what form our next partnership will take, but this I know, we at the Foundation want to join you again in moving our city forward. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you both very much. And once again, we really appreciate that the private sector has stepped up at this time of disruption. And unlike '08, we really said, let's use this disruption to make a cultural shift in the way we view and support the arts and what it means to our community from both entertainment and economic development and quality of living standpoint. So thank you very much. Appreciate it. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Jones, who's going to talk about the next two items we have in our action review before we have the public forum. Thank you.
Great. So thank you, Mayor Pro Tem and members of council, and once again, happy birthday, Councilmember Johnson. Tonight we have two presentations that are relatively short, that we ran out of time at the last business meeting. And I have to forewarn everyone, Rebecca Hefner will be making one of the presentations. And I don't know if she has walk-up music tonight or things, but she normally brings the noise, so we need to get excited about Rebecca being in the house. It's important to talk a bit about a staying in place and initiative, because as Sean Heath talks about the next round of stimulus funds, being able to appreciate some of the things that are happening in housing and homelessness, as well as some of the items that are happening around businesses and arts and culture, is important to put tonight in its proper context. So with that said, Mayor Pro Tem, two items. One, a very short update with staying in place, followed by an update from Sean Heath with the recommendations related to the American Rescue Plan. So with that said, I'll turn it over to Rebecca.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am excited to be here, although I was promised some walk-up music, which I didn't hear.
Mr. Eggleston?
And I'm wondering if Mr. Eggleston could have been better prepped for this now that I've heard him sing. So next time
Oh, that's my song, sir.
Although I'll take it. Absolutely.
Johnson's ready with it.
So, good afternoon. I am here to talk about data and engagement. Now, for those of y'all who have been around a while, you know that I started my career at the city in Housing and Neighborhood Services in our Community Engagement Division. So if there's anything I like as much as data, it would be community engagement. So you can see the presentation tonight is about both. So I don't know if y'all are ready for it, but we'll see how it goes. Oh, and I did have to say that we practiced this ahead of time, which means that any technology problems are user error. Thank you. All right. So we're going to talk a little bit about the Staying in Place program and the data and information that we have and the engagement we have planned to learn more about what our residents need. So over the past several months, we've been working collaboratively with internal staff and external stakeholders to create a displacement risk dashboard. This dashboard, which we will send out the link to share with everyone, and I'll show you briefly tonight, visualizes three key questions. These are the key questions we get when we start talking about displacement. Who is vulnerable to displacement? Where is it happening right now? And what are the things that impact displacement risks? So what do we see will create more risk, and what are some things that we can do to mitigate displacement? Now, we see that the dashboard inputs will evolve as our strategy develops, so when I show you how the dashboard exists today, just think about what are the additional things we need. We can add to this. We've created what's worked really well as a model with our community violence data dashboard is we have established an interagency working group around that information. So this is one of the most exciting things, and what's really the power in these data is not that we have them and that we crunched them in some fancy way to come up with an answer. It's that we pull people together to look at them and talk about them, figure out what they mean, and take action. So I am going to show you what it looks like. And I think that worked. So there are 4 pages in this dashboard. This is the landing page. I'm going to click through briefly to show you what it looks like. The information on the page about who is vulnerable to displacement, this comes from the Equity Growth Framework and the comprehensive plan. So it's really taking the information in the Equity Growth Framework and looking at it at the neighborhood level. So where there are a lot of residents who have potential vulnerability to displacement, households in poverty, low education, people of color, older adult residents, and residents who rent their home. Now, one of these indicators may not indicate vulnerability, but it's taken together where these things are combined that we would expect to see a greater vulnerability for an individual household. But that doesn't mean there's necessarily high displacement risk. It just means there's greater vulnerability. So what we really want to try to answer with this dashboard is, where is the displacement risk highest today? So we've combined those vulnerability indicators from the comp plan with the indicators of neighborhood change, the same ones we use in our housing locational tool. We're trying to use existing data from existing tools so we can pull all of this together. So we're looking at where there's greater market activity, where there is potential for those vulnerable residents to be displaced because there are a lot of building permits, a lot of demolitions going on, a greater change in home sales prices, and lower median income. So on this map, you can see there are some neighborhoods in the darker blue. You have to do the same thing now, Ms. Osselt, to see where there's darker blue on those maps. But you can click around in here to see for any given area. The indicators here will change. And then you can learn a little bit about it down at the bottom. The last piece of the dashboard is really looking at what impacts displacement. So this is the part of the dashboard that's the most under construction. And it's really looking at what are the things that we do as a city in particular that could potentially create the conditions for displacement. Things like our major transformation mobility network investments or our corridors of opportunity. And so on this map, you can click to view it in full screen and then take a look at what's happening in these neighborhoods by looking at, for example, if you want to see where the proposed Silver Line stations are. This is something that's been of great discussion, and then see where that intersects with the neighborhoods where we see high displacement risk. There's also a page, I know some of you are as excited and wonky about data as I am, so there's a whole tab. I see you. There's a whole tab with methods and descriptions and definitions, but I can also guarantee you, if you have questions, there's a whole team of people behind this that love to talk about what we do and how we can put it to work. So I would say this internal staff and external stakeholders that put this together, this is one of the largest groups I've ever pulled together and worked with on a dashboard. So this was CATS, this was housing, this was planning, economic development. We talked to the team at the Urban Institute and United Way and Knight Foundation. We're really trying to make this a tool that's not just for us at the city, but for our entire community, because we want to be able to take collective action in the same locations to really have an impact. So speaking of collective action in the same locations, we have, looking at the data, identified a couple of pilot neighborhoods for the Staying in Place initiative. So these are Washington Heights Hidden Valley, and Winterfield. And these neighborhoods have a few things in common. They're all adjacent to corridors of opportunity. They have older housing stock. They have high market activity and a large number of potentially vulnerable residents. But they also have differing contexts around home ownership, single family versus apartments, and average age, for example. What we really want to be able to do in a pilot stage is look at how our strategies work in different contexts. And this is really information that we'll be able to share with you as council and the Great Neighborhoods Committee and the anti-displacement groups that are coming together to say, here's what we've tried and here's what we've found across a variety of contexts. The next step we really see is engagement. And in some ways for us, engagement is additional information gathering that we can bring back to you. We really want to identify households and blocks within those pilot geographies that make the most sense for the programs that we currently have, and prioritize our outreach activities there. We had great success with this data-driven engagement approach around aging in place. But what we really want to be able to do is learn about what services and supports a household may need. And that may not be something that we can provide. But we have thoughts about how we can also offer referral and leverage technology to be able to get people to the services that they need, even if they can't get them from us. In terms of the staying in place pilot on the city side, we really want to identify partnerships and use what we learned to establish programmatic investments. So we think about this big bucket of ARPA funds. We want to deploy it in the most effective way to have the greatest impact. And so, of course, we're thinking about our housing programs, home repair, rehab, down payment assistance, but we've also pulled in a team that includes general services and Charlotte Water. We know we have pilot opportunities around trees, around replacing water pipes. So there are a lot of things that homeowners or the people living in these neighborhoods may not even know that they need, but that are at risk for them for being able to stay where they are if that's what they choose to do. The last thing, and I'll be remiss if I didn't say, is we really just want to use this information and the dashboard to fuel collaboration. So it's a model we've had good success with, and so I invite people to let us know what are the things that they'd like to see in that web map on that dashboard, because we want it to be a tool that's useful to all of you. I think that's it for me.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hefner. It was really interesting. And I love your enthusiasm around this. There's some of us here who really are on your level with the data wonkiness. There's some of us who are armchair wannabes. But it seems like it's a platform that is really readable and usable for those of us maybe who don't have your background. So that's exciting. Do we have any questions from council members?
Could I just?
Oh, Mr. Jones first.
So great job, Rebecca. Your streak of getting an applause is still intact. I just wanted to echo a couple of things that Rebecca said. One, the inter-department collaboration has been extremely important, and she's named the departments, and even to the aspect. I think one of the things that we learned as we were going through this exercise is that there's so many things that are happening simultaneously. And the work of the Great Neighborhoods Committee, the work of the Anti-Displacement Task Force, which I think is NEST, and we wanted to just launch into an initiative, and we said, well, let's slow down for a little bit, and let's take our time and effort on just the data collection, the community engagement, and trying to do, I guess, twofold: explain to people what is available, but also try to understand what's important to a community, and that's why we have 3 different ones in the pilot. The other thing I want to mention is that Sean will come up next, and he'll talk about ARPA funds. And one of the things I'd like to remind council is that during the budget workshop, many of you had ideas and suggestions about how can we better utilize our toolbox as well as have new tools in the toolbox. So the $7 million that was set aside for housing in the corridors we're not touching it because we'd like to use the data that we gather to make sure that we're utilizing it in the best way possible. I'll also say that from last fiscal year, there was about $2 million left over in that housing bucket that we can add to the 7, as well as with the CARES funds, CDBG, and Sean, if I'm wrong, just correct me when you come out, I believe we have $2 million left there. So even before we start talking about how to potentially divvy up the first round of the $71 million of the new ARPA funds, we are really in a good place to do something different and special around housing and homelessness. So I just wanted to push that out there, that there are resources. It may not be enough, but there are what I would consider significant resources to begin to do something special.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. That's great news. So first we have Ms. Johnston and Mr. Winston who have questions, and Ms. Watlington. Okay, go ahead, Ms. Johnson.
Okay. Thank you, Rebecca, for the wonderful presentation, and thank you to the city manager for the attention to these vulnerable areas. This is huge. It's not just about the data, it's about the impact. So I personally want to thank you on behalf of Hidden Valley and that whole area, that corridor of opportunity. This attention is important. We know with gentrification, neighborhood development and improvement is a great thing as long as the residents that are there can benefit from it. If there are opportunities so that they can stay competitive and are able to improve their houses, so that when developers knock on their door and say, hey, we'd like to pay you $100,000 under market, they're not desperate for those funds. So this allows them to make those improvements at low interest, loans or whatever that will be. So just thank you for the attention. Thank you for the care that the city is showing to the current residents and the ability to not be displaced when there's so much improvement around them. So thank you. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Winston. Mr. Winston, can you hear us? He looks frozen. Why don't we go to Ms. Watlington and then see if we can get Mr. Winston back?
Sure. So first, I would just like to say, Rebecca, every time you come, you sing my heart song. Love it. Absolutely love it. And I just want to echo Councilmember Johnson's comments. You sure know how to mend fences, Mr. Jones. I know that we had a lot of tough conversations the first part of this year trying to really wrap around some of our previous policy, but I think this is something that we can all get behind, and I personally look forward to championing this anti-displacement work. I did have a couple of questions, and it's really more along the lines of dashboard understanding, so I'm happy to ask them offline, but I just want to make sure that I understood. I saw something in regards to single-family rentals, so we have a view of home ownership as a factor to displacement.
Yep, so we try to take a look at so single family and both rental and home ownership, and we don't have an exact indicator for that, but we have a proxy. So it's actually part of the Quality of Life Explorer, and it's something that we've pulled into this dashboard. So we are looking at both single-family home ownership, single-family rental, and multifamily. And one of the things about those geographies that's a little bit different is the mix of all of those housing types within each geography. So it allows us to tailor different strategies depending on the people that are there.
Perfect. And then my second question was in regards to the proximity to public investment. I love that that layer is on there so we can see, because we know that public investment often drives private investment. Just so I'm clear, was that an additional data point of over and above the factors of anti-displacement, or did that somehow feed into the anti-displacement factors? Let me ask it a different way. If a neighborhood was not yet identified as at a higher risk, but it was borderline, would we know, or how would we recognize that it's not quite making the tipping point, but this public investment might get it there?
Yes. So I actually understand exactly what you just asked.
I'm so glad.
And it's a great question. So I think what it is when there's not a direct feed into the calculation, but what it is that we recalculate the neighborhood change score annually. So we're trying to get an understanding of when the market activity starts to shift and get an understanding of that early in the process instead of later. So you may actually see those geographies changing a little bit on the dashboard as we see the private investment start to ramp up in different areas. So we know we're really looking at where that risk is highest now, but then we want to use the that web map with the additional layers to say, but look, we can see where the transit stations are going to go. So we also know that we need to think about the future in these areas, probably based on our historical performance here. Look at these areas more than these areas, for example. Now, I'm not trying to predict the future. If I could do that, I probably wouldn't be standing at this podium. But we'll use the best data that we have to inform that conversation.
Outstanding. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have Mr. Bakari, or excuse me, before Mr. Bakari, do we have Mr. Winston back yet?
I am.
Okay,
Here.
you can go ahead.
Thank you, Ms. Heffernan. This is data visualization is always an important component and tool for us to use to communicate the work that we're doing in our building and our organization with the folks that it affects. I guess not even a question, one comment I would have is probably for Mr. Jones, Mr. Fenton, and folks on intergovernmental council at large. I want us to continue to focus on how do we lead and bring solutions to scale. So we know that there are things that we can do to spend money on things that we're doing well, and new ideas around housing and homelessness and anti-displacement. But let's also understand the things that we do well that need to be expanded. So you mentioned a couple times during your presentation, Ms. Hefner, about aging in place. I think that's something that we dove into a couple years ago, but there's still more work that needs to be done, especially on a state level. After the comprehensive 2040 discussion, I was able to sit down with some folks from REBIC, as well as some of the other developers that we were debating a bunch of issues. One of the things that intersected in all of our spheres was this aging in place program. We know that we need legislation to expand that aging in place program, not just in Charlotte, but all across our region in North Carolina. So I hope that is something that this council and staff will consider in the coming months. How do we, again, using that word collaboration, how do we bring together different constituent groups that might think that they're on the opposite ends of the table, but are actually closer together than the headlines might make it seem. So if we can have broader community collaboration and lobbying for expansion or legislation that improves the ability to expand the aging in place program, I think that's something that our community desires and wants to do work on right now. So hopefully we can get there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Winston. Mr. Jones was going to address that issue before we go to Mr. Bakari.
So thank you, Councilmember Winston. A part of the collaboration also, and I should have said this earlier, exists with this 2025 Homeless and Housing Plan, which is being co-chaired by Gene Woods and Kathy Passant. And some of the issues that are coming up are those policy issues or those legislative issues that should be addressed. And I will say, and I should have said this earlier, aging in place is a part of the staying in place. One of the things that we realized, I think we made contact with 19,000 people. We set aside $1.5 million, and in the first year, only $30,000 was utilized. So while we tried, this is something that we have to address as a part of the bigger staying in place also. So we will not forget the aging in place piece.
Absolutely, and I think thank you for that, and that's outstanding, and I think that's exactly why, some of the demographic that we were able to work with for the Aging in Place program kept a lot of the demographics that actually needed it out of the potential participation in the program. So again, one of the reasons why I think we need to go to Raleigh to get that type of potential legislation so that we can extend the participation in that program to the many more thousands of people that need it but are prohibited by law from participating. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bakari?
Yeah, thanks. I would echo everyone's comments. This is great work. Once again, I think we need to be doing more stuff like this. And I think particularly this has the power, it's been hit on, and I'll just reemphasize, like this should be the foundation and platform that we build our entire displacement strategy around, and how we analyze it and move forward. It's not just that we've shown that we can visualize the data and make the connections and do this well. Now it's about how we go about using it very strategically, but also tactically. So my recommendation to you, Mr. Manager, would be that we make this and the group that's leading it the core around what we want, whether it's the 2025 homelessness plan or I think even more relevantly, what we just finished with the 2040 comp plan, in that if we connect this with the data that we have, the private sector data, the new groups that we have on the real estate side, but also the things like out of Wilmington, Cape Fear Collective, Mark Etheridge, the groups that are in town. I've been talking to Pam Weidman about that. So getting the data points added to this, getting from a statewide perspective, getting a lot of the real estate assumptions baked into the abolishment of single family zoning, and then going also to UNC Charlotte and perhaps the data science initiative to get them to run scenarios for us so that we can actually go in and see, all right, based on these assumptions, if this happens in these neighborhoods based on home prices, based on all these other factors, we can start to have an actual tool that as we get into the UDO discussions, we're not having anecdotal conversations, we're playing out multiple scenarios in a tool like this that have inputs from various partners. I think that could save us a lot of time and energy and pain if we're not anecdotally trying to talk about it, but this is the framework by which the economic and fiscal impact analysis is done.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bakari. I think that's it for. Mr. Phipps.
Yeah. So, Ms. Hefner, when you talk about displacement, are we looking at it in terms of both voluntary and involuntary displacement?
So you've hit on something really important there, which is not necessarily the distinction between the two, but that displacement itself is very difficult to measure. And it involves tracking people as they move, asking them why they moved, and all the complex factors that go into an individual household's decision to move, if it's voluntarily leaving or feeling that they are not able to stay. And so one of the things, so we have looked at some high-level indicators that help us define risk and vulnerability. But in order to understand what works in this space, we need to get better information from people about their experiences. And so one of the things we'll also do as part of that engagement is for people who are willing to share with us, for them to tell us what they have experienced. And I mean, do they want to stay in place? And if they want to, what are the things that would help them, and what are the things that would drive them to have to leave or choose to leave? So at this point, we're all wrapped up because we're really only talking about risk. But as we dive deeper in, and especially to be able to evaluate our strategies and the programs that are put into place, we will have to get better information and start to tease out those differences. That's a really important point. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks for the presentation, Ms. Hefner. Were you done? Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm done with that question. But another question or comment I would like to make, it's going to be in the next, I don't know, week or so, it's going to be a forum on the west side along the Vatesford Road corridor. I think it's called Rail or Ruin. And I think you have some community members are concerned that with the introduction of the streetcar, that would in itself cause, precipitate some displacement. So, I think even now people are thinking about, if there's an effort to amenitize a lot of the neighborhoods, could that in and of itself precipitate displacement? So, so that's going on in the community as well. So I'll be interested in signing up and seeing what the community says about it. But those are some things that are top of mind as we enter into, improvements, neighborhood improvements. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks, everybody, for your comments. Thanks, Ms. Hefner. I'm going to turn it back over to the manager for an update on the American Rescue Plan Act.
So thank you, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. And so if we can, I guess, weave one more stitch into what we're trying to accomplish tonight. Sean is going to give you an update on the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021. So two things, a little bit of a reminder, and I promise, Sean, I will not do your presentation. We have two tranches of money. The first batch came mid-May 2021, about $71 million, and then there will be another $71 million roughly in mid-May of 2022. We have roughly until December 31st, 2024 to spend the money. And what we're doing tonight is really based on what we learned with the CARES funds. This is not a recommendation of how to spend every dollar. It is just trying to figure out 3 areas which we believe are important to the council. And maybe the most important thing is that periodically staff from the county manager's office, my office, and the superintendent's office have been talking. So even as Michael Marsicano suggested earlier, potentially even more funds as it relates to arts and culture, we're hoping that these types of conversations are not just limited to the city and its stimulus funds, but how we can work together. And we do believe that one of the sweet spots will be housing and homelessness. And Sean, I promise I'll stop with that. How's that? Fair enough?
That's good. You're on a roll.
Okay, you go. You go. Okay.
Thanks. Sean Heath from the City Manager's Office. Good afternoon, everyone. Just have a few slides. And as the manager mentioned, very interested in feedback and questions. Just a quick look in the rearview mirror here as a bit of, yeah, please.
So this is on legislative. If somebody can't see the screen, it's on all of your, okay.
Thanks. So just a quick look at our 2020 federal stimulus funding, which we've discussed before, so I won't go into a lot of details here, but you'll recall under the CARES Act, there were a number of branches, and shown here in the green bars on this slide is a reference to the CARES Act Coronavirus Relief Fund, which was a major funding source for us last year. We also had funding under the Emergency Solutions Grant, Community Development Block Grant, and the Housing Opportunities for Persons with AIDS that is represented in the yellow bar there on the first stack on the left. And then finally, in late calendar year 2020, we received additional funding focused specifically on rental and utility assistance. So when you add up all of the stimulus funding that the City of Charlotte received last year, it was about $135 million. And before we leave the slide, I would mention that all of that money has either been dispersed or encumbered as of today, with 2 exceptions. One is in the blue bar on the left, which is the rental and utility assistance. We have about $10 million remaining there. Keep that number in the back of your mind. We'll talk about that a little bit more in a subsequent slide, which will be very helpful given that the CDC eviction moratorium will be expiring at the end of this month. And then we also have $2 million in community development block grant funding, which I believe Manager Jones made reference to here earlier this evening. So now we're moving into the current state under the American Rescue Plan. And this is similar to a slide that I had shared with Council a couple of months ago, just to provide a big level perspective, a high level perspective on the funding coming into the Charlotte-Mecklenburg community. Going quickly from left to right, CMS is represented here in the red bar. They'll receive $318 million. Mecklenburg County at $216 million under the local fiscal recovery fund. All of the green bars here on this slide represent allocations that will be made directly to the city of Charlotte. We'll spend our time this evening primarily focused on the light green bar there, which is the local fiscal recovery fund, as Manager Jones just referenced. It's $142 million in total, half of which was received in May of 2021, and the other half will be received next year. Two comments I did want to make before we leave this slide. The two bars on the very far right part of the slide, the $29 million in rental assistance. So that $29 million will be in addition to the $10 million that I mentioned on the previous slide that we will have available for members of the community that are struggling with rent and utilities. We will bring an RCA to council in early August, seeking appropriation of that funding, continuing to work with Dream Key Partners to get that money in the pipeline for the community. I would say that 10 and 29, these numbers are helpful. Mecklenburg County will bring its own resources to bear because they're receiving some direct allocations for rental and utility relief. I've had conversations with Pam Weidman and team today. There are a number of things that we're attempting to do as a community to be very proactive given the expiration of the eviction moratorium at the end of this month. So in addition to having the additional funding, Dream Key Partners is putting additional resources in place to handle the volume of activity that they expect in terms of applications. And there have also been some policy choices that were made recently. For example, on a go-forward basis, there'll be a priority status to any application for an individual who's been served an eviction notice and has an eviction hearing scheduled within 90 days. So there's a lot of activity in place that's happening behind the scenes to really get ready for the expiration of the moratorium. Moving into the first installment, which we're referring to as ARPA Phase 1 for the local fiscal recovery fund, $71 million. Back on March 22nd, we had a very high-level conversation about the rescue plan. One of the guiding principles we shared that evening was that our intent with the first installment of the ARPA funding is to focus primarily on community-facing investments. So this very simple pie chart here is intended to reflect a proposal that 60 million of the 71 million in the first installment go into community-facing investments. On a percentage basis, that'd be 85% of this installment. Just for reference purposes, with the CARES Act funding in 2020, we had a 60%, 40% split, with 60% going into the community and 40% going into city operations. So here we're in a position to bump that up, primarily because we did a lot of good things and interesting things with our city operations focused funding under the CARES Act related to facilities and IT infrastructure, et cetera, et cetera. I've also put up the allowable uses, which are probably hard to read from a distance, for the American Rescue Plan. No changes there since we spoke on March 22nd. The last thing I'll mention before we leave this slide, because we are about to get into three very specific slides. My apologies. So this takes the 60 million and puts it into three proposed investment categories. And the subsequent slides are where we'll get into specific opportunities underneath of each one of those. And just to reinforce the point that the manager made, with the exception of the $2 million in arts funding, which was really part of the overall arts funding plan that you endorsed as part of your FY 2022 budget, with the exception of that one item, everything you see tonight, I would refer to it as investment opportunities that we've cultivated. So we wanted to put something in front of you that's specific enough for you to react to. But it's important for you to know that we haven't signed any contracts. We don't have any kind of commitments in place for any of this, other than for the arts funding. So I don't want the level of detail that you'll see on these subsequent slides to suggest that we've done anything other than stage these opportunities. So for the three categories with the $60 million, housing and homelessness at $20 million, workforce development and employment at $16 million, and then community vitality, which is a collection of possible investments, at $24 million. With housing and homelessness support, The presentations that you're hearing tonight go together quite nicely, and I think the sequencing works quite nicely. I'm going to start at the bottom here and work my way up. The first $10 million proposed here relates to the neighborhood stabilization efforts, in particular staying in place, which you just discussed with Ms. Hefner. And Manager Jones, I think I heard some numbers referenced when I was in the room next door. Nobody commits numbers to their memory as good as you do. But I think I did hear you say there was $10 million as a carryover from the FY21 budget. So I just want to make sure I'm clear in my head. $2 million carryover from FY21 plus $7 million that council has earmarked for neighborhood stabilization in your FY22 budget. So we've got the $9 million there. And the idea here, just as a number of council members alluded to recently, is the beauty with the work that Rebecca mentioned is it provides an opportunity to make data-informed strategies. And this is an attempt to have data-informed investments that go along with that work. So taking what was $9 million, adding $10 million to it, hopefully gives all of us an opportunity to really amplify that work and make those pilot programs as meaningful as possible. Just to give you one tangent, ARPA does have, of course, rules and requirements about what you can do and what you can't do. There is a fair amount of flexibility in terms of how we can use rescue plan funding as it relates to things like staying in place. Maybe the most obvious example to me would be the efforts around housing rehabilitation, home rehab, home repair. We already have programs in place like that today, things to get homes up to code. It could be roof repair, plumbing, electrical work, et cetera, et cetera. So that would be one example of the sort of thing that we could do with this $10 million. Moving up to the top, something that was also referenced by the manager recently, the 2025 Charlotte-Mecklenburg Housing and Homelessness Strategy. Of course, that's focused on an intentional effort to evaluate what can be done to address housing instability and homelessness in this community over the next 5 years and beyond. Really what this is proposing here is quite simple. It's proposing that we earmark $10 million to that effort, recognizing that there would be a need to get back in front of council at a future date to talk more specifically about what it could be used for. At this point, the work that's happening underneath of that umbrella is maturing. Work streams are developing preliminary recommendations, but it's too soon. It'd be premature for me tonight to suggest to you that we have a firm line of sight into what the menu of funding opportunities will look like. October is the target date for having a strategic plan in place for that effort. And our hope and belief is by October, we would be in a better position to point to specific items on the menu of options which are most closely aligned with City Council priorities. And then that would lend itself to meaningful conversation on what could be done with this $10 million. But we thought it was far enough along that it would be helpful to put a stake in the ground. You may be aware there are literally dozens of leaders from various organizations in both the private sector and nonprofit community that are directly involved in this particular effort. The four primary work streams are focused on strengthening the homeless prevention area. Emergency shelters is the second area of focus, increasing the stock of affordable housing, and then the final area of focus is on something that's referred to as cross-sector supports. And when you peel back that onion layer, cross-sector supports is simply an acknowledgement that there are a number of ancillary things that have a direct impact on housing and homelessness, everything from transportation to child care to education, workforce development, substance use, mental health. All of those things, of course, have a bearing on the size of the challenge that we're faced with in affordable housing and homelessness. So that one's more of a placeholder that we would come back to council at an appropriate time for a deeper conversation. Transitioning to the second category, workforce development and employment. And I would underscore employment, and this I believe is very consistent with the conversation that was had in the Workforce and Business Development Committee back in the June timeframe. I think and hope what you'll see in these proposed strategies is a real emphasis on economic growth and job creation. And if you think about a lot of what we did under the CARES Act as being very focused on relief programs, it made all the sense in the world at the time as the economy was closing. Now, with the American Rescue Plan funding, what you'll see in these particular opportunities is an emphasis on what can the city do to continue to be a catalyst for growth and job creation, et cetera, et cetera. There is some dosage of relief programming in here, but there's a pivot, and I just wanted to acknowledge that as we get into some of the details. So once again, starting at the bottom and working our way up. The bottom two bars here, each at $5 million. By and large, these were programs that Economic Development, Tracy Dotson and her team developed with CARES Act funding, which through many conversations with her and her team, we see great value in standing these programs back up. So I can just very quickly hit the highlights of some of these for you. So small business support, for example, the Small Business Partner Support Grant Program with the CARES Act, we supported a dozen organizations in the community. So the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Black Chamber, the Latin American Chamber would be two, for example. On one hand, a dozen may sound small, but when you look at the reach that those dozen organizations have, they connected with over 10,000 members of the broader small business community. So our belief is there's an opportunity to consider a program where we're investing again in these small business partner support players that really live in this ecosystem on a daily basis. With the Small Business Innovation Grant Program, you'll recall last year early on, Honeywell and Charlotte Center City Partners started an innovation fund. The City of Charlotte got involved in that. And we think, once again, that there's great opportunity here to do meaningful things with the small business sector. Now, with this particular program, it was not a relief program. I would underscore the word innovation. It was really a focus on what are things that could be done to help small businesses with their competitiveness. What are some innovative ideas that they have? So they were required to submit grant applications, and it could have been anything from technical assistance to business coaching, development of e-commerce platforms, investments to allow for the safe reopening of a small business, things to enhance the digital consumer experience. It was intentionally intended to be fairly open-ended, but you'll recall Economic Development Director Dodson during the CARES Act talked a lot about transitioning from the survive mode to the thrive mode. So this particular program was very focused on helping small businesses thrive going forward. In the workforce and jobs support category, with Workforce Partners Support Grant Program, with the CARES Act, there were about 24 organizations that were supported with that program. These would have been organizations like Goodwill and Road to Hire and the Urban League. So the emphasis was on organizations with proven training and workforce development programs. And we did, I believe, $3.5 million with that program under the CARES Act. And we wouldn't necessarily have a program, we would not have a program quite that big this time around, but we could see value in that again. So that's just intended to give you a little sense for some of what we're thinking about in terms of CARES programs that could be resurrected here with some ARPA funding. Moving up into the hospitality sector, of course, tremendously impacted by the pandemic. We see continued opportunities for us to do things in that space. Two things have been contemplated here. One would be some direct support for the Charlotte Regional Visitors Authority, in particular the things that they do to bring visitors to the city of Charlotte, in hopes that that can really help lift up the broad community here. The second thing would be a possible grant program focused on hotels. With the CARES Act, we put, I believe it was about $6 million into a program for hotels. We ended up supporting about 100 hotels with that program. This wouldn't be that large, and it would be more targeted. It would be really focused on hotels, which really suffered during the pandemic based on the magnitude of their revenue loss, would give us a tangible, objective way to evaluate the merits of those proposals. So we're kicking around that as an idea. And then finally at the top, the strategic employment plan. That's, of course, what you've been referring to more recently as Hire Charlotte, and then Corridors Workforce Study. What are specific things that can be done within the corridors focused on jobs and economic mobility? And then last, Open for Business. That would really be a continuation of some things that were started under the CARES Act. The openforbusiness.com platform has really become a bit of a hub for small business community, workforce development, business recruitment, et cetera, et cetera. And then finally here, in the community vitality bucket, These are a number of kind of independent opportunities, starting at the bottom and working our way up. Digital inclusion here is contemplated as a $10 million investment. You'll recall with the CARES Act that you did roughly $3 million in support of a range of digital inclusion type investments. And this is obviously proposing a larger play in that area. We've generally thought of digital inclusion in kind of the three legs of the stool. One would be internet access, second, device access, and third, digital literacy. In conversations with Renee Askew and Rebecca Hefner, our belief is that the right place for the city of Charlotte to play, if we do move down this path, would be primarily in the internet access space. It wouldn't necessarily have to be exactly what we did under the CARES Act, because one thing I would reinforce is if we do anything in the internet access space, we would have to reevaluate what's the right approach, who's the right vendor, and what are the right types of technologies. So we aren't wedded to any particular approach, vendor, or technology in that area. What we are excited about is the opportunity to enhance internet access in this community. There are roughly 20% of the households in Mecklenburg County lack broadband service. And without broadband service, clearly that can create a barrier for employment, a barrier for education, a barrier for access to health care, et cetera, et cetera. So we would have to go through a deliberate exercise to evaluate who are the best partners, what are the best technologies in order to achieve that outcome. Moving up into nonprofit support, here we've contemplated two distinct branches. The first one, referred to here as the competitive grant program, would be very similar to what we did under the CARES Act. So you may recall under the CARES Act, we devoted $2 million to a competitive grant program with three areas of emphasis in terms of where the investments were made. Equity, inclusion, and social justice is one, neighborhood development is two, and environment is three. So this basically contemplates that we would stand something up probably in that $2 million range, once again focused on those three particular categories, under the assumption that those three categories are well aligned with council priorities. What makes it competitive is we would open it up for requests, and the requests would be likely greater than the money available, so we would have to go through an evaluation process. We leaned on the United Way during the CARES Act and could rely on a third party for that sort of thing this time as well. The second branch under nonprofit support would really be brand new. It's something that just to be transparent, I'm very enthusiastic about and hopeful that you would share the enthusiasm. And here it would be two distinct opportunities. One would be the United Way stood up the Unite Charlotte program a few years ago, and I believe many of you are very familiar with Unite Charlotte. So Unite Charlotte is, of course, working with small grassroots nonprofits in Charlotte. These are organizations with a mission that's focused either on racial equity or economic mobility. In terms of the grant making that's done with Unite Charlotte, preference is provided to organizations that are led by people of color and organizations that have a proven track record of working with marginalized communities. So it's both operating grant support and capacity building, and we like the fact that those two things go together under the Unite Charlotte model. So this basically contemplates an opportunity where the City of Charlotte relies on some of the stimulus funding in order to inject resources into the Unite Charlotte model. The second piece of that one that would be separate and distinct, but also focused on the small grassroots nonprofit sector, would be an opportunity that we've been cultivating with both the United Way and the UNC Charlotte, and UNC Charlotte and their Urban Institute in particular. This would be a new program referred to as a training academy. These are just ideas and discussions we've had. Small grassroots nonprofits that would participate in a multi-month training program focused on capacity building. The capacity building would be very specific. It would this is going to sound very academic. Processes and performance metrics. Evaluation processes and performance metrics are incredibly helpful and valuable for small. Two, it provides them, all else equal, with an opportunity to knock on the doors funding for. You could policing resources in a particular, pursue a violence intervention program. Doesn't necessarily have to look like what's being done on Beatty's Ford Road. It would really depend on the nature of the crime and microgeography related to either substance use or mental health, and you could develop some very specific programming. So I just mentioned those as 3 generic examples, but the bottom line is if there was something you wanted to do around a crime hotspot or multiple crime hotspots, there's some flexibility. And then the second thing is the opportunity to focus on domestic violence. Some early thinking and ideas around possible uses for rescue plan funding, and we'd be happy to hear any comments and suggestions. And
few notes, and I'll just stick with my notes, okay? So again, this is just our best thinking at this point in time. As Sean mentioned earlier, nothing is binding. We're not even asking for any recommendations tonight. One thing that we could have done is just thrown it out there and not had the specificity, but I would hope that that's what you would like from us, that we would use this cross collaboration to bring you gave you this. The other thing that's administrative side for this first allocation. For the second allocation, we may ask more. Right now, from an administrative standpoint, the budget is balanced. It's structurally balanced, not just this year, but next year. And the same concept, you may look at those 3 buckets and say, well, there was less for workforce and business development, but more for community vitality. Well, with the workforce and business development, for example, we're having the job study. So we believe, much like what we're doing with the data dashboard with housing or anti-displacement, let's let the data drive the decision making. So again, great opportunities going into this next allocation, but this is all we tried to do today, is just give you our best thinking.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. So what you're saying, because at one point, several months ago, you had indicated that we might have to put a lot of this round of funding after the CARES Act money into our own operations specifically to make up for the hospitality fund to service our debt. But now the world's changing at a fast pace, and you're saying that we're better off than you thought we could possibly end up being.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. We had this discussion as a team. Initially, I guess, April of 2020, we thought we would come out of the hospitality sooner than we did. And then, fast forward a year, I think we then said we think we're coming out of it much later than we had expected. So we're in this place. What we try to do is make sure we can make that debt service payment a year in advance, and we can do that. So it doesn't mean that we won't come back with this next allocation and try to shore up more around tourism. But for right now, we feel comfortable, if I got that right, Sean, that with our best thinking, we think getting more resources out into the community are more important right now.
Okay, thank you. Our first council member is Mr. Winston, who has a question that I have. Mr. Graham, Mr. Eggleston, anybody else?
And Mr. Winston put his hand down.
Oh, he did. Okay, so let's go to Mr. Graham.
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem and the members of council. Good evening. Great report. Certainly a lot to unpack there on a wide variety of fronts. Certainly on the housing issue, I'm well aware of a number of these initiatives that were outlined tonight. But I thought it was a well-prepared report, very comprehensive, and looking forward to next steps in terms of where do some of these initiatives land for fleshing out a little bit more and implementing? One of the things, obviously, is a need to get the money in the hands of the people that need them and the programs that need them relatively soon. So don't want to get it caught up in a whole lot of bureaucracy, but certainly want to understand the timeline and the means and method for how we move forward. Lastly, I'm glad, Sean, that you mentioned the aspect relating to public safety. That was my general question, whether or not we can use some of these funds in that manner. And I hope that we would consider some type of city-sponsored community health center where we could really provide a place where individuals can go on the corridors of opportunity to receive help, whether it's job placement, partnering with other nonprofits to provide wraparound service, faith communities, etc. So I think that there needs to be a check-in point along these corridors as they are changing, where people can go for help. And so that's a concept I spoke with the manager about a number of months ago. So hopefully, Mr. Manager, there's a way for us to have a broader conversation with council members about it through committee work as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Graham. Mr. Eggleston?
Similar to some of Mr. Graham's points, I was going to say I hope we don't, and he said it better than I was going to, put too much bureaucracy in being able to deploy these dollars when we've got good opportunities to do it. So I don't see the need, particularly given the areas that we're talking about here. And Mr. Graham touched on the community safety, on the housing, there's workforce development stuff. These fit neatly into committees that already exist on the council. So to me, adding new task force or committees this time around would be redundant, unnecessary, and would slow us down. I do appreciate the specific ideas being put into this presentation instead of just saying, here's a lump sum of money we have and what do y'all want to do with it? I think a lot of these are great ideas. I would imagine that they'll have support of the council. So my question, the manager sort of answered it, was how do we proceed from here? And will these just be brought, I guess, will staff bring something to the council and say, all right, here's one we've fleshed out a little bit more, but we think it's ready for action. Would the council like to take it up as a full body, or would council like to refer it to a committee for consideration? We all bring those forward to us, or do we need to proactively say, yes, we like, this subset of ideas that you put forward in this presentation, and proactively say we want to send it to committee or we want to take it up for a vote? Are all these turnkey, or some of these going to require some more time on y'all's part?
I don't think I ever thought I would say this. I'm not sure that it's not a bad idea just to take it to the various committees. We believe that for the most part, these are building on successes that we've already had, so we could, with a thumbs up, go pretty fast. So I would think that 3 options would be, much like last time, a task force, or the committees, or the committee as a whole, which would be at a strategy session. But to answer your question, with the nod, we could really go pretty fast.
Well, I'll just voice my vote for one of the 2 latter options, because again, I think trying to create new systems when we've got systems that I think these fit neatly into just adds time between now and the money getting to people who need it and the people who can deploy it to make an impact in the community. So, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Johnson?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So I was one of the ones that asked if we could reinstate the task force and kind of discuss it, but I've changed my mind. These are solutions. These are good solutions that I would support just moving forward with a nod also. The one that, they're all exciting, but having the money to invest in the wraparound services for the community members is such a need. I support what Councilmember Graham said about the community center. I would hope we would collaborate possibly and bring some reentry services into that community center But Sean was on a call with the officers and University City Partners about university and the 85 in Sugar Creek area. So these are just great solutions. One of the things that I'm noticing with all of the recovery dollars, there's money from the federal government for women with children. The unemployment, there was a subsidy. But there's a pocket of population that I feel has fallen through the cracks. And I know it's not necessarily a city responsibility, but we are bearing the brunt. So I would bet and gather that many of those individuals in Tent City were disabled and maybe hadn't worked and not eligible for unemployment. So they might not be getting the stimulus dollars. Medicaid's not expanded in North Carolina. So you've got a group of folks with, possible mental illness or substance abuse that are falling through the cracks. And I know we're reading a proclamation, a resolution for American Disabilities Act, but people want help. They don't want a proclamation. So I think that anything that we can do to support that population, we know that once the state of emergency is over, we don't want to see a resurgence of the tent city. So we've got to do something and do something quickly. So if we're able to have this community center where individuals can get counseling or some type of services, maybe benefits, assistance to help them apply for Social Security, the intergovernmental committee team talk with our federal delegates so that Social Security applications aren't taking 1 to 5 years for approval. So there's this population that's really falling through the cracks. So anything that we can do as a city to support those individuals with those invisible illnesses, me as an advocate for survivors living with brain injury as well, I'm all for, and I support it. Thank you.
Mr. Jones. Thank you, Ms. Johnson.
So thank you, Councilmember Johnson. I think what's different this time around is that both the county and the school system have stimulus funds too. And what's different this time around, we're really working well together. And I totally agree with your point. One of the things that we're trying to do, and the county manager and I have had this conversation, is that there may be spaces that everything doesn't have to be a 50-50 split. But if we're collaborating in multiple spaces, we think that that's where we'll have success. For example, we've heard presentations from the Umbrella Center. We've heard presentations from the Rescue Mission. If you haven't heard, you probably will get that soon. And how we can work on some of these bigger projects together, I think will give us an outcome that was a little bit better. Even though I thought the city did a great job the first go around, the challenge now is with all of these stimulus dollars, as you've said, how can we collaborate and get the best bang?
Well, I think we did an excellent job, and this is an excellent plan. I'm just saying that even when doesn't fall under our jurisdiction, we bear the brunt. That tent city, we know what happened. And those population, if you really get to the root cause of what's going on, I would gather that many of those individuals fall into a population that's not getting any assistance right now. And so the possibility of another tent city, where are they going to go? The housing is not, if there's not affordable housing, if they don't have incomes. So we just getting to anything to get to the root cause of these issues is important to our city. So thank you. Thank you, Sean.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Ms. Watlington.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I've got a couple of things. Just a few follow-up questions. I, as well, support the idea of whatever we can do that's most efficient. I'm supportive of that in terms of committees that already exist. Question in regards to the federal funds for small nonprofits. How do we ensure that the barrier to entry is realistic? One thing that I know that we've dealt with a number of times, particularly with the Safe Charlotte work, is that we've got grassroots organizations who maybe don't have the history, if you will, or don't meet all of the kind of detailed requirements that established organizations have in order to get funding. So how are we thinking about that?
One of the things we've discussed is, in certain instances, an organization, they may be small and grassroots, and they don't even have a 501c3 designation. So if they can align with the quote-unquote fiscal agent, there may be an opportunity for us to still work with them. So we haven't fully solved for that. I would say we're aware of it. And if we do this small grassroots play, we want to do it in a way where we're not boxing out the entire segment of the community that needs it most.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. As a follow-up to that, when it comes to capacity building, not just for nonprofits, but also for businesses, I'd love to see us really hone in on that piece and get creative, whether it's mentor-mentee or kind of apprenticeship programs. How do we really help people make that leap from, I've got this great idea, or I've been working on something on my own, to this is how you stand up or scale up an organization. So whatever that looks like, I'd love us to put something together in regards to that. And then on the business side, again, the apprenticeship type programs, if it's possible for us to help people from a workforce development standpoint get their professional licenses, for instance, so that they can go into business in their trade or what have you, I'd love to see us consider how we could help folks do that. And then the next piece is in regards to the public safety. I, too, was very happy to see that there. I think about areas that are hot spots, if you will, but are not within corridors of opportunity, like Nations Ford Road and Arrowwood. I'd love to see us target areas like that. Some of the neighbors have come forward here recently and have been working with the local CMPD division on how do we prevent or deter loitering outside of businesses. And so I don't know if those things necessarily fall into violent crime until it's a violent crime. So I'd like us to think about how do we help neighborhoods in those kinds of areas, whether it's through activating that space to deter loitering or what kinds of things we can do there, but definitely wanted to put that on the radar because it's something that I'm hearing quite a bit from my Southwest area neighborhoods. I also would support reentry services. I think that's something that Councilmember Johnson, you've talked about for quite a bit, and I definitely see the need for it, particularly as it relates to workforce development. So I'm absolutely support that. And then finally, under tourism, I saw some things around CRVA and what have you. I know one thing as I think about those who may not be impacted or have not yet received any kind of assistance that often fall into this category of homeless or substance abuse or mentally ill are our veterans. And so I know that the Veterans Hall of Fame is an organization that is established here in the local area, and we've had several conversations with them about what help could potentially look like. So if there was a way that we could marry up veteran services with supporting the Hall of Fame in some way, I'd love to see that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Watlington. Mr. Phipps?
Yeah, thank you. Did I understand, Mr. Manager, Mr. Heath, these three areas of focused housing and homelessness, workforce development and employment and community vitality, are these three things something that we worked collaboratively on with the county and the school board? Are these mutual objectives here, or is each one still more or less, might have their own separate siloed areas that they want to focus on?
Yeah, so I believe the county manager and her team made a presentation earlier this month, and I think they have 7 different areas to focus on. I'm not so sure with the school system. I think they have some limitations. But what I will say, as I said to Councilmember Johnson, the key is that we're talking, and there may be some spaces that typically we don't play in that we will, and there may be some spaces that they typically don't play in. Did I get that halfway right?
Yeah, I think that what we're doing is we're each looking at our respective heat maps, and we're trying to identify those connection points. So digital divide, for example, would be an area where the county may not call out digital divide, for example, as their own vertical tower, but a lot of what they're focusing on are access considerations, whether it be access to health care, for example, or other things. So digital divide to them would be an example of something they would consider underneath of that. CMS, of course, is interested in digital inclusion as well. So what we're doing is we're just trying to identify where's the commonality, and then once we identify an area of commonality, then it's the more difficult conversation, which is just to figure out, well, what is it we could actually do together here in a meaningful way? So, we're each working our way through the process. Both the county and CMS did make report outs to their governing boards earlier this month. So we're the first one to put specific numbers associated with possible opportunities out there, so we can't get ahead of their headlights. But digital inclusion, to me, would be an example of something where I'm hopeful there would be an opportunity for us to collaborate, assuming that's where the Board of County Commissioners and the CMS School Board ultimately decides they want to go.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Winston?
Thank you. So I'm going to go ahead and disagree with my colleagues a bit. I think it would be very unwise for us to just give a nod for staff to go ahead and divide this money. Something I talk too often with Mr. Jones about is the ability and need for us that work within government, but on different levels, to check and balance each other. And I think that's the way our representative government works really well. And in order to do that check and balance, that means that we all have to do our work and play our part in that. I think we did that fairly well last year when we used the task force model, and we used the task force as well as the committee structure. And I think we should look towards that. And I'll just give you a couple of reasons why. Let's think about what came out of that. Yes, we provided, our council was able to provide very high quality policy guidance that gave staff the ability to create some amazing programs and spends. But when we kind of let go, when we weren't able to kind of hold each other accountable to all the questions and concerns, some really bad things happened last year. So let's go from when we were convening with the task force to the appropriations. There was a couple weeks, a couple months that staff was doing that work. We were not able to have some of those check-ins. So when it came to appropriate those dollars that council gave guidance to, it was a bit of a mess at the end of last summer around some of our votes. And some of those votes were protracted political conversations that played out in the public sphere. And I think we need to avoid that again. There are a couple other things that have happened since then. We did go through the Safe Charlotte framework, where we, again, use a methodical approach to provide policy guidance over time. You can see how that has factored in to some of the ideas that staff has presented to us. But staff just presented us a whole lot of information that I think once we have to actually move on. If we don't have a methodical approach, there are going to be a whole lot of questions and a whole lot of concerns. And I think we avoid that by doing the work first. Also, again, just thinking of the context of the work that does need to be done. When we were getting this 150, it's about the same amount of money, about $150 million, but we were getting it right at the beginning of the start of a global pandemic, and we didn't know how to deal with that. But another important point is that we had to spend that money like in 8 months. $150 million had to be accounted for in 8 months. And so we had to do a bit of triaging, and we had to do a bit of trying without knowing. Well, we're in a situation where we have the same amount of money from an individual basis, i.e. the city of Charlotte, about $150 million, 142 million, I think it is, if I'm doing my arithmetic correct. But as Mr. Jones said, we don't have to spend that within a year. We actually have till 2024. Again, we can be methodical with this and come up with potentially better solutions. But also to the fact that now the county and CMS is getting that type of money. Why wouldn't we take and knowing the kind of condition of the local situation? While it's great to hear that Mr. Jones thinks that the county and the schools and the city are working together, we don't have the most harmonious of intergovernmental relations in our county right now. Why not try to take the opportunity to say, hey, we tried this task force and committee approach now, but who wasn't there? Folks from the county weren't there, at least from the elected standpoint. Folks from the school board weren't there, at least from the elected standpoint. Can we do a better job leading here over the next 3 years that we're going to be spending this money by having that horizontally kind of integrated policy making of a comprehensive nature across local, political, and governmental bodies? If we can do that, I think that's how we really do, again, do our jobs from the elected standpoint of checking and balancing governance in this city and county. And it avoids the kind of the hidden trap door of individual electeds just trying to get the projects or spends that they and their particular constituencies feel is most important or will be most impactful in their view, to really kind of raise it up to the high level approach that we're supposed to be working on from a policy making approach. So I hope that we can figure out, again, a hybrid of the task force committee a workflow that we had, and we commit to it, to doing it, to doing that work over the rest of the term that we have through next spring.
Okay, thank you,
much.
Mr. Winston. Mr. Driggs, and then we're going to just be mindful of our public forum. Go ahead, Mr. Driggs.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I'm in general agreement with these priorities. I'm interested to know how these particular allocations were arrived at and whether there's any basis other than kind of just doodling for $5 million for this and $5 million for that. It'd be nice to think that we had some basis for deciding where the weights should be. In particular, I'm interested in the hospitality sector support. I mean, given the mayhem in that industry, do we have a particular reference that says that $4 million is the right number there? Do we know what the financial impact was on the industry, or what their financial condition is now, and what the critical needs might be in that sector?
So I'll take a shot at it, Councilmember Driggs. So I'll just go specifically to the question that you asked, the hospitality sector support. So what we attempted to do is we really started off with $3 million because I believe that would have been CRVA's budget request as it related to marketing. And we actually did not have a allocation for, let's say, the hotels. So as Sean mentioned earlier, there were a bunch of iterations of this, and this is probably one of the few things that has a footnote, because we wanted to put a marker out there that it shouldn't just be CRVA, but also the hotel support, and whether or not that takes away from, I guess, another bucket. But we realized that it's important enough, and that's why we wanted to have that as a part of the package.
So I appreciate that. I just hope that we'll engage a little with the hotels and make an informed decision in the end. It is an important industry for us. That's why we have a CRVA. And I don't know either what their condition is right now, but we all heard about the 85% impact on their business. And given the importance of tourism and hospitality to our economy, I think $1 million is not a very significant number. But let's at least just get some data or engage with them in order to find out how much would be needed in order to prevent something undesirable from happening in that sector. Thank you.
We will do that, Councilmember Driggs. We do have some data in terms of the hotels that have bounced back better than others, and so we can make sure that we put that as a part of the next council packet.
Having traveled to New York over the weekend, I can tell you that air travel has definitely bounced back. The planes were packed in both directions. The airport looked like one of those pre-war refugee migrations. So things are perking up, but a lot of damage was done over the last year. So anyway, thank you for that.
We got a lot of folks in the room who agree with you about that airport business. We've got a couple, we have a couple more questions, I believe, and then Mr. Phipps, you had another one, but we are running a fair bit behind for our zoning meeting and for our public forum first. I just wanted to make a comment. I'm sorry, Mr. Jones, you still have? Oh, and Mr. Bakari. So I kind of fall somewhere between what everybody's saying. I absolutely support having this as a framework, and it's not set in stone, but something to begin with and talk about. A comment on working with the city and the county. I just want to remind people who weren't really aware of it, but with the first round of CARES Act, Charlotte is a city over 500,000 population. So we were the only city in the state that got a direct allocation of CARES Act money. This county and the county and CMS did not. The county came later. So it wasn't really like it is now, where we all know what our allocations are, and therefore we can work together. With that, I wondered, Sean, has there, as we talk about disruption to the economy and the workforce, I've really noticed that there is a tremendous lack of, if you have to get a plumber, if you have to get someone to have your car fixed in the service industry, I feel like, and I keep getting the same answer from older folks who are in this trade industries saying, younger people aren't interested. We can't hire, we know there's a hiring problem everywhere, but especially in areas of trade where they can make a lot of money. I hope that there are some conversations in this area with the county and with CMS that are saying, let's get young people trained for trade jobs, and working with like the some of my colleagues were out there, the Carpenters School up in North Charlotte that is training, I took a tour there. They're doing a great job of training folks for scaffolding, for road work, for bridges, for carpentry work. And so I hope there's some conversation there, or ask you, would there be some conversation there available to talk to people about training, very critical training for the future for apprentices in the trade industry?
Yeah, totally understand the question, and that's the sort of thing that's very much on the table, and I can get more context from Tracy Dodson. That's maybe just the sort of thing that they've been thinking about in terms of the strategic
Yeah, I'd love to know
employment
that. I also think it fits into what has been a legacy issue here in our community, that we need jobs at all levels of income, not just those great banking and fintech jobs. We need them at all levels of income. That's what's going to also address our affordable housing crisis. So,
agreed.
We do have one more, Mr. Bakari, and then we need to move on. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Good work, staff. I know it's a lot of hard work to get us to this point. I just make the quick comment that last year we had to do what we had to do on a timeline that was very tight and stressful, and the word grant popped up in a lot of things in our strategies because that was the best we could do strategically to come up with a program to get the money into the hands as a short-term survive component. We are in thrive now with this next piece. And I know staff and many have been hard at work since then, still building on these programs, but I think it will be a failure on our part if we simply divvy up money in the form of grants and hand them out again. What our workforce needs, what our small businesses need, what our hospitality sector needs, all those areas are outcomes with that money and how we utilize it. And those outcomes, in my opinion, are very simple: retooling for the new normal. So if we are just handing out money for people to keep lights on right now, I think that can be chalked up as a failure. If we are figuring out creative ways to help the hospitality industry retool to prepare for a hybrid environment or workforce or small business set, and then we are putting that money behind the outcomes of them being successful and being first to market and things, I think that's what we have to do. So I just really want us to focus on that, because we had to do what we had to do last year, but we now have the time and a better view of what the reality is. So I really deeply hope that we focus on the outcomes necessary to ultimately retool our small businesses, our workforce, and our hospitality sector.
Thank you, Mr. Bakari. And that wraps up comments on this topic. Thank you very much, Mr. Heath. We're going to go ahead and take about a minute break to switch over staff and whatnot and move on to our public forum.
Mayor Pro Tem, public forum. Well, I think Mr. Jones is going to stay for public forum.
Oh, you stay for public forum? Okay. Okay. No, then we're ready. We have two speakers this evening for our public forum. The first one, and both speakers will have 3 minutes. The first one is Mr. Danielle Prophet. I'm sorry, Ms. Prophet. I apologize.
Ms. Prophet, if you could use that brown podium, please. Thank you.
And Ms. Prophet's here to speak on protection for airline employees. Welcome, Ms. Prophet.
Thank you. I don't have my timer up here. Oh, you gonna time me?
She'll let you know.
Okay, let me know when you want me to start. Okay. Good evening, my name is Danielle Prophet, and I'm the president of CWA Local 3645 here in Charlotte. I represent over 2,000 passenger service agents working for Piedmont Airlines at the Charlotte Douglas International Airport. I'm here today to express my outrage about a recent workplace assault on one of my members and the inadequate response by all levels of government, especially our local law enforcement, to follow the law and seek justice for my members. On June 28, 2021, a passenger named Jason Greenland tried to board a flight in a state of extreme intoxication. CWA agents fulfilling their duties to secure the aircraft and protect other passengers denied Mr. Greenland access to the flight. He became extremely violent, physically assaulting 2 of our members and verbally attacking another Piedmont agent. Video of the assault taken by a member of the public was obtained by the local news and is publicly available. Upon my investigation and viewing the actual airport video footage that's also available to the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Police Department, the assault was obvious. And just 2 days after this attack, the Mecklenburg County District Attorney declined to prosecute charges filed by law enforcement at the scene, citing there was a backlog of cases due to COVID. We believe this decision to not prosecute in this case sends a clear message to travelers that there are no consequences for their actions against airline workers in the Charlotte Douglas International Airport, despite the fact that verbal and physical assault is a clear violation of both local and federal law. Our CWA member was failed at every step, especially by our local law enforcement, who failed to pursue assault charges. When we asked why, it's because the officer did not see the attack himself. Too many times, the victims of these assaults are left to sort it out, creating an extra burden on top of the assault. Now more than ever, we must send a clear message to airline employees in Charlotte that we are a priority. This assault is a part of a disturbing uptick in unruly passenger incidents in recent months. Since January 1st of this year, 3,420 incidents involving unruly passengers have been reported to the FAA. We have seen a rise in assaults caused by high traffic volumes, oversold flights, delays, and flight cancellations. Other airline practices like understaffing and overworking agents only exacerbate these issues. My agents who have been put on the front lines of these issues deserve to know that their safety is a priority. As City Council members, these incidents should concern and outrage you as well. The Charlotte Airport is a vital part of our national transportation infrastructure and a key driver of our local economy. We must ensure that it's a safe place to work and that your constituents and neighbors working there can perform their vital duties without fear of violence. Our local is very concerned that our members are required to prosecute on their own dime and their time. We are requesting that with every case, the officer has to do their due diligence in their investigations by viewing the airport videos at least, and taking statements from all people involved, including
Prophet.
witnesses, in an effort to get the appropriate charges filed.
Thank you very much, Ms. Prophet. I appreciate it. And I do appreciate all of the airport employees for what you're going through, and as this whole industry changes and is really, it's been chaotic, as one who's flown recently has witnessed. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Deborah Barkley, and who is Ms. Barkley here or online?
She is not online. I was seeing if she was going to be here, but she may not have joined because I believe she got her question answered.
I'm sorry?
I believe she didn't join because I believe she got her question answered.
She got her question answered. Okay, thank you very much. So that wraps it up then for our public forum. Appreciate everybody who came out tonight and expressed your concerns, and we do wish you safety and well-being at the airport as you do your job. Thank you. With that, now we are going to turn it over to our zoning. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just rushing things along. I apologize. We do have 2 proclamations tonight. No, I'm sorry that you have to sign up for the public hearing ahead of time, and that was all that we had signed up. So we don't have any other speakers signed up. No, you got it.
you guys have anything to say about
We don't respond to public hearings. I did make a comment, but it's just a public hearing, and we have noted it, and I'm certainly, you're welcome to email any one of us if you'd like to have a follow-up, and I'll certainly find out what the plan is out at the airport. So please feel free to reach out to your council members, because we represent you. So thank you very much. I appreciate you all being here this evening.
no mistake whatsoever. We respond without vote, so at the next council meeting, hopefully there is a vote.
2 hours for 3 minutes. We are voting.
With that, we're going to move on. We have 2 proclamations this evening, as you corrected me on before our hearings and decisions. The first one is that I am going to read a proclamation on behalf of the City of Charlotte and Mecklenburg County in recognition of the Americans with Disabilities Act. Whereas on July 26, 1990, President George H.W. Bush signed into law the Americans with Disabilities Act, the ADA, to ensure disability. Thank you. Our second proclamation will be read by Mr. Phipps.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. This proclamation was inspired by an article I read in the sports section. Continue through August 8th and includes at least 11 competitors who previously or currently reside in the Charlotte metropolitan area. And whereas our city has a rich history of athletic accomplishment and can add to that success doing these in compete. We wish much success to swimmer Erica Brown, a 2016 graduate of Hull High School; hurdler Anna Cockrell, a 2016 graduate of Mallet Creek High School; graduates of Queen University; swimmer Marius Kush, graduate of Queen's University; the U.S. National Whitewater Center; weightlifter Kane Wilkes, Indian Trail resident, who trains at the Charlotte Strength Gym; and women's rugby
Your NOAA policy. The complex is more than 15 years old. The rents are in the AMI range. Transportation, and it is in a neighborhood that is experiencing transformational change. And so again, I want to respect your time. I'm happy to answer any questions.
a second. Mr. Bakari.
Yes.
Mr. Driggs.
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston.
Yes.
Mr. Graham.
Yes.
Ms. Johnson. She and Ms. Watlington are not here. So that would be a yes. Mr. Newton.
Yes.
Ms. Watlington's not here. I'm a yes. Ms. Ajmira is not here this evening. Mr. Phipps
Yes.
and Mr. Winston.
Yes.
Great, that passes unanimously with no opposition. Thank you, Ms. Weidman.
Thank you all.
And then tonight, before we go on, we have two appointments. The first two are Charlotte Business Inclusion Advisory Committee. Ms. Kelly, do you have the results of that one?
Yes, ma'am. There is, for the Charlotte Business Inclusion Advisory Committee, there is a tie between Stephanie Moore-Hand and Victor Perez, both receiving 4 votes.
There's 4 for each. So if we could go ahead, can we just do a show of hands, see if we can get a 5th? If anybody's willing to, because there's 10 of us here tonight, so if everybody would raise their hand.
I had trouble hearing the vote.
It's a 4-4 split, Mr. Newton, but there are 2 council members that are on tonight that didn't vote because we only had 8 submitted. So hopefully we can get a 6.
Krisha, the other applicant received 2 votes, but.
Oh, we didn't get, I'm sorry, it was not 4-4, it was 6, it was 4-2. 4-4-2.
So you could ask
If we could have one of those 2, maybe show a hand for Ms. Stephanie Hanmore.
Those, and so she's not available.
Who was the other?
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham, okay.
Mr. Graham has to be the tiebreaker then.
Okay, let's show, for the first candidate was Stephanie Hanmore.
I'm not going to get the 6.
And the second, who was the second candidate?
Victor Perez.
Victor Perez. So those 2 were tied with 4 votes each. Could we have a show of hands? Can I do it that way for Ms. Stephanie Hanmore?
Well, you're not going to get to, there's only one outstanding vote, and he won't get us to 6, so it might just have to come back.
Okay. Thanks for doing that quick math, Mr. Eggleston. All right, well, we'll have to bring it back
4
next.
plus 1?
Unless anybody's willing to change a vote.
Quick question from that, Madam.
Yeah.
Mayor Pro Tem. So are we talking about it coming back and whittling, whittling it down to those 2, or coming back with all
To the 2.
To the 2.
And hopefully with Ms. Ajmira out still, we won't end up 5-5. So, okay, so we'll bring that one back. And then the second one was for the zoning board of adjustment. How did that turn out?
Zoning Board of Adjustment, Mary Kelly received 7 nominations and therefore is appointed to that position.
Okay, thank you. So we got that one done. Congratulations, Ms. Kelly. Okay, well, so we'll bring that back. Everybody check their packets next week, so, or I guess in August for, to revote on the Charlotte Business Inclusion Advisory Committee. Thank you. Okay, that wraps up the business meeting portion of the agenda. And with that, we'll go into our decisions. And now we can give Mr. Jones a moment to get out. And let Mr. Jaioba come in, or? Thank you.
So he'd have been interesting to have on.
Oh, boy, yeah.
Okay, are we ready to move on?
No.
No. Okay. With that, we are moving on to the zoning portion of our meeting. The process begins with an application submitted to planning staff for review for rezoning requests. There are two cases, the cases of two types are on the agenda tonight, a decision and a hearing. Decisions on cases are for which a public hearing was previously held, and there will be no further public comment. In hearings, anyone who wishes to speak is asked to see the clerk before the start of the hearing to sign up to speak. And before that, we have a staff presentation. The petitioner who is in favor of the rezoning has 3 minutes combined. All those in favor have 3 minutes combined to present their case, unless there are opponents who are signing up to speak, or if our staff is in opposition, and then the petitioner gets 10 minutes and the opponents get 10 minutes combined, with a 2-minute rebuttal by the petitioner. If no one is opposed or signed up to speak, staff provides a short presentation, and the public hearing is closed, and the next public hearing is opened. The petition goes to the Zoning Committee of Planning Commission for review and recommendation after the hearing. And just for those who are watching or have been waiting, we do have a 10 p.m. recess that anything that we haven't heard after that we will keep open, we'll defer to the next meeting. And that is, we'll give you sort of a heads up around 9 o'clock as to which ones we might not get to, so you don't have to wait. And of course won't penalize you if you're not there for that, and we do get to it. So with that, we do have 2 decisions and 3 hearings that have been changed. The 2 decisions were deferred until September 20th, and that's item number 9, 2019-179, Ronald Staley Jr. from Verde Homes LLC, approximately 1 acre located near the southeast intersection of Parkwood Avenue and Hawthorne Lane in the Plaza Midwood community in District 1, Mr. Eggleston's district. And then the other deferral is item number 10, 2020-038, which is the Clover Group, approximately 9.96 acres located on the east side of Steel Creek Road and south of Irwin Road in Miss Watlington's district, number 3. And again, both of those
to defer 9 and 10?
9 and 10, yes.
Yes.
And then we'll do this all in one motion. But on the hearings, item number 30, Urban Trends Real Estate Inc., approximately 0.35 acres located in the southern quadrant of the intersection of West 5th Street and Fraser Avenue, west of I-77. That's in Mr. Graham's district, Council District 2. That's a hearing that has been withdrawn. Item number 31, 2020-133, Meritex Investments LLC, approximately 23.844 acres located on the southwest corner of the intersection of Wilkeson Boulevard and Sam Wilson Road in District 3, Councilmember Watlington's district. That hearing has also been withdrawn. And then the last one is item number 32, petition number 2021-014, Whitestone Holdings, Inc., approximately 0.23 acres located on the east side of Grandin Road between 4th Street and 2nd Street Extension in Council District 2, Mr. Graham's district. And that hearing has been deferred till September 20th. So I would entertain a motion.
Motion to accept all of deferrals and withdrawals.
Second.
Any comment? Okay, with that, Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham? Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
I'm a yes. Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
And Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Okay, so those items have either been deferred or withdrawn. So now we move on to the decision portion of the meeting. Oh, to introduce? Okay, I'm sorry. We do have our zoning committee on, I think, all online, and I'm going to introduce our chair. Oh, Kiba's here? Okay, I have various glasses, Kiba, I'm sorry. Had the wrong ones on. Anyway, I turn it over to our zoning committee chair, Kiba Samuels.
Thank you, and good evening, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, members of council. I am Kiba Samuel, Chair of the Planning Commission and Chair of the Zoning Committee. The Zoning Committee will meet on Tuesday, August 3rd at 5:30 p.m. to deliberate and make recommendations on the petitions being heard tonight. That August 3rd, 5:30 p.m. meeting will not be a continuation of tonight's hearing. There will be no opportunity for public input unless a committee member has a question that can best be answered by a member of the public. That meeting will be held virtually and will stream live in the City of Charlotte's Planning, Design, and Development's Facebook page. Joining us via live stream on the government channel or the City of Charlotte's YouTube channel or the city's Facebook page are zoning committee members Andrew Blumenthal, Astrid Chirinos, John Hamm, Courtney Rhodes, Sam Spencer, and Douglas Walton. Again, I'm your chair, Kiba Samuel, and I'm with you for the evening should you have any questions.
Thank you, Kiba. Appreciate it. Okay, so for our first item this evening, our first decision is see, item number 9 has been deferred, 10 has been deferred. So we go to item number 11. Petition number 2020-160 by Aldersgate United Methodist Retirement Community, approximately 70.014 acres located along Shamrock Drive within the Greater Aldersgate Retirement Community. That's in Council District 1, Mr. Eggleston's district. It's currently zoned R17 multifamily, residential, institutional, and institutional conditional. And the proposal is for UR2, CD MUD O, which is urban residential, conditional, mixed-use development optional with 5-year vested rights. The zoning committee did vote 5-0 to approve the petition. The staff recommends approval. However, there is a change that was made after the zoning committee vote. The following changes were made after the committee's recommendation, and that is that the petitioner revised 2 transportation notes, one regarding transportation improvements related to the funding of state project U5803, while the other revised a conditional note to match the ROW for Shamrock Drive between the site plan and conditional note 5A. Staff believes that the change is minor and does not warrant additional review by the zoning committee. So may I have a motion?
Motion to not send back.
And a second?
Second, Driggs.
Okay. Mr. Bakari? This is a motion to not send back to the
Yes.
zoning committee. Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington? Yes. I'm a yes. Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
And Mr. Winston? Okay.
Yes.
Motion to adopt and
Thank you.
approve.
May I have a second?
Second.
Okay. All in favor, Mr. Bakari, to approve petition 2020-160 with the changes?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
I'm a yes. Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
And Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That passes. All right. Item number 12, petition number 2021-004 by 1511 Central LLC, approximately .905 acres located at the northeast intersection of Central Avenue and Pecan in the Plaza Midwood community. That's Council District 1 and Mr. Eggleston's district. Currently, it's zoned business pedestrian overlay, and the proposed zoning is business pedestrian overlay optional. The zoning committee voted 5-0 to recommend approval of this petition, and the staff also recommends the approval of this petition.
Motion to adopt and approve.
Second, Driggs.
Any comments? Okay. Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
I'm a yes. Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
And Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Okay, that is approved. Next item is item number 13, and that is 2021-008 by the Morgan Companies, approximately 4.41 acres located along the west side of Carmel Commons Boulevard, south of Pineville Matthews Road, and east of Carmel Road in District 7, Mr. Driggs District. It's currently zoned O1 office, and the proposed zoning is MUD O, which is mixed use development optional. The zoning committee.
Second.
Mr. Driggs. Okay, I have a motion is.
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
And Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. No, it didn't.
Mr. Driggs, your motion was to adopt and
The petition, yes.
As it appears in our agenda and the screen as the council's own.
Thank you.
Thank
Yes.
you. Okay. Approximately 27.65 acres located on the north side of State Street, southwest. Is MUD O, which is mixed use development optional, and proposal is MUD. Committee voted 6-0 to recommend approval of the petition. Staff recommends approval. And adopt the zoning committee's statement of consistency as it appears in our agenda. Driggs? Okay. Graham?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Okay. Item number 15. Inc., approximately 13. Newton's district. It's currently zoned UR2 conditional, which is urban residential conditional, and R4 single family. Plan amendment and UR2 CD urban residential conditional. May I have a motion to adopt the zoning condition?
So moved.
Second, Driggs.
Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, the next item is approximately 18.97 acres bound by the road. It's in the ETJ, the outside of the county, outside of the And it's the nearest to Commissioner Graham's City Council District, which is District 2. Family residential, Lake Wiley protected area, and the proposed rezoning is for R8 multifamily residential. Voted 6-0 to approve the petition, and staff also recommends after the zoning committee met, changes were made after the with regard to garage doors, streets will a setback of 12 to 24 inches. Translucent windows and projecting elements over the garage door opening, a garage door with or above the garage door. And the staff believes that the change is minor enough and does not recommend.
Motion to not send back.
Second.
Okay, so
yes.
Mr. Graham. Yes.
Yes.
Oh, you all got cut off. Mr. Winston, Ms. Johnson. To adopt the zoning committee's statement of consistency as it appears in our Okay, thank you. Mr. Bakari.
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston.
Yes.
Mr. Newton.
Yes.
Ms. Watlington.
Yes.
Okay. And that passes. Properties, LLC, approximately 0.29 acre located at 2020 Parsons Street in the Villa Heights neighborhood. That's District 1, Mr. Eggleston's council district. It's currently zoned R5 single family residential, and the proposed zoning is R8 single family residential. The zoning committee voted 6-0 to approve the petition, and staff also recommends approval of the petition. May I have a motion to adopt the zoning committee's statement of consistency as it appears in our agenda and on the screen as the statement's own, and approve or deny the petition?
Motion to adopt and approve.
Second. Briggs.
Okay, Mr. Bakari.
Yes.
Mr. Driggs.
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston.
Yes.
Mr. Graham.
Yes.
Ms. Johnson.
Yes.
Mr. Newton.
Yes.
Ms. Watlington.
Yes.
I'm a yes. Mr. Phipps.
Yes.
And Mr. Winston.
Yes.
Thank you. That passes. Item number 18, zoning decision 2021-035 by Argosy Real Estate Partners IV, LLC, approximately 3.99 acres, located on the west side of West Park Drive, east of Highway 77, south of Tyvola, and west of Old Pineville Road. That's in District 3, Ms. Watlington's district. It's currently zoned light industrial, I1, and I2, general industrial. And the proposed zoning is MUD O, which is mixed-use development district optional. The zoning committee voted 6-0 to approve the petition, and the staff also recommends approval of the petition. May I have a motion to adopt the zoning committee's statement of consistency as it appears in the agenda and on the screen, and as the council's own, and approve or deny the petition?
Motion to adopt and approve.
Second.
Second. Briggs.
Okay. Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
I'm a yes. Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
And Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Okay, that too passes. Agenda item number 19 is rezoning petition 2021-037 by the Providence Group Capital, LLC. It's approximately 7.76 acres located along the east side of South Tryon Street, north of Remount Road, and west of South Boulevard in District 3, Ms. Watlington's council district. It's currently zoned TO, is that supposed to say TOC? TOD-NC, Transit-Oriented Development Neighborhood Center. Proposed zoning is TOD-UC, which is Transit-Oriented Development Urban Center. The zoning committee voted 6-0 to approve the petition, and staff also recommends approval of this petition. So may I have a motion to adopt the zoning committee's statement of consistency as it appears in our agendas and the screen as the council's own, and approve or deny the petition?
Motion to adopt and approve.
You have a second?
Second.
Okay. And with that, Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
I'm a yes. Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
And Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Okay. Moving on to item number 20. Petition number 2021-038 by White Point Partners, LLC. This is approximately 2 acres located at the southern intersection of Charles Avenue and Brevard Street, and that's in District 1, Mr. Eggleston's district. Current zoning is TODM, which is CD, which is Transit-Oriented Development Mixed Conditional, and the proposed zoning is TOD-UCX, Transit-Oriented Development Urban Center Exception. The zoning committee voted 6-0 to approve the petition, and staff recommends approval of this petition. So may I have a motion to adopt the zoning committee's statement of consistency as it appears in our agenda and on the screen and as the council's own, and approve or deny the petition?
Motion to adopt and approve.
Second, Driggs.
Okay. Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
I'm a yes. Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
And Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Thank you. Item number 21, rezoning petition 2021-039 is by Crescent Communities LLC, approximately 21.5 acres located along the east and west side of Senator Royal Drive, south of West Mallard Creek Church Road, and west of Interstate 85. This is in District 4, Ms. Johnson's district. It's currently zoned RE1 research, and the proposed zoning is RE3 optional, research optional. The zoning committee voted 6-0 to approve the petition, and staff also recommends approval of this petition. So may I have a motion to adopt the zoning committee's statement of consistency as it appears in the agenda and on the screen as the council's own, and approve or deny the petition?
Motion to adopt and approve.
Second.
Okay, Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
I'm a yes. Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
And Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Item number 22 is petition number 2021-040 by Madame E. Homes, approximately 41.5 acres located along the northern portion of Rocky River Road between John Russell Road and Back Creek Church Road. It's in the ETJ, so that's Board of County Commission District 3, Mr. Dunlap's district, and the nearest county city district is District 4 in Ms. Johnson's district. The current zoning is R3, single-family residential, and the proposed zoning is R8, multifamily conditional. The zoning committee voted 6-0 to recommend approval, and staff recommends approval of the petition. So may I have, oh, I'm sorry, but there was one change that came in after the committee met. And after the committee made its recommendation, the petitioner revised the plan to illustrate a proposed substreet to the southeast portion of the site as construction and committed to off-site transportation improvements through the construction of a sidewalk along the southern side of Rocky River Road, west of the project's proposed entrance. Staff believes that the change is minor and does not warrant additional review by the zoning committee. So may I have a motion to not send back to the committee?
Motion to not
send back. Motion not, oh, second.
Thank you. Mr. Bakari.
Yes.
Mr. Driggs.
Mayor Pro Tem, in respect to our mayor, you need to mispronounce Madame.
I know you were waiting
yes.
for that. You were all waiting for me to do that. Madame.
Well done, well done. I'm a yes.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Graham.
Yes.
Ms. Johnson.
Yes.
Mr. Newton.
Yes.
Ms. Watlington.
Yes.
I'm a yes. Ms. Ajmira is not here. I'm sorry. Mr. Phipps.
Yes.
Mr. Winston.
Yes.
And I'm also a yes.
Did I miss you? So you guys threw me off my game on that one, so sorry about that. Okay, so that is just to not send it back. And now may I have a motion to
So moved.
adopt the zoning committee's statement of consistency as it appears in our agenda and the screen as the council's own, and approve or deny the petition.
So moved.
Ms. Johnson.
Second.
Second with a quick comment, if that's all right.
Sure, Mr. Newton.
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. I just wanted to quickly thank the petitioner for their willingness to meet with the community on this petition. They made a commitment to, as you mentioned a moment ago, a commitment to an off-site sidewalk extension, which would connect this development to Reedy Creek Park. This was the petition that came in front of us last month in the Finco area. As we all know, that area is in need of infrastructure improvements, and that is the commitment that this petitioner has made. And there will also be a net gain of tree canopy on the site as well. So just wanted to thank the petitioner for their willingness to work with the community on that.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Newton, for your comments. And we have a motion and a second. So, Mr. Bakari.
Yes.
Mr. Driggs.
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston.
Yes.
Mr. Graham.
Yes.
Ms. Johnson.
Yes.
Mr. Newton.
Yes.
Ms. Watlington.
Yes.
I'm a yes. Mr. Phipps.
Yes.
And Mr. Winston.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Item number 23, zoning petition 2021-041 by Paresh Kumar Patel, approximately 1.95 acres located along the west side of Ronald Street, northeast of Old Plank Road and west of Oakdale Road in Council District 2, Mr. Graham's district. It's currently zoned R4, single-family residential, and the proposed zoning is R8, multifamily residential. The zoning committee voted 6-0 to recommend approval of this petition, and the staff also recommends approval of the petition. So may I have a motion to adopt the zoning committee's statement of consistency as it appears in our agendas and on the screen as its own, and approve or deny the petition?
So moved.
Thank you.
Second.
Okay. Mr. Bakari.
Yes.
Mr. Driggs.
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston.
Yes.
Mr. Graham.
Yes.
Ms. Johnson.
Yes.
Mr. Newton.
Yes.
Ms. Watlington.
Yes.
I'm a yes. Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
And Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, item number 24 is rezoning petition 2021-042 by Cyrus Lane Partners, LLC, approximately 10.73 acres on the north side of Shopton Road, east of Sandy Porter Road, and west of Pinecrest Drive. That's outside the city limits. The County Commission District is Ms. Leake's district. It's nearest to City Council District 3, which is Ms. Watlington's district. It's currently zoned I-1 conditional air, which is light industrial conditional airport noise overlay, and the proposed rezoning is for I-2, general industrial conditional airport noise overlay. The zoning committee voted 5-1 to recommend approval of the petition, and the staff also recommends approval. So may I have a motion to adopt the zoning committee's statement of consistency as it appears in our agenda, and the screen is the council's own, and approve or deny the petition?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, and we have a motion and a second. Ms. Watlington, you have a comment?
I do have a comment. I just wanted to hear a little bit, if possible, from Mr. Pettin about the zoning committee discussion regarding the prohibited uses.
I think he's having birthday cake back there.
Of all times.
Go get some. I can't leave my son. You can leave some.
Quick question for you. I see here that staff provided a summary of the petition and noted that it is inconsistent with the adopted area plan. Committee member Spencer raised a question about the list of prohibited uses and why automobile repair, car washes, gas stations, and fuel storage tanks were not included. Staff responded that the list of prohibited uses were taken from the recently approved adjacent rezoning. There was additional zoning committee discussion regarding the unlikely suitability of a gas station for this location on Shopton Road, roughly a half mile from the intersection with Still Creek Road. Staff added that the list of prohibited uses for this rezoning does include automobiles, service and repair, and car washes, but that staff would follow up with the petitioner to see if they would be amenable to adding fuel storage tanks to the list of prohibited uses. I just want to know if that conversation happened and what the outcome was.
Yes, so the conversation did happen. So everything is prohibited as far as gas stations, service stations for the public. They did respond about the question we posed if they would be willing to not have any kind of tanks on the property, and they did respond back to us that they were unable to do that because they do need some level of fuel service for their own fleet vehicles. So it wouldn't be, from what I understand, an underground tank, but it would be the kind of tank you see for a landscaping company or other equipment that's on site where they can gas up on the property and then go to their respective job sites. So they weren't able to commit to anything more than what they've got, which prohibits gas stations and things that would be, consumer oriented, but the fuel storage tank wouldn't be something above ground that they'd be able to prohibit just because they need that for their operations.
But it wouldn't be below ground.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so we do have a motion by Mr. Driggs, a second by Mr. Newton. Mr. Bakari? Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Yes.
Let me
Did I
clarify
read?
one. I did answer that incorrect. So they did say fuel storage is critical. They do have plans for either above ground or below ground tanks. They would not want to exclude it. So I just misread the sentence in that email.
I gotcha.
Thank you.
That wasn't my motion.
And that's in your district, Ms. Watlington, is?
Yes, ma'am. I'd like to offer a substitute motion to defer, if possible, to have that conversation. Otherwise, we can proceed with the vote.
But I'll second that substitute motion, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. This is Newton.
I'm sorry, Mr. Newton, just one second. Yeah. So do we, I'm sorry, Mr. Newton, what was your question? You're seconding Ms. Watlington's? Okay, so that's a motion and a second to defer the decision this evening until that gets sorted out, because that's pretty substantial, so.
Now, I guess if we have conversations, would an above ground be a better alternative for their own fuel services for their fleets than the below, would that be a reasonable option?
For me,
Yeah, so it would just be the below ground that causes the concern. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, so I need to take a full roll call for that. All right, so that is to defer this decision till we sort that point out about the storage of gasoline. Mr. Bakari?
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Driggs, if you have a question. I'm a little uncomfortable. I mean, I'll defer to the district rep, but I'm just curious how we got to this point at a vote right now where this wasn't known that this was potentially going to be an issue and needed to be addressed or deferred.
And it does sound like Ms. Watlington asked about it, but maybe you didn't get the answer.
I didn't see the last line when I went through it, so.
Okay. So does anybody else have a question before we take a vote?
Yes, Driggs.
Mr. Driggs?
I have a similar question. I mean, a deferral could be an economically significant event, and I would like to be a little clearer about how this came about. Was there any last-minute exchange, or did the petitioner fail to communicate their intentions about this issue? I just want to be sure that we don't create a hardship for them without, as a council, understanding why we're doing this. And again, I'm inclined to support the district rep, but I don't like to vote without understanding why all this is happening.
I think sometimes things just come up that are material, and that is, you know, it was in the notes and it just got overlooked, but it is kind of a big issue. Mr. Pettin, did you have a?
Yeah, I can provide some background. So at the zoning committee meeting, they did vote to move the petition forward, but we did have a zoning committee member that voted to not support the petition due to the presence of underground fuel tanks on the site. And so we did reach out to the petitioner to ask if they'd be willing to take those off the table, and they said they were not able to take the option for above or below ground fuel tanks to service their own fleet. And so they moved it forward with the understanding that that was an item that zoning committee raised as a concern, and now that concern is being discussed at the council decision.
Okay.
Was the petitioner aware that there was a possibility we would defer tonight? I mean, is that something that they understood when they insisted on the underground tank?
Staff didn't communicate that. No, we just asked them if they'd be willing to. They said they were unable to make that commitment, and we moved it forward as it was.
I think it's a question for Ms. Watlington.
Oh, no, I hadn't had any conversation with this petitioner that I can recall. That's why reading the notes, I wanted to follow up on what the outcome was. I wasn't under any impression that there was a big issue from the petitioner standpoint, but yeah.
Anything else, Mr. Driggs?
I'm just kind of unhappy with the situation. I want to support the district, but I just don't understand what's going on, frankly. And is the petitioner available?
I'm looking right now.
Yeah, Mayor Pro Tem, if I can, while she's looking.
Sure. Mr. Bakari.
I mean, I'm just trying to piece together this right now. So it sounds like, if I'm interpreting this correctly, that the petitioner at some level understood the desire, or this was an issue, but decided to move forward anyway with the vote, knowing that if it failed, they would be locked, that land would be locked up for 2 years. So I'm just trying to piece that piece of information together, knowing that, like, did they want to have a decision made tonight? And because they could have opted to defer themselves, right?
So, yeah, Donata's looking to see if that individual is online. I don't know if we can do this procedurally, but maybe even move to the next decision and give someone a chance to just contact the petitioner, because to your point, we could just take a vote and it might fail, and I don't think that's fair to the petitioner, and maybe they'd be fine with saying, give us, I mean, I guess it would go till September 20th, is that right? And yet we'd also want to know if there's some sort of, if that's punitive towards them as well, if you know, we don't have a decision tonight. So are we able to do that? Okay. All right, so let's hold off on 24 for a moment to see if we can reach the petitioner and move on to item number 25. mark that. Item number 25 is petition 2021-043 by Robert Allen, approximately 1.21 acres located on the north side of Fairview Road, east of Park Road, and west of Barclay Downs in Mr. Bakari's district, District 6. The current zoning is URCD, which is urban residential commercial conditional. The proposed zoning is R3, single family residential. The zoning committee voted 5-1 to approve the petition, and the staff also recommended approval of the petition. So may I have a motion to adopt the zoning committee's statement of consistency as it appears in our agendas and on the screen as the council zone, and approve or deny the petition?
Move to adopt and approve.
Second.
Okay. Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Practice me getting like maybe about 8 feet off the
Is
ground.
Mr. Okay. Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington? Yes. I'm a yes. Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
And Mr. Winston?
No.
Okay. So that passes with one opposing vote. Item number 26. Petition 2021-045 by Madison Capital Group, LLC, approximately 19 acres located on the east side of Mallard Creek Road, northeast of Ridge Road, and west of Highway 85 in the ETJ, which is County Commission District 3, Mr. Dunlap's district. It's closest to Ms. Johnson's district, the City Council District 4. The current zoning is R3 single family residential, and the proposed zoning is R17 multifamily residential conditional. The zoning committee voted 6-0 to approve the petition, and the staff recommends approval of the petition. May I have a motion to adopt the zoning committee's statement of consistency as it appears in our agendas and on the screen, and as the council zone, and approve or adopt the petition, approve or deny the petition?
Motion to adopt and approve.
Second.
Okay, Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham? Has Mr. Graham left? No, I see him. I'll use my other glasses. Mr. Graham? I see him, but that would be a yes then, right?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington? Yes. I'm a yes. Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Thank you. That passes. Item 27, rezoning petition 2021-046 by Allen Key Family Foundation, approximately 2.26 acres located along the south side of Rutgers Avenue, west of West Sugar Creek Road, and north of North Tryon Street in District 1, Mr. Eggleston's district. Currently, it's zoned R4 single-family residential, and the proposed rezoning is urban residential conditional, UR1. The zoning committee recommends 6-0 to recommend approval, and the staff also recommends approval of the petition. May I have a motion to adopt the zoning committee's statement of consistency as it appears in our agendas and on the screen as the council zone, and approve or deny the petition?
Motion to adopt and approve.
Second.
Okay, Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
I'm a yes. Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
And Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Thank you. Number 28 is zoning petition 2021-047 by Carolyn Associates Owner, LLC, approximately 27.41 acres located off Carolyn Lane and Joe Widener Road with frontage and access to University City Boulevard. That's in District 4, Ms. Johnson's district. The current zoning is UR2 urban residential conditional, and the proposed zoning is UR2 urban residential conditional site plan amendment. The zoning committee voted 6-0 to approve the petition, and staff also recommends approval of the petition. So may I have a motion to adopt the zoning committee's statement of consistency as it appears in our agendas and on the screen as the council's own, and approve or deny the petition?
So moved.
Second.
Mr. Bakari? Oh,
Yes.
Yes.
We have a comment, I'm sorry. Mr.
Yeah,
Phipps.
today I tried to get some clarification in staff analysis comments about the status of a reimbursement agreement between the petitioner and the city in terms of the funding for road construction for the Dave McKinney Boulevard. And, despite the various attempts to gain some clarity on it, I'm still pretty much in limbo here. But in an email from the agent for the petitioner, he seems to suggest that the petitioner will, in fact, be improving the intersection of University City Boulevard and David McKinney Boulevard, and will also be improving how Carolyn Lane intersects with Prime and University City Boulevard. So I'm trying to figure out if we say in the staff analysis that that the reimbursement agreement has not been finalized, but yet we have the agent here seems to be making a statement that the petitioner is in fact will be doing these improvements. I'm sort of at a loss as to who to believe in this situation. So I would like some help if I could. If anybody in CDOT would know with any specificity whether or not the staff analysis comments still hold, in as much as there has not been a reimbursement agreement executed yet, and so it's still pretty much in limbo whether or not the petitioner will fund the construction of the road, or will in fact the city will be constructing the David McKinney Boulevard extension. So can anybody comment on that?
Yes, this is Robin with CDOT. What we have is that the city and Spectrum are currently working toward a developer reimbursement agreement, so it hasn't been fully executed yet. The city has completed 70% plans, and Spectrum is going to take those plans and finalize the design and construct the road once that agreement is executed.
So we've been working on this agreement for how long?
I can't answer the exact date of that, but your point is taken.
Okay. So in view of, I'm still confused about it, still in a state of flux, so I don't know if I'm in a position at this point to support the petition, so I'll probably be a no vote on this and rely on my colleagues to carry it through if it's so their will. Thanks.
I was going to ask Dave Pettin if he could just elaborate more on this petition. This is just a clarification of a zoning petition that's already been approved. So if you can just give some background on this, Dave, I'd appreciate it.
Sure, yeah, it's really just a plan amendment from a previous approved rezoning back in 2019. And really the commitments are in some of the notes were just further clarified. They were already in permitting and land development, and there were some transportation items that needed to be cleaned up from some of the note perspectives. There were some things that were just unclear on some of the road extensions and connections that were being provided to some of the existing infrastructure. Those were updated. All the entitlements stayed the same. Otherwise, as far as number of units, it really just was a cleanup of some of the transportation notes that were in there. As they got into permitting, some of the notes in the earlier petition were a little bit open-ended, and this kind of closed some of the gaps that we had when they were trying to get permits for construction.
Okay, we do have a motion and a second to pass this petition, so I'll go ahead and take a roll call with Mr. Phipps' comments noted. Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Yes. Mr. Phipps?
No.
And Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Okay, so that passes. Agenda item number 29 is rezoning petition 2021-088 by Charlotte Mecklenburg Hospital Authority for 3.37 acres located on the northwest intersection of South Kings Drive and Medical Center Drive east of Blythe Boulevard. That's District 1, Mr. Eggleston's district. It's currently zoned neighborhood business B1, and the proposed zoning is O3 office. The rezoning committee voted 6-0 to recommend approval of the petition, and staff agrees and recommends approval of the petition. So may I have a motion to adopt the zoning committee's statement of consistency as it appears in our agenda and on the screen as the council's own, and approve or deny the petition?
Motion to adopt and approve.
Second.
Okay. Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham? Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Swatlington? Yes. I'm a yes. Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
And Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Okay. That is it for the hearing. So now we
do
have
have
to go
one
back
to-
to item number 24.
Yep.
To see if we had any information that came in from the petitioner. Do we have, Ms. Swatlington?
Yes. At the upon hearing additional information, it sounds like the petitioner has agreed to only store fuel above ground. Please correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Penn.
That's correct.
Okay.
And so with that, I will
Great.
withdraw my motion to defer.
Oh, great. So that'll be a note in the,
Yeah, we did receive an email. I was able to reach out to the petitioner team. They sent an email saying they commit to fuel tanks. Any fuel tanks on site would be above ground. So we'll add that note to the plan that we stamped for approval, but that would be part of the notes that would get approved as this motion this evening, should the rezoning be approved.
Okay.
So,
Motion to not send back.
may I have a second? Yeah, I was going to say, may I have a second to not send this back to the zoning committee? Or
Second.
a second, okay.
The motion was withdrawn. Wasn't the motion withdrawn?
So
The
this is,
secondary motion was.
so the secondary motion was to have a substitute motion.
To defer.
Substitute motion
The substitute motion was
To defer.
withdrawn. Now we're
So
voting
that-
on whether or not the change that we just discussed
So do
warrants
we-
sending it back. Is that it?
I just made a motion to not send it back.
So do we need, so you've withdrawn your substitute motion, so now we will vote on a motion to not send it back to the zoning committee. We have a second. So I'm going to take roll call to not send this back to the zoning committee and to go ahead and move forward. Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham? Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
I'm a yes. Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
And Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Okay, so now I need a motion to adopt the zoning committee's statement of consistency as it appears in our agenda in the screen. We had, Terry, we had a motion originally on 24, so can I go ahead and just call roll call for the original motion? Okay. All right. So the original motion was made by Mr. Driggs, seconded by Mr. Newton. So Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Ms. Watlington, thank you. I'm a yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham? Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton? Mr. Newton? Yep.
Yes.
Okay, Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
I'm a yes, and thank you for sorting that out. Mr. Newton, Mr. Phipps,
Yes.
and Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Okay. So that is it for our zoning decisions. And with that, we will move on to our hearings. Okay. All right, items number 31, 32, 30, 31, and 32 have been deferred. So our first hearing will be item number 33. Bear with me a second. Put on the right glasses. Item number 33 is petition 2021-052 by Woodlawn Community Fellowship, Inc. It's approximately 1.74 acres located on the south side of the intersection of Selwyn Avenue and East Woodlawn Road, east of Park Road. This is Council District 6, Mr. Bakari's district. It's currently zoned R3, single-family residential, and the proposed zoning is UR2, which is urban residential conditional. The staff does not recommend approval of this petition in its current form, and there is opposition from the public as well. So the petitioner will have 10 minutes to, after staff presents, will have 10 minutes to speak, and then the opposition collectively will have 10 minutes, and then our petitioner will have 2 minutes again. So with that, Mr. Patton, do you want to go ahead?
All right, thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. 2021-052 is 1.74 acres. As mentioned, it's on East Woodlawn Road between Selwyn and Pinehurst Place, currently zoned R3. Proposed zoning is for UR2 conditional. The adopted future land use from the South District Plan recommends single family up to 3 dwelling units per acre. We'll get into GDP discussion here in just a moment. So the proposal itself is for up to 38 single family attached dwellings. Density comes out at 21.83 units per acre. We do have a building height of 40 feet. We do have building height allowances up to 48 by the ordinance with the provisions of some step backs. Vehicular access is shown. You can see goes between Pinehurst Place and Selwyn Avenue, which will connect through the site. We do have a minimum of 4 visitor parking spaces provided. Architectural design standards have been provided as well, along with an 8-foot masonry wall along the southern property line, which is the line adjacent to single-family homes. We also have an 8-foot planting strip and sidewalk along the public street frontages. There is also a commitment to use best practices to protect and preserve the existing trees along Selwyn Avenue and Woodlawn Road, utilizing bridging sidewalks where necessary. As mentioned, staff does not recommend approval of this petition in its current form. We do have several items that still need to be addressed that staff felt were outstanding enough for us to provide that recommendation. Things like providing a minimum 10-foot width landscape buffer along the southern property line. We would like limitation on building heights for some of those southernmost units nearest to single family to be clarified to just be 40 feet, which is our standard single family building height. Also buffer and height plane cross sections we'd like to see on the rezoning plan to see how the buildings interact with the adjacent land uses. Also at least 8 internal visitor parking spaces instead of just the 4. And then some other items that we've got listed out in the staff analysis that we still would like to see addressed. If those items get addressed, then staff would reconsider our recommendation. It does meet the standard for general development policies that would support a density over 17 units per acre, so we are consistent with that. But overall, we still have some design elements that staff would like to see addressed. So with that, I'll turn it over to the petitioner team as well as the public, and we can take any questions following their presentations. Thank you.
Good evening, members. Madam Pro Tem, Colin Brown, on behalf of the petitioner. Before we go to our presentation, I'll turn it over to Joel Gillen, representative of the property owner and petitioner, to do a little bit of introduction, and I'll take it. Joel, I can see your mouth, but I don't hear you.
There we go. Is that better?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So a bit of clarification about the petitioner and about the origin of this petition. Woodlawn Community Fellowship is a result of a merger of Grace United Methodist and Selwyn United Methodist, formerly Muzon. As we have seen more and more of our community-based churches waning in support, more of our churches are combining to combine their assets, combine their membership, to have greater impact and greater longevity of their ministry. The church has actually invited this team to help with this redevelopment. The church is a partner in this. They are not leaving this development and are committed to doing an excellent job here. But this is a way for the church to continue to stay in the community and grow and strengthen.
Thank you. On the screen, this is a little more in the weeds than our typical presentations. You'll hear from some speakers from the community, and the community has been very involved, engaged. This has been a very respectful back and forth, knowing there would be a great deal of community involvement. We started very early with the outreach connecting with some residents back in January. And so this has evolved. And so sometimes, when these get to hearing, we're talking about big picture, issues of should this happen, should it not. I think you'll hear from the community. They too said, we expect something will be developed here. So I think we're on the same page with that. We really are, I think, kind of negotiating through the details. We spent a good amount of time working with both staff and the neighbors. And if our slides would advance, I'll show you. As Dave mentioned, there are a number of items that staff has expressed as concerns, and so we continue to work through those as well as feedback from the neighbors. This is where we are since what Dave presented to you was the petition that we presented about 5 weeks ago. However, in that time, we met with the neighbors most recently last Thursday. We have another meeting scheduled in person at the site later this month. So we're working on through a number of items to address the concerns. One thing you'll hear is the separation between the single-family homes to the south of the site and our site. As Dave mentioned, staff was requesting a 10-foot buffer. We have added that. And one of the things I'd like to point out on this, I don't know that you can see my cursor, but you see our townhome units that are closest to the site and the single-family homes south of them. But then notice behind the townhomes, we've located our tree save area there. So the backyards of these homes don't have any buildings there. They don't have any parking. They don't have any dumpsters in that area. We make that our tree save area that provides 50 plus feet of separation in that area. We're continuing to refine our plan. Obviously, at hearing tonight, we've included a privacy wall. These will be added prior to taking this petition to zoning committee. And then what you can see illustrated is here, we're continuing to work through with the neighbors and staff on how these buildings relate to each other. What you can see on the left-hand side is existing single-family home. Our development shown there on the right. And so what this shows is the buildings that are fronting on the street, there's actually a much greater separation between those homes and the single-family homes. There is a second layer of townhomes behind the site. That is where there's a closer proximity. And the single-family homes now there are some of the original homes in the neighborhood. If you drive down Selwyn, you'll notice there is a lot of redevelopment underway. Many of the new homes being built now are at the 3-story range. We expect that new infill development will continue to look like that. Dave mentioned visitor parking. The plan that staff most recently reviewed had 4 additional visitor parking spots. Now, these are, of course, in addition to the driveways and parking spaces that are dedicated for each unit. The plan has been revised now to include 8 visitor parking spaces. Architectural standards, something we've been talking with the neighbors about. The left-hand visual here was our prior elevation. This was the elevation that was fronting Pinehurst and Selwyn Avenues. The neighbors asked if the design team could break up those buildings so they looked more like single-family residential homes. The next iteration you see there on the right-hand side of the screen is breaking up those buildings instead of 6 units to sets of 3 units. And so all of these are being incorporated in our rezoning plan that we'll submit following this hearing. The issue we continue talking about is density. As we talk about in most of these cases, this is an ideal site for townhomes. I'll show you in a moment some visuals. As we talk about the 2040 plan, we talk about accommodating growth. This is the perfect site for when we talk about 10-minute neighborhoods. We're walking distance to Park Road Shopping Center, walking distance to the Cross Charlotte Trail, and walking distance to the Myers Park campuses, which has a middle school, high school, and elementary school. So it is just a fantastic location. From my perspective, I don't think we have enough density here. This is the great location for it. There's about a 6-lane thoroughfare in front of the site. So this certainly makes sense for some density. As Dave mentioned, staff is supportive of the density we're proposing. But I'm showing you this plan. This is where we started for 56 units. We have since taken that down. The next iteration of the plan, and sorry, the slide advancing problem here. Our next iteration reduced the unit count down from 56 units to 42 units. And then currently, sorry, there we go. There was a 40-unit plan that was reviewed by planning earlier this spring. And now we have reduced the unit count again. So currently down at 38 units. And this is what staff has reviewed, the neighbors have reviewed. We continue to be having those conversations about density. Existing street trees was something that the neighbors mentioned as a priority in the area, and there are some beautiful oaks on the site. Basically, there are very few trees on the site now other than the street trees, so the yellow dots show every existing tree that will be preserved. There is only one significant tree on the site, the red dot there, that will be removed, and that has already been reviewed by an arborist and indicated that tree was in jeopardy. So really striving to maintain, and with the new tree save area at the rear of the site adjacent to the single family lots, we might even see more canopy on the site than exists today. As with every rezoning petition, we talk about traffic. We talk about increased traffic on local streets. Fortunately, this site fronts 3 streets. So you've got Woodlawn there on the site, Pinehurst Place and Selwyn on each side. Of course, if I live next to a site, I don't want any more cars on my street either. Pinehurst is a fairly narrow street. The community has asked if we could eliminate that access point on Pinehurst and instead have a new access point on Woodlawn. Frankly, we don't think that's a safe approach. So we are proposing driveway access on both sides, which I think suits the city's connectivity policy. What we've done, as you can see on this plan, we've made that a more circuitous route and included a traffic cushion and calming device. Additionally, because we acknowledge there will be some impacts on Pinehurst, we are working with CDOT and the community to put some traffic calming devices on Pinehurst. CDOT has worked with us on some new cross sections and locating where those could happen. Next up, the corner tree save areas. These are prominent, highly visible corners. The community has asked us if we can make those publicly accessible. And so the development team is willing to do that. You can see those there on each corner, which will be a nice amenity to the neighborhood. Next item is rooftop terraces, which everyone likes in this type. There's some open space. We have changed our plans to orient them away from the external streets. Folks on Selwyn and Pinehurst across the street said, well, we don't want balconies looking, so we have made that change. And that kind of brings us back to where we are. So we continue to work on those. Everything that I've shown you tonight, staff did not review because our plan that was in 5 weeks ago did not have all these changes. So there will be another evolution. We're continuing, as I mentioned, to work with the neighbors. We'll meet with them on site, I believe, on the 27th. Expect that some more tweaks will happen, and then we will bring our another revised plan to the zoning committee. I'll pause there. I probably don't have much time left from our team, but happy to take questions after comments from the neighborhood.
Okay. We have 4 speakers signed up in opposition. Unless are there any others that were signed up in support that were not part of the petitioner team? Mr. Pinnell, Mr. Good, Mr. Gilland? They were all part of your team, Colin?
Yeah, how much time do we have left, Mayor Pro Tem?
Okay, 34 seconds.
Okay.
You're done.
Thomas, anything before we go to the neighbors presentation?
Okay.
Okay, I guess we'll hold. Thank you.
All right, we'll go to, we have Mr. Adam Tan, Karen Calder, Alex Wilson, Anderson Pearson signed up to speak, and together you all have 10 minutes. So I don't know who would like to start. Mr. Tan.
Hello, this is Anderson Pearson. Can you hear me?
Uh-huh. Welcome, Mr. Pearson.
Thank you. I'm one of the close-knit group of 20 or so neighbors surrounding this rezoning that has been in communication with the petitioner. While we welcome and even encourage multifamily for this location, we oppose the petitioner's current site plan strategy. For most of us, density is not the issue. We agree. This is a great spot for it. Layout is the issue. Our 3 main concerns are, as shown on this first slide here, we request a reasonable 20-foot Class C buffer at the single-family property lines to benefit both parties. This slide compares a recent similar rezoning buffer at single-family homes to the petitioner's request of 10-foot rear yards and 48-foot tall units. If I can have the next slide. This slide compares the petitioner's request to the neighborhood's request of a 20-foot Class C buffer. Number 2, we request eliminating or limiting access to Pinehurst Place to benefit neighbors and this development. Third slide, please. This slide shows an alternate site plan provided by neighbors showing gated vehicular access to limit cut-through traffic from Woodlawn. Number 3, we request a realistic number of off-street visitor parking spaces to benefit the development, as well as those living on Selwyn and Pinehurst. Fourth slide, please. This slide shows an alternate site plan provided by neighbors showing no access to Pinehurst and 20 off-street visitor spaces. Staff has asked for 8. The petitioner has shown 6, and then an additional 2 that are on street. In short, we need staff and council's help. Please support our efforts to the petitioner and request that they work with our neighborhood group in earnest. We realize these concept plans are schematic and need refinement to meet other various requirements, but we implore the petitioner to work with us and its neighbors to create a responsible development that respects and integrates into the fabric of its community. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Calder?
Hi. Sorry, I'm interrupting.
Oh, Mr. Tan?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead, please.
Hi, I'm Adam Tan. I'm the adjacent property owner at 3119 Pinehurst Place. Sam Scaff, who is the other adjacent property owner, I've spoken with him on the phone today, but unfortunately he was unable to join this call, but we discussed my talking points and concerns, and we are aligned here. I would like to start off by acknowledging and thanking Colin Brown, Brittany Lenz, Alexander Ricks, Roy Good, and Thomas Good with Good Properties for opening these lines of communication, and we have been talking to them a lot through this process. But as an adjacent property owner, or as adjacent property owners, our major concern really is that buffering. The buffering, the adequate parking, and the solving for traffic and safety based on, as Mr. Anderson put, the design disagreement and not so much the density. If you're able to review the plan submitted by the petitioner, that one unit or those 2 units that sit right on the property line, they're sitting at 10 feet from the property line is where this building is going to start. That side of my house is 28 feet tall, and these buildings have the potential of being up to 48 feet tall. So with 10 feet of buffer, there's a masonry wall that is proposed to be built 2.5 feet within the line. There's a 2-foot footer for the wall, and the wall itself is another foot. So we're talking about a 5-foot or so strip of dirt where the petitioner intends to put some evergreens. I don't think 5-foot strip of dirt's enough to buffer a development this dense from a residential community that, quite frankly, is already surrounded by tons of density and rezoning and multifamily homes. The parking is a concern. So by increasing the buffer, we think that that actually will take care of most of the concern. Increased buffer, as you see on this, what's on the screen, would give the ability to include more guest parking against that masonry wall, which would be amenable to both Mr. Scaff and Laura Scaff and myself as adjacent property owners. And the reason that this is so important to have all this guest parking is because these units, while they are 2-car garage residences, if you look at them, well, this isn't their plan, but a lot of these units have tandem parking garages, which in practice,
look at you.
Mr. Winston, your microphone is on.
I thought you were cheering me on, Mr. Winston. So yeah, these are tandem parking garages. So realistically, I mean, you're playing a game of shuffle the car to get out if you live there. So that means realistically, probably 1 car will be used in these garages. They don't have driveways long enough to park in at 5 feet. So you're talking for every tandem garage, there's going to be one that has to end up somewhere. That somewhere is likely going to be Pinehurst Place, considering you can't park on Woodlawn and Selwyn is already pretty packed as a double lane road. Pinehurst Place has a problem already with parking, considering the majority of the original homes there don't have garages and they have single big driveways, so they already use the street parking. We already park on both sides. Sometimes utility trucks and buses aren't able to get through, and we have pictures of that. We have issues with speeding because of the Selwyn Village condos at the end of Pinehurst Place. And so we really just want to be mindful of the petitioner creating a community that can really absorb the increased traffic and cars that are going to result by putting that many units on this small of a plot of land. It's 1.7 acres, 38 units. Their comparative property across the street, I think, has about double the size land with less units. So I don't remember the exact numbers. Someone can probably tell you, but I want to give some time to my fellow neighbors.
Thank you very much. How much time do we have left, Ms. 3 minutes? Okay, I'm sorry. Let me get back to my speakers list. Mr. Wilson or Ms. Calder, did you want to use the 3 minutes? Okay. Then we have 2 minutes for our petitioner for rebuttal.
Excuse me, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, this is Karen Calder.
Oh, you are there. I'm sorry, Ms. Calder.
Yes.
Go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
I just wanted to follow up, definitely in support of everything that both Adam and Anderson have said. I will say that in regards to the 20-foot buffer that we're requesting, there are no multifamily developments in the general vicinity that have less than an 18-foot buffer. So that would be really important to us to be in keeping with our neighborhood. As well, we have nearly 400 individuals that have signed a change.org petition that was posted less than a week ago that support our request. And we ask for council's advocacy and support of our efforts in requesting that the petitioner submit a final plan design that addresses these concerns and respects and integrates it into its surroundings. We certainly know that the petitioner's engagement on this site is anticipated to be 2 years, but the neighbors will have to live with this rezoning for many years to come. So thank you for your respectful and thoughtful decision on this request.
Thank you, Ms. Calder. And Mr. Wilson, if we have any time left, are you online? Okay.
He's not online. He's not online.
With that, we'll go back to Mr. Brown for 2 minutes.
Yes. Mayor Pro Tem Colin Brown again on behalf of the petitioner. Appreciate responses from the neighbors. This has been, like I said, a very respectful conversation going forward. We understand the points that they've made. We are doing our best, to balance a site responsibly. I don't think anyone's argued this is an excellent location for this type of housing. And as you all know, we're trying to balance. If we take out units, that raises the price of housing. The sites across the street that were mentioned, I think those townhomes are almost to the $1 million range. Our goal was not to be at that price point. However, we will continue conversations with these neighbors. This will not be back to council for a decision until September. And our team will continue the dialogue with neighbors and bring you a plan that we hope you can support. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Does council have any questions? Ms. Watlington.
I just got a couple, and some of them are in flux, I know, and as I'm flipping through, I see that quite a few of these things are somewhere in here, so forgive me if I'm asking you questions that either haven't been flushed out yet or if they're baked into the details. And maybe this is a question for staff. In regards to the tree safe piece, do we yet understand how this compares to what we anticipate our future targets to be for a site?
I don't think we've done any comparison to current versus potential future tree safe requirements or efforts. I do know that they've gone a little bit beyond what the typical requirements and commitments would be to maintain a lot of those existing treescape or streetscapes along Selwyn and Woodlawn, but how it compares to what's currently being worked on, I would not know. We could try to make some comparative in the follow-up, but I'm also a little bit hesitant to do that because we don't know if that's going to be the final approved set of guidelines that we would have under a new potential tree ordinance.
Gotcha. My next question is in regards to the multi-use pass. I'm just thinking about how this ties into the idea of like multimodal pass. I see the sidewalk and I see the bike piece, at least on Woodlawn. I'm curious as to, and forgive me again if you mentioned it already, bus stops. How does bus and larger transit connect here outside of the greenways? Okay. Okay. And then the last question I had is, if you haven't already hit the affordability targets for this, is it all market rate or is there a mix?
It is all market.
Okay, so that's just the only thing the only other thing that jumps out at me, particularly in this area. I think this would be a fantastic opportunity to recognizing the factors that go into development. But as I'm looking through the 10 goals of our comp plan, that's the one that jumps out that would seem to be a perfect opportunity here to enable density and equity. So I would love to see a little bit of focus there. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else? Mr. Driggs.
Mr. Driggs.
Thank you. I have to admit I had a little difficulty following Colin, what the plan was and what it is now. It sounded like we've made a lot of changes, so don't worry about that because that's not what it is anymore. It's a little hard to reach a conclusion about it. And I wonder, Mr. Pettin, based on the changes that Mr. Brown talked about, do you see the staff kind of arriving at a better outcome?
It sounds like they're heading in a positive direction in terms of addressing our comments, but until we see a revised plan that has things in more great detail for us to review, I don't know if I'd be able to comment on it, but I'm encouraged by what was conveyed during the conversation.
I will say, Councilmember Driggs, staff analysis was based on our plan 5 weeks ago. The comments that you heard from the neighbors were on the freshest version of the plan. So everything you heard from the neighbors were comments on our current plan that we will still need to address or resolve.
Right, understood. It just feels to me like maybe we should have worked on this one a little more before having a hearing, frankly, but I will try to sort of catch up with what it really is. What would be the impact of being more responsive to the buffer request in terms of the number of units you could put in that location?
I think it's probably, and the neighbors, as I was kind of listening to them, it would be eliminating, these 2 units. I don't know. Well, the economics of that, that of course affect, taking out 5% of the units will affect the overall price points of these, if that were to be done.
Okay, well, I'll keep an eye on this. My only comment is it looks to me like we're trying to fix it on the fly at this point instead of having reached a more settled situation before the hearing. So you will be going back to the zoning. You will be going to the zoning committee with the latest version, right?
That's correct. This is this anomaly where there's not a hearing next month. We have 2 months now before we're.
Okay, I'll wait for the outcome of the work you're doing on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Driggs. I don't see anyone else's hand up, but I will also comment. Oh. Who is that? Oh, Mr. Bakari. Go ahead.
Thank you. I agree. I was in the community meeting. I think it was a week or so ago, maybe 2 weeks tops, but I think it was last week. And like Colin and the neighbors said, there are some differing viewpoints, but it's been a very productive dialogue of people trying to work together to find a solution. So for that, I'm very appreciative. And I think we've got work to do. Luckily, as Colin said, we've got 2 months, not our normal 1. I would have also liked to see it have been a little further along, at least with staff at this point, but things are what they are. So we'll first look for Mr. Pettin, you and your teams, once you get the information, your kind of updated view, obviously the zoning committee, and then I think I will continue and I'll get more engaged in the community to petitioner dialogue as we have 2 months to figure it out. I think the crux of our issue is going to be on one side of the coin, I very much believe this, and I believe you're going to have a majority of a council right here who is going to mimic what everyone has said, which is a desire for density. This is market rate, and we can't think about costs and price points in our decision, but I don't disagree that affordability is something that sure would have been great. And perhaps that, is the trade-off with the reduction in units based on the concessions that we've given with the neighbors so far on the petitioner side. So that's something that is important to me. I know it's important to this council, as is the density, and this location is good. On the other side of that coin, I live very close to here, and I understand the issues of traffic and what's going on. So I just look forward to being engaged in this with you all over the next 2 months, and I know that we'll find some outcomes that maximize all those elements that we want, and hopefully addresses a lot of the things we've heard from the community today. So thanks for everyone showing up.
Thank you, Mr. Bakari. And I do have a question for staff on this one. I'm concerned about the buffer because of stormwater. And I just think, I worry about this, that, we all support the density. This is a great location for density. It's close to amenity schools. But, if you saw the storms in Germany and you see these flooding that's happening in our cities, it worries me. And I've got in District 1, a situation where because of a commercial space that was built, the flooding is flooding into the yards, the rain's flooding into the yards of residents. They sent me a video today where the water was over their ankles, and they're trying to get some help on this. And one way to start is that we're really conscious of what the impact is on stormwater. So buffers are not just for privacy, that's important, but it's also important for stormwaters and having that runoff effect on the existing mature residential neighborhoods. And when I looked at the comments in here, stormwater services, both land development engineering and stormwater services said see advisory comments. I didn't look that up, I'll admit. So I wondered if, Dave, you have any comments as to what that meant. It didn't say no outstanding issues, it just said see advisory comments. Is that something that you can say offhand, or you could get back to us on?
I'll try to pull it up now. I'm trying to look through. I was anticipating that question. I'm trying to pull those up now as we work through it. But
Mayor Pro Tem Paul Pennell's on, but this would result in a reduction of impervious area on the site by at least 6,000 square feet. Right now, it's basically building an all asphalt parking lot.
That's true, yeah. Well, that's good.
This plan would reduce that and add more tree canopy.
Okay, so will there be any stormwater built into, because it's still just the change in development pattern. We've seen this. I had it to the house that I lived in for 18 years, and just development down the street made the water patterns change and started flooding our basement. So in those buffer zones, is there, what's the accommodation for stormwater?
There's not detention, because this will be in a reduction in impervious, but instead, essentially taking this from a sheet of asphalt to an area, and you can see there we've concentrated the tree save area nearest to that single family. That is going to calm and slow down that water from the site. And Paul Pennell is on if you have more engineering questions about it.
Okay. And Dave, you don't have to pull it up right now, but that is a question I'll have. And the buffer, I think, is an important point as well for privacy. So with that, that's all the comments that we have on that one. If I could have a motion to close the public hearing.
Move to close.
Okay, all in favor of closing the public hearing, starting with Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs? Mr. Driggs? Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham? Ms. Johnson's yes. Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington? Yes. Yes. Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston? Oh, we've lost a few folks.
Yes.
Oh, okay, thank you. Item number 34 is zoning petition 2021-022 by OMS Dilworth LLC. This is approximately 1.14 acres located in the western quadrant of the intersection of Cleveland Avenue and Worthington Avenue, east of South Boulevard, Council District 1, Mr. Eggleston's district. It's currently zoned TOD-MO, which is transit-oriented development, mixed-use optional. The proposed zoning is TOD-NC conditional, so that's TOD neighborhood center conditional. Staff recommends approval of this petition upon resolution of outstanding issues related to transportation and site and building design. And we have speakers signed up all in favor of this petition. And so you'll have collectively 3 minutes after staff presentation.
Thank you. 2021-022, as mentioned, is located on Cleveland and East Worthington. It's currently zoned TOD-MO. They're proposing a TOD-NC with some conditions regarding parking. The adopted future land use from the transit station area plan for South End in 2005 recommended retail. That was amended from its original transit supportive or transit mixed that was originally in the plan through rezoning petition 2014-002. This proposal actually came to us as a hearing back, I believe, in June. We had some parking concerns raised by the community. The edge of the historic district for Dilworth is just adjacent or within very close proximity to this site. Some of those parking concerns had been raised during the public hearing. And so as a result, we have a conditional district being proposed as part of this TOD-NC, but really the conditions are only site conditions. There's no site plan, there's no design or development standards. All of those would be governed by just the TOD ordinance for the NC district itself. The conditions that are being proposed are really, again, just pertain to parking, and they are proposing a parking minimum for either commercial uses, residential uses, or the originally entitled hotel use. As you know, TOD doesn't have a minimum parking requirement. We do have a maximum parking requirement, but the project itself could have resulted in less parking spaces that would be able to accommodate a project, which led to spillover parking concerns into the historic district area of Dilworth. So this is in response to that. From what I understand, those conversations with the community have been successful with this outcome of some parking minimums. The maximums would still be what we have in TOD, so no change to those. So we're not going to overpark the site outside of what TOD would cap their parking requirements at, but these would just be minimum to kind of guarantee a baseline level of parking for these potential uses on this site. Staff does recommend approval. We have a few just items quickly to clean up. Nothing of real significance that would change the ratios of parking being provided. Really, it's just some general cleanup of some notes and some other commitments about maintaining on-street parking. But overall, staff does recommend approval, and I know we've got some folks from the petitioner team signed up to speak, so we'll be happy to take any questions following their presentation. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Pettin. Mr. Brown?
Good evening. Colin Brown on behalf of the petitioner. I'll speak quickly because I think someone else has signed up. Mayor Pro Tem, at the public hearing, there were no speakers, but you articulated some community concerns about what if there were no parking here. After further conversations with folks in the neighborhood, there are some challenges presented by the historic district in Dilworth. This was special emphasis on the need parking concerns. So as Dave mentioned, we have converted this to a conditional rezoning to have a floor threshold, so to guarantee that there would be some parking provided on site without, we don't think, disturbing the spirit of the TOD. So I'll pause there. I think Franklin is on from the DCA.
Sure. Mr. Keithley.
Yes, thanks, Colin. Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, council member, and staff. My name is Franklin Keithley. I'm the president of the Dilworth Community Association. Regarding this petition, the Dilworth Community Association would like to thank the petitioner for working with the neighborhood. Specifically, we'd like to acknowledge our appreciation for their sensitivity in addressing the strain that a lack of a minimum parking requirement would place on the edge of our neighborhood. Here, the only option for most residents to park is on street. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And that's all the speakers in favor. Council, have any questions, comments? And I just want to say that I appreciate the petitioner listening to the concerns of the neighbors and my concern as well. The overarching concern I had is that after having passed TOD, once we see what actually happens in the neighborhood, that, you know, we can go back and tweak it and we can show that we are nimble and that we will be doing that with the comprehensive vision plan as well, when we see what actually gets built versus what is aspirational. So I really appreciate you all going back to doing that. I appreciate staff's work on that as well. Mr. Eggleston, did you have any comments? Okay. May I have a motion?
Motion to close.
Can I have a second?
Second.
Okay. All in favor of closing the public hearing? Hang on just a second.
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham? Ms. Johnson? Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington? I'm a yes. Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Okay, that closes the public hearing. 34. Item number 35 is petition number 2021-036 by Optimistic Venture Group LLC, approximately 0.3 acre located on the south side of Hoskins Road and west side of Gossett Avenue. That's in District 2, Mr. Graham's district. It's currently zoned R6 multifamily conditional, and the proposed zoning is UR2, which is urban residential conditional. Staff recommends approval of this petition upon resolution of technical revisions related to site and building design. And we have, jump back here. Looks like we have all speakers in favor of this petition. So after staff presentation, petitioners will have 3 minutes to speak collectively. Mr. Patton.
Thank you. 2021-036 is on South Hoskins and Gossett. It's currently zoned R6 multifamily. Proposed zoning is for UR2 conditional. The adopted future land use is from the Thomas Borough Hoskins Small Area Plan that was adopted in 2002. It does recommend multifamily up to 12 dwelling units per acre. GDP also provides some policy guidance in this instance, and the petition actually does not meet the GDP for over 17 dwelling units per acre as they're proposing. We'll get into some of the benefits of the project and why staff is supportive here on these next few slides. The proposal itself is to preserve the existing building that's on the site on the corner here and accommodate and renovate that for up to 6 multifamily dwelling units within it. The building height would essentially be capped at 40 feet, but should remain essentially as is. They do commit to screen mechanical equipment and utilities for the renovation from public streets. Also does propose a new driveway and parking lot with 6 spaces, which would be accessed from Gossett Avenue. We also have commitments for an 8-foot planting strip and 6-foot sidewalk along South Hoskins Road, and then maintain the existing sidewalk along Gossett. Also, there's a commitment to install accessible curb ramps at the intersection of Hoskins and Gossett and require that any lighting would be fully shielded and downwardly directed. Those would also be capped at 21 feet in height. As I mentioned, staff does recommend approval of this petition. We do have some technical revisions that we would need addressed on that next site plan for zoning committee. While it is consistent with the multifamily land use recommendation, it is inconsistent with the density recommendations both in the plan and with the GDP. Staff did feel that the proposal to reuse a historic building that was built in 1905, provide 6 dwelling units within it, within the Hoskins Mill property, which also was previously repurposed for residential uses, would be a good kind of rounding out of that project, a good project to get some adaptive reuse and maintain the historic structure at the same time. So while it's inconsistent with those density recommendations, staff does feel that it's a quality project that gets us a positive outcome for the community. So with that, I'll turn it over to the project team and we'll take any questions following the presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Patton. Speaking in support is Lucas Shires, Colin Jennist, and Michael Moulton. Who's on from that group? Any of you online? Doesn't sound like it. Is anyone online, Donata? No. No. Okay. Then with that, does it, council have any questions? Mr. Eggleston?
They're not here to receive the praise, but just, I got muted there. They're not here to receive the praise, but just want to offer it anyway. A thoughtful way, new use for a really cool old building that's part of a larger historic preservation project. So kudos for the good work on it.
They had a lot of faith in you to sell it, so, all right. Okay, any other comments on this one? If not, may I have a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Okay, Mr. Bakari. Is Mr. Bakari on? Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham? Ms. Johnson? Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington? Yes. I'm a yes. Ms. Ajmira? Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
And Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Thank you. Item number 36. Bear with me. Okay, petition 2021-044 by Tribeca Properties is approximately 2.07 acres bound by the east side of South Kings Drive, north side of East 3rd Street, and south side of 3rd, 4th Connector Street. That's District 1, Mr. Eggleston's district. It's currently zoned B2 General Business, MUD CD, Mixed Use Conditional. The proposed zoning is MUD O, which is Mixed Use Development Optional with 5-year vested rights. Staff recommends approval of the petition upon resolution of outstanding issues related to transportation and environment and technical revision related to site and building design, environment, and land use. We do have opposition to this petition. So after Mr. Pettin, then Mr. Carmichael, you and the other supporters will have 10 minutes, and we have our one speaker speaking against with 10 minutes. Mr. Patton.
Thank you. 2021-044, just over 2 acres. It's on North Kings between 3rd and 4th Street, as well as the 3rd and 4th Connector Street. Current zoning is B2 General Business. There's also some MUD conditional zoning that's listed on the site as well. The proposed zoning is to go to a MUD optional with 5-year vested rights. The Midtown Moorhead Cherry Area Plan does recommend mixed-use development for residential, office, and retail for this site. The proposal itself is for a building that would be a principal building of up to 300 feet in height, would have would allow all uses in the MUD zoning district except for things like adult establishments, automotive service stations, car washes, certain EDE uses. We actually have 2 development options for this site that are being proposed. One would be to limit the building to a maximum of 340,000 square feet of non-residential uses, with a maximum of 8,000 of those square feet devoted to retail sales, personal service, EDE type 1 and or 2. Also, there's a conversion rate that would allow some of those, some residential uses to be incorporated into that project. Essentially at 1,000 square feet per dwelling unit, that would count towards that 340,000 square foot cap. The other alternative would be to develop the site with a maximum of 350 multifamily dwelling units and still propose a maximum of 8,000 square feet of those retail sales, personal service uses, EDE type 1 and 2 that are also captured in development option 1. So essentially we have a building that would be 300 feet tall, could be used for up to 340,000 square feet of non-residential with some potential residential mixed in with that, or for a 350 multifamily project or multifamily dwelling unit project. Both would have 8,000 square feet maximums for retail, personal services, et cetera. We do have transportation improvements that would be provided through the project, things like pedestrian improvements for various intersections, additional lanes for ingress and egress to the site, a pedestrian hybrid beacon on East 3rd Street between Charlottetown and South Kings. Also, I believe there's a multi-use 16-foot wide pedestrian project that would be amenity zone, along South Kings Drive, so that would enhance the pedestrian experience. Also, there's an open space, public open space being proposed kind of at the back corner of the site along 3rd Street between the 3rd and 4th Street connector. And again, we would just have one principal building located on the site. Overall, staff does recommend approval of the petition. We do have some outstanding issues related to transportation, environment, and then some technical revisions related to site and building design, environment, and land use to be worked through. It is consistent with the Midtown Morehead Cherry Area Plan for those recommended uses of residential, office, and retail, and we'll be happy to take any questions following the presentation by the project team as well as the member of the community that's signed up to speak in opposition. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Carmichael, are you there? Welcome.
Yes, ma'am. Mayor Pro Tem, welcome. How are y'all?
Good, thank you.
Good. Well, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, members of City Council and Zoning Committee, my name is John Carmichael, and I represent the petitioner, Tribeca Properties. With me tonight are Scott Bortz of the petitioner, Sean Pione of Colgan and Stone, Phil Oliver of LS3P Associates, and Randy Goddard of Design Resource Group. Next slide, please. As Dave said, the site contains just a hair over 2 acres and is located on the east side of South Kings Drive between East 3rd Street and East 4th Street. The site is across South Kings Drive from Thompson Park, and an office building is currently located on the site. Next slide. CPCC is to the north and east of the site. Thompson Park, the Greenway and I-277 are to the west of the site. A multifamily development is located immediately to the south of the site, and the state employees credit union is to the southwest of the site. Next slide. This is just a zoomed in aerial of the site. You can see the existing surface parking and the existing office building. Next slide. This slide depicts the location and route of the Lynx Gold Line located to the east of the site. The site's pointed out by that little arrow in green. The Lynx Gold Line, the closest stop is approximately 996 feet from the site, once again located to the east of the site. Next slide. The site is currently zoned B2 and MUD CD. The parcels to the north, primarily CPCC, are zoned MUD O. Parcels to the east are zoned MUD CD. Parcels to the south are zoned MUD O and B2. And the parcel to the west is zoned B2. Next slide. As Dave indicated, the request is to rezone the site to MUD O to allow a maximum 300-foot tall building on the site that could be devoted to maximum 340,000 square feet of allowed non-residential uses, of which a maximum of 8,000 square feet could be devoted to retail, personal service, and restaurant uses, or, next slide, up to 350 multifamily dwelling units and up to 8,000 square feet of retail, personal service, and restaurant uses. Under option 1, which was the non-residential option, you could, to allow a greater mixture of uses, you could have some multifamily in that structure as well, and there would be a conversion rate, as Dave mentioned. I would want to point out that the parking structure is not included in the 340,000 square feet. There would be structured parking under the building. Next slide. Next slide. The applicable land use plan is the Midtown Morehead Cherry Area Plan. The site is located, if you can see at the top right-hand side, basically, the site's located in the Midtown section of the land use plan, and highlighted in yellow on the left, you can see that the recommended future land use is residential, office, and retail. Next slide. This is the pedestrian zone in the Midtown Morehead Cherry Area Plan. The shaded areas are the pedestrian zone, and then the site is located just outside of the pedestrian zone. And the land use plan provides that building heights exceeding the PED limit of 100 feet may be appropriate outside of the pedestrian zone, subject to site-specific rezoning applications. This request would be consistent with the land use recommendations of that area plan. Next slide. And this is just another page from the land use plan. Once again, you can see the site, and once again, it's residential, office, and retail. Next slide. Next slide. I'll ask Sean Pione to go over briefly the site plan and then the street cross section. Sean, are you there?
I'm here.
Thank you.
Great, thanks, John. I am Sean Pione with Colgan and Stone. I'm going to go through the rezoning site plan as well as some street cross sections. This sheet is the sketch plan that we were showing associated with the building envelope and proposed open space. You can go to the next slide, please. So these next images were represented in the latest community meeting. The yellow building is the proposed outline of the building, whether or not it's residential or commercial. And this was to indicate the two different options for open spaces related to the southeastern portion of the site, this being more in commercial in nature with more hardscape associated with pedestrian seating, hardscape, pedestrian scale lighting, those type of elements associated with the commercial use. Just kind of going through the site plan because we did kind of switch this orientation. Kings Drive is on the western side of the site. On the site plan here, we are proposing a right-in, right-out access point at that location, similar to the one that's currently existing. In addition to the median within Kings Drive. On the south portion of the site plan as shown would be East 3rd Street, where we do have a left-in, left-out, which is the first connection just to the right of Kings Drive, 3rd Street intersection, and then a left-out condition as you get further away from that intersection. Moving down 3rd Street, you can see that crossing, that is the proposed pedestrian crossing that aligns with Cherry Street. And then moving on the east side of the plan and north on this site plan is the 3rd 4th Street collector. And we are showing a left turn lane off of the travel lanes that accesses the site through a left in, left out condition. So can you go to the next slide, please? This iteration, again, is a similar site plan, except for the open space changes to more of a multi-purpose functional space associated with, again, a mix of uses, primarily residential. Next slide, please. So these are the street section improvements associated with the Midtown, Moorhead, and Cherry Small Area Plan. Next slide. This is the Kings Drive cross-section, and you can see a little bit better in this section. On the east side, or the right side of the plan for the street cross-section would be the proposed building. You can see the 2-foot concrete median being proposed in the center of Kings Drive, along with a D-cell turn lane that would access that right-in, right-out condition, along with a 24-foot setback as measured from the proposed back of curb, associated again with the way the street cross-section is identified in the Midtown, Moorhead, and Cherry Small Area Plan. Next slide, please. This is the cross-section proposed for East 3rd Street. Again, you can see the proposed building on the right side of the cross-section with a 22-foot setback as measured from the back of curb, along with a travel lane accessing that left-in, left-out condition. Next slide, please. This is the 3rd and 4th Street collector cross-section. Now the proposed building is shown on the left side of the section. You do have the 2 travel lanes here, and then there is kind of a combination planting strip and turn lane that you could see where it says 8-foot planting strip and a 10-foot turn lane. That would be the left in, left out condition as the access to the parking structure. And there's a 26-foot setback associated with this, as the setback actually falls within the proposed right-of-way conditions. So the right-of-way would then become the setback. Next slide, please. This last iteration is basically showing the street section where the open space is included. So you can see, again, the west side of this cross-section would be where the proposed site is. In this iteration, we're showing the open space. So you can see the 22-foot setback in this location, which is an 8-foot planting strip, 8-foot sidewalk, and then open space. Again, with that D-cell turn lane that accesses our site being shown there as an 11-foot turn lane. Next slide, please. I'm going to sorry about that, John.
Yeah, thank you. Madam Mayor Pro Tem, how much time do we have?
Ms. Kelly?
Yes, how much time do we have left?
1 minute.
Okay. Well, we have conceptual images of a potential building. They're not on the rezoning plan. The governing architectural standards are in the form of notes that are included on the rezoning plan, and we worked with the planning staff on those notes, and certainly the architectural standards are not an outstanding issue. The conceptual elevations were shared at our last community meeting, and the purpose of those was to provide a sense of the massing, building placement, and a potential design. Phil, I'll go over these real quick. Next slide.
Okay.
This is just at street level. That's 3rd Street where the blue vehicle is. Next slide. Once again, that's 3rd Street, and you can see the turning lane where the blue vehicle is turning into the building. Next slide. And this is just a sense of the massing and the building placement. The street to the left is Kings. The street to the right is 3rd, and then 4th is at the top of that building. Next slide. And as Dave mentioned and Sean, there are pedestrian improvements and access improvements to accommodate the building. We appreciate the planning staff's recommendation of approval. We will address the outstanding issues this week. We appreciate your consideration.
Thank
and
you.
We're happy
That's time.
to answer
Thank
your
you.
questions.
Thank you, Mr. Carmichael.
Thank you.
We do have a speaker in opposition, and that would be Ms. Sylvia Biddle-Patton. Ms. Biddle-Patton, are you on?
I am. Thank you so much.
Sure. You
Mayor
have
Pro Tem.
10 minutes if you need it.
My name is Sylvia Biddle-Patton. I'm here on behalf of the Cherry Community Organization in opposition to the rezoning petition in its current form. I want to start by acknowledging and thanking the petitioner for offering several opportunities for community input. However, there were some concerns expressed by community participants about the virtual webinar format that limited the abilities of participants to see comments that were entered into chat, interact with other participants, or access the names of all attendees for future dialogue about the proposed project. Now, that being said, there are some concerns related directly to the proposed project, including height and size. Think about the current site. It's the former SunTrust Bank, less than 8 stories, compared to what could be built by right under the existing zoning ordinance. That in site, in terms of right outside the pit, in comparison to what is being proposed under the current request, a significant difference. This site is right outside of PED overlay for MMC area plan. PED permits 100 feet, but this is 300 feet, 3 times the allowable height of PED. And we're just simply asking, is there no possible compromise on the height, or is this a case of, if we ask for it, they're going to approve it, just give us a number, any number. So we go from 100 feet for PED, right inside of PED, or outside of PED, to 300 feet. The second issue is that of traffic, additional traffic on 3rd and 4th Streets, depending on the land use. They're going to do retail, if they're going to do residential, this would result in an additional 1,500 to almost 3,000 new trips per day, just for this site alone. Now add in traffic for the other projects that have already been approved or are pending along 3rd Street and some other streets. The third is affordable housing opportunities. This will be yet another missed opportunity if this is used for residential and there are no allowances for affordable housing units. We're asking the question, when will this scenario change? Now, we understand that this developer may not be in the business of building affordable housing, but as a city that has played a significant role in the removing and erasing of affordable housing and affordable housing communities within the wedge, we're asking you to be more intentional about these opportunities to replace what has been lost, righting the wrongs as discussed recently in the adopted 2040 comp plan. We're asking you to consider that. When opportunities present themselves for you to possibly partner with the county, purchase parcels in the area, and build affordable housing in the wedge, please give it some consideration. The next one is that of safety, pedestrian safety. There will be more pedestrians, there will be more vehicles regardless of the determined usage. In addition, we're requesting that CDOT take a look at the intersection of Kings Drive and 3rd Street, particularly at the proposed site. There's a blind spot there. As vehicles are approaching the site and others are turning from South Kings Drive onto 3rd Street, that's a high intense crime site in terms of high crash incidents. So we're asking you to really have CDOT take a look at that. More vehicles will result in more accidents. The fifth is environmental, typical environmental effects of skyscrapers. And think about this threefold or even fourfold in conjunction with the other pending or approved projects that will be surrounding Cherry and other neighborhoods. Those can be found in the pre-hearing staff analysis. Also that of precedent. If you take a look at the pre-hearing staff analysis, page 2 of 9, the second bullet, it reads as follows. The Midtown area is shifting towards developing new buildings with greater height through other recently approved rezonings in the area. So it reads like it is just happenstance, but this didn't just happen. It's shifting because you're allowing it to do that. You're approving the rezoning request regardless of the requested heights. And we're asking you to be more mindful about managing the growth and the development of this area in particular. Our neighborhoods are depending on you. The seventh is height and size. We started with height, we're ending with height, because we want you to be aware of what you're doing when you're approving these types of proposals without much regard for the long-term and short-term effects that it will have on the surrounding neighborhoods. It seems as if the City of Charlotte and the Planning Department have decided to simply cede 3rd Street, Kings Drive, Charlottetown Avenue, 4th Street, Kenilworth Avenue, and so forth to developers and their skyscrapers. And we're asking you not to do that. All close-in, established, and historic neighborhoods within the wedge, including Cherry and Greer Heights, need your help. We trust that you will give our concerns thoughtful consideration. We ask for your support in opposing this petition in its current form. This is yet another pivotal decision that will certainly affect the residential character of our neighborhoods in the future, the integrity of the MMC area plan, and that of the 2040 comp plan and pending place types. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much, Ms. Biddle-Patton. Mr. Carmichael, would you like to use your 2 minutes?
Please, could you go to the very last slide for me? Thank you so much. So thank you, Sylvia, and we appreciate the participation in the neighbors at our meetings. I do understand that there was frustration with virtual meetings. That was mentioned by someone at the first meeting. I will say I did email to everyone after that meeting that attended the meeting, not that this cures anything, but just to be complete in terms of what happened. After the virtual meeting, I did email to everyone who attended the community meeting the presentation and then the list of individuals that did attend that meeting and their email addresses. It was on an Excel spreadsheet. But we did want to make sure that people knew who was there, and if they had the opportunity to do so or the desire, they could reach out to each other. In terms of the height, I've got on here, these are 2 taller buildings that were approved. One is at the Metropolitan, which was, I believe it's 285 feet and it's 330 multifamily units. The one to the right is the site on Baldwin Avenue. It has a maximum height of 299 feet, but allows for 512,500 square feet of office, 16,800 square feet of retail, and 240 hotel rooms. That building's far denser than what's being proposed here. The Metropolitan site is 330 multifamily dwelling units. So in terms of a residential building, the building proposed here is about 20 units more dense. But we would say, and reasonable minds can certainly disagree, that we feel like this site, from a land use perspective, is appropriate for the height and density that's being requested, particularly in terms of from a contextual standpoint. It is close to I-277. It's about 171 feet from the travel lanes. It's even closer to the ramps. In terms of the pedestrian and transportation, we're happy to have further conversations with CDOT.
Thank you, Mr. Carmichael.
There are a lot of pedestrian improvements.
Mr. Carmichael, that's your 2 minutes. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Comments, Mr. Eggleston.
Mr. Carmichael, given the concerns around the shortcomings of the virtual meeting, and I appreciate that you all offered a couple opportunities, is there an opportunity for you to reach out to Ms. Biddle-Patton? And we don't have a rezoning meeting next month, so the earliest possible decision date for this would not be until September. So is there an opportunity for you to connect with the CCO and offer an in-person option for those who might prefer that to the virtual that's been offered?
Certainly. Happy to do it.
I greatly appreciate that.
Mr. Winston?
So thank you. I think I definitely hear neighbors' concerns about pedestrian safety in this area, and about the context of the history of development as well. I think the safety issues are independent in some ways of this particular project, but I would ask, particularly around that 3rd and 4th connector street, where it comes into 4th Street, and as that traffic does come into Uptown and tries to split off to get to 277 and Independence, it's a poorly designed road. So I would like to ask staff, is there any existing plan that exists to make improvements to the conditions, the roads, the crosswalks, the intersections in this area at all right now?
This is Robin with CDOT. This petition had a full TIS, and that includes quite a bit of pedestrian infrastructure in the area. Specifically for that, for 4th Street and such, I will have to check and check with a couple other departments to see if there's anything else planned and get back to you.
Thank you. I mean, currently, as it exists, status quo, it's like I said, it's a poorly designed piece of road. It's a terrible bottleneck. I would imagine anything that is developed here, whether it be even during the construction phases, would severely and the impact of development here would severely impact the effect of the current bottleneck. I would ask the petitioner, have they considered that bottlenecking that occurs there? Have they considered anything to mitigate that? Just what are their thoughts there about kind of what occurs there, the current condition and the potential for what the future condition looks like?
Mr. Winston, thank you. Randy Goddard, the traffic engineer, is on the line. Randy, can you respond to some of the questions and concerns and comments that have been expressed?
Sure.
With respect to the connector?
Yes. So once again, I'm Randy Goddard with Design Research Group, and we studied that intersection. That is actually not one that we've listed for pedestrian improvements. There are a total of 4 other locations that we've called out for ped improvements that both Charlotte's DOT and NC DOT have agreed to and think are the best locations for improvements. We've also called out the hybrid beacon on 3rd between Cherry and Charlottetown as another improvement. We're also making the turn lane improvements at all the access locations and also limiting our driveway on Kings to right in, right out with a median. So we're trying to help with issues out there. That specific location did not come out as actually one of the worst intersections out there, so it didn't come out as being improvements that are needed at that location compared to some of the other ones.
I don't think you need a study. I think you just need to drive there.
I've driven it before, so I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, so I would, and developments like this, again, to the neighbors' point, this is where you either get to or you pass over addressing issues like that. So it doesn't sound like we have anybody has any good answers for that right now, but I'd love to talk to somebody moving forward, as I said, over the next 2 months, really at 4th and Kings as well as 3rd and Kings. I mean, those to me are the most dangerous places that exist already, and development there will seem, from a common sense point of view, to exacerbate those issues. So
I will add that 3rd and Kings is an intersection that's noted to be improved with pedestrian enhancements to make it safer at that location.
But particularly 4th and Kings, yeah, we can talk about it offline, but I think that I don't see how anything could be done without improvements there to the current situation.
And Randy, the relocation of that driveway to I guess that's to the east, does that help at all?
You do have a question? Okay.
From the existing driveway?
Yeah, the 3rd, 4th connector driveway is being relocated further down, so it's not in the same location that's creating problems now. So we met with Charlotte DOT and CDOT multiple times to work on this site plan before we even started the rezoning or the traffic study to make sure we worked out the access locations to the best locations possible. And again, you know, they're limited to left in, left out, and then the right in, right out on King. So we have looked at this area significantly, and we actually studied 10 intersections around here as part of the traffic study for this project.
Well, I guess, like I said, some of it is independent of this particular, project, right? What I'm talking about is where the 3rd and 4th Connector Street comes together with East 4th Street, and folks trying, as they get through the light, trying to crisscross, and the danger that creates, especially with pedestrians walking to school right there. There's CPCC right there, and it's, the gold line is pointed out. We want that to be a more pedestrian-centric place. So I'm just thinking of even the effects on that bottleneck and how much more dangerous that potentially gets, even during construction, right? During the construction phases, as traffic is, going to be even more messed up, and that bottleneck becomes more dangerous and more pronounced. So I think that's something that we have to consider as we move forward with any kind of development on this site, and this is highlighting that. So that's not a bad thing, a potential good thing to look at. That's why I said, look forward to talk about it over the next couple of months.
Thank you, Mr. Winston. Mr. Phipps?
Mr. Carmichael, I was just wondering, just curious if there was any consideration given to a housing product mix other than just exclusively market rate.
Well, we lately have talked about that possibility, but as I sit here today, I can just tell you that I can have a conversation, Councilmember Phipps, with the petitioner. I mean, the good thing is we have time certainly to do that.
I would appreciate it'd be good to know that, some consideration was given or consideration, just explored, but to the extent that you're willing to bring it up, I mean, I'm hopeful that it will be some movement in that direction. Thanks.
Thank you.
Mr. Carmichael, I too share concerns with what Mr. Phipps has said and what Mr. Winston has said and what Ms. Biddle-Patton has concerns about. Overall, there are 2 more big developments coming in that area. That's just, right now, it's a dangerous, those intersections are dangerous. When you come up Kings, like towards the Target, that's a blind spot on that road. People go fast. And I know that spot is going to become, is going to densify, but my concerns are that it's going to get built, those other buildings are going to get built, and then the city's going to have to pay for a heck of a lot of infrastructure in there. And if that's the case, I would like to see some community benefit to that first, i.e. having some affordable housing or having some things that we need in our community, as opposed to just a market rate building that's putting a heck of a lot of pressure on our already burdened infrastructure in that bottleneck. It's really not a realistic walk to the Silver Line, although I think I remember the Metropolitan building was going to have, not the Silver Line, excuse me, the Gold Line. I think the Metropolitan project was going to have a cut-through pathway, pedestrian pathway that was going to be built, but you still got to get across 3rd Street. So it's not like you really have any access to anything coming that is pedestrian friendly. In Charlotte, when nobody holds anybody accountable for speeding and running through red lights, a pedestrian beacon doesn't give me a whole lot of comfort, to be frank. And that green space there, let's just not even bother calling it an open green space. It's not much space. It can't really be a pocket park. It worries me, the traffic on both sides of that. So I'm kind of struggling with this one, to be honest, given all the density in that area. And I don't see the improvements to make it more, to blend it more with the area with regards to students on one side and neighbors on the other side, and then a heck of a lot of traffic cramming through those 2 streets. So I'm not sure how to resolve that, but I'd like to see something in there for the community that compensates to what we know we're going to have to fix down the road. And if that's, Ms. Motley, if everybody's is finished, then I'd entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
Motion to close.
Second.
Okay. I think that was number 36. So all in favor of closing 36, we'll start with Mr. Bakari,
Yes.
Mr. Driggs,
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston,
Yes.
Mr. Graham, Ms. Johnson, Mr. Newton,
Yes.
Ms. Watlington. Yeah, I'm a yes. Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Okay. Item number 37 is petition 2021-048 by the Drakeford Company, approximately 0.65 acres located on Beatties Ford Road between French Street and Brookshire Boulevard, or Freeway. Council District 2, Mr. Graham's district, and it's currently zoned neighborhood business pedestrian overlay. The proposed zoning is neighborhood services pedestrian overlay. Staff does not recommend approval of this petition, and therefore, let's see, we do have someone speaking against it. So after Mr. Pettin speaks, we will give each side 10 minutes.
Thank you. 2021-048 is 0.65 acres on Beatties Ford. It's currently zoned B1 PED overlay. Proposed zoning is for NS with the same PED overlay that would be maintained. Adopted future land use from the West End Land Use and Pedscape Plan from 2005 does recommend multifamily office and retail land uses for the site. The proposal itself for the project is to develop up to 15 single-family attached dwelling units at a density of 22 DUA. We do have some proposals for an alternate commercial use at the discretion of the petitioner. I'll get into that in just a moment. Does limit building height to 50 feet, commits to implementing an 8-foot planting strip, 8-foot sidewalk along Beatties Ford, as well as a dedication of 16 feet of right-of-way from the back of curb. Architectural standards have been committed to for the buildings, as well as a commitment for freestanding lighting fixtures to be capped at 21 feet in height and be directed downward and fully shielded. Also, there'd be a proposed CATS waiting pad along Beatties Ford Road, where there's a bus stop, I believe within very close proximity, just in front of the site. As mentioned, staff does not recommend approval of this petition in its current form. No real concerns about the project itself and the townhomes that are being proposed. Our biggest concern is with a note regarding that commercial land use. We've spoken with the petitioner and have an understanding of how to resolve that. Feel confident that that would be resolved prior to zoning committee. I'll let the petitioner discuss that during their presentation. But once that item would be removed or addressed on the plans about the commercial uses at the discretion of the petitioner, we'd be comfortable overall with the project. As mentioned, it is consistent with the West End Land Use and Pedscape Plan. So with that, we'll turn it over to the petitioner and the member of the community, and we'll be happy to take any questions following their presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Mr. Drakeford and Mr. Matt Langston speaking in favor. Are you on, Mr. Drakeford?
Yes, I'm trying to get on.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, hopefully I'm not echoing. Thank you so much, the Mayor Pro Tem and the City Council, for allowing me to present this evening. I think I'm on this twice, trying to get off.
I'm sorry, did we lose you? I think we might have lost Mr. Drakeford. Oh.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, there you are.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council staff, for allowing me to present. I'd like to talk to you a little about our proposed project on Beatties Ford Road, which we're calling West End Station. I really want to apologize to staff for not addressing all these concerns prior to. We certainly have an understanding that there was a reason why we were not able to address all matters in advance. We'll talk about that. And I think this will also respond to the community concerns that led to the party signing up to speak again. So along with me this evening is Matt Langston with Landworks, and we'll present our concept. You go to the second slide. Again, we're on Beatties Ford Road, the block beyond Johnson C. Smith, right before the Brookshire Bridge. And we are about 200 feet from the last goal line stop. And we are proud to be part of the investment that the streetcar is attracting to our community. If you now go to our 5th slide, and just briefly, this is what we had initially presented, which shows a lot of very narrow lines, which represents a steep topography. And there is a dotted line that bisects the site, which represents a storm drainage easement. And so it's been a pretty protracted discussion with some of the city departments to try to address some of these issues, which really influenced our design, primarily our perpendicular orientation. Certainly is possible to make a building that does not face the street inviting, but it's certainly challenging. So we spent a pretty significant amount of time trying to address that issue, and we've got a pretty good solution. Our 6th slide that shows where we are currently, if you go to the next slide, number 6, with the rezoning. And you'll just note real quickly that we don't have the parking pads in front of Building B, but the original plan is somewhat represented with this. Our 7th slide represents the outcome. The next slide, please. This represents the outcome of this discussions we've had with a couple of city departments that have been very instrumental to helping make this project more palatable to the community. Primarily, we've been able to reorient the buildings to face the street, and that has happened because we've been working with Charlotte Water that owns the surrounding property to gain some easements and acquire some land so that the site could be much friendlier to our residents and also create the kind of streetscape that we want along Batesford Road. We started talking to Charlotte Water about a year ago. And if we go to the next slide, I can show you what some of the delays were. You can see here we had a building that was pretty close to the road that they used to access their storage facility down below. They have about 2 acres of pipe and plumbing that heavy trucks travel on. And our initial proposal to Charlotte Water would have placed a building pretty close to that driveway. And we really were not communicating directly and didn't understand what their concerns were. And when we met, and the director of Charlotte Water, Angela Charles, has hosted 3 meetings with her senior staff to talk about how we could reach a solution that would really protect everyone's interest. So if you go back to the slide, or you can go to the next slide, would be fine, actually. We've been able to revise our project based on an easement that we're able to acquire from Charlotte Water, both for construction as well as for a sliver of land. And that will allow this site to be level instead of having the steep topography that was shown in that other slide. We had retaining walls that were as high as 15 feet, an open drainage area, and lots of constraints that would not have been an ideal living environment. So with the assistance of David Shear and Kimberly Carpenter over on Angela's team, we've been able to reach an agreement that will make this a much better project, again, for our residents, as well as the streetscape for Batesford Road. And also, Charlotte Storm Water has worked with us to allow us to reroute the storm drainage pipe. You can see on here, in front of the building in the back, there's a gray line that kind of circles around it, and that represents how we're going to reroute the storm drainage pipe. So overall, we've been able to add a few guest parking spaces, have a level site, which will be a much better environment for us. So we could go down to the next slide. You'll see just kind of a hand sketch of our building elevation, or black and white rather. The next slide shows the ends of those buildings. And that would have been what would have been facing Batesford Road. So because of Charlotte Water, we'll go back to the prior slide, we'll now have this, and we'll have 8 of these units oriented towards the street. Our site plan, which is our 9th slide, if you could go down to that again, we show you that we will have sidewalks out of these units. It will create a much friendlier streetscape, and I think the market will respond much more positively to it. This is proposed as a market rate townhome product. I heard the discussion in the prior plan about affordable. We do not have affordable here. That's mainly a cost consideration. And also, factually, West Charlotte has a tremendous amount of affordable housing. This is a greenfield, so there's no displacement here. And we think that the orientation to the streetcar really would create a lot of interest in this product. If we could go down to the next slide, we'll show you, I'm sorry, keep going one after that, should be it. This is the current streetscape, and this is the entrance into the Charlotte Water facility that abuts us. The next slide will show some proposed fencing improvements that we have pledged to make. Well, this is also the sidewalk along the street. And of course, we'll have an 8-foot planting strip to match the one in the lower picture, as well as the 8-foot sidewalk. The next slide, I think, will show the proposed fence improvements that we'll make to the Charlotte Water property. And this is their best plan on the other side of the bridge. So we intend to incorporate the same type of fencing, which will be a much nicer streetscape, as well as landscaping. We're having some discussions with Aaron Gillespie and Sherry Grant with the Matching Grants Program to see if some of these improvements on the Charlotte Water property could be enhanced to this level, perhaps with some matching funding or other grants. The next slide will show the proposed surrounding fence, where we'll add a privacy fence to ensure that there is separation from our property and the Charlotte Water property, as well as add some landscaping, which was another concern that Charlotte Water had. And just through the process of meeting with them 3 times, we've come to an agreement and understanding as to how these projects can coexist. They were concerned about noise and how the quality of the resident experience would be impacted by our prior plan, and they were completely correct. We just didn't consider that. But we think right now we've got a proposal that the community would find palatable. It's a good solution for Charlotte Water. And again, we apologize for not having all of this timely for staff to consider. But, the year we spent trying to figure this out, I think makes for a much better project. Unfortunately, we are way behind schedule here, so we'd like to see if we could figure out something there. But I feel that at this moment, we've responded to the concerns that staff has, and in respect to the commercial use, what we'll do is just have a live work unit component in our restrictive covenants, along with some language about the requirements for the maintenance of the fence and the privacy fence that will address the staff concern there, and again, some sound issues that Charlotte Water had about how they might impact our residents' quality of life. So that's really our project, and I don't know if there are any questions or this is a picture of a very light product that the same builder we're talking to has constructed. Ours has a little more of an urban flair that has a handful of kind of farmhouse elements. This is really more arts and crafts, but it does represent the quality of construction that will be built, and our project will be built by the builder that's constructed this project out in Huntersville. And that's really the end of our presentation. Matt, did you want to add anything? I don't know if Matt made it on, but I think I've covered everything we want to present.
Yeah, I think Bobby, you covered it very well. I think that it's terrific that Charlotte Water has been as accommodating as they have to meet with us and help us come up with what's clearly a better plan than what we'd be doing without this flexibility they've helped us with.
Yeah, Charlotte Water and Tony Carollo's Charlotte Real Estate and the Stormwater folks have all just worked together to make this the kind of project we want to see on Baysford Road. We could have done it as currently proposed. I think given the market, the product would be consumed, but the impact on the community just is not what we want to deliver. And we were aware of that, but when we had a community meeting, and that was the only concern was the orientation and why it was that way. That's when we kind of initiated more conversation with Charlotte Water, and that's when the director got involved.
Thank you, Mr. Drinkford.
This is the outcome.
Thank you very much. We have Ms. Clarissa Finley, who is speaking in opposition. Ms. Finley, you have 10 minutes if you need it.
Oh, no, I don't need 10 minutes. Actually, the Drinkford Company just covered all my concerns. My concern was actually the orientation to the street. And the Drinkford Company just addressed that, which was not told to us at the first meeting. So I thank them for changing the orientation to the street.
I'm sure Mr. Drakeford likes hearing that, so thank you. But we do, Mr. Drakeford, do you need your 2 minutes back then if for rebuttal?
No, we don't need to add anything else.
Yeah,
Thank you.
that's a good note to end on. So does council members have any questions? Mr. Phipps?
Yeah, I was just curious as to asking the petitioner, how close is your site to the historic Excelsior Club?
Oh, wow. It's just catty corner on the other side of the bridge, so probably about 500-600 feet. So whenever that opens, our residents will have easy access to that and a lot of the other important projects that are happening in this area. We're really excited about it. And I live fairly close to here. I'm excited about it. And we have another project further up Bakerswood Road, by the way, that will have an affordable component. We'll deliver 33 single-family homes, and most should be priced in the South Charlotte range. And they're all home ownership opportunities, by the way.
Good. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, if we have no other questions, anybody online? I didn't catch. Okay, may I have a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
And a second?
Second.
Okay, Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham? Ms. Johnson? Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington? Yes, I'm yes. Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
And Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Okay. Item number 38 is petition number 2021-049 by T.E. Washington Holdings, LLC, ROC Wash Holdings, LLC, approximately 1.25 acres located at the northwest intersection of Albemarle Road and Beaver Farms Road in East Charlotte. This is in the ETJ, which is in County Commission District 4, Mr. Gerald's district, and closest to Mr. Newton's district, City Council District 5. Current zoning is B1, which is neighborhood business conditional. Proposed zoning is B2, general business conditional, and staff recommends approval of the petition upon resolution of outstanding issues related to environment and outstanding issues and requested technical revisions related to site and building design. We don't have any opposition to this one, so those speaking in favor are Keith McVeigh, Paul Savine, Kelsey Westwood, and Chase Fuquay, who will speak after Dave Patine. Mr. Patine.
Thank you. 2021-049 is currently zoned B1 conditional, and the proposed zoning is to go to B2 conditional. This is on Albemarle Road and the corner with Beaver Farms Road and Woodland Beaver Road. Adopted future land use does come from the Albemarle Road I-485 interchange study from 2003. It does recommend multifamily and retail for the site. The proposal specifically for this project is for an automated car wash with the potential for some other uses, which would include up to 6,000 square feet of possible personal service uses, general medical offices, financial institutions, and other EDE type 1 and 2, as well as other uses in B2, so long as they're permitted also in the B1 district. Access would be provided through an internal street network with Beaver Farm Road and Woodland Beaver Road. The petitioner is committed to providing the 12-foot multi-use path and 8-foot planting strip along Albemarle Road. Also, we'd have accessible curb ramps and planting strips with ADA accessible ramps along the private streets, architectural design standards for the building facades and elevations, as well as minimum heights. Also, drive-through window placement restrictions. It does carry over a 30-foot setback from Albemarle Road that was approved overall for the previous petition for this larger overall development. Also, there'd be a double row of evergreen shrubs along Albemarle to help screen from that proposed circulation drive for the car wash itself. And then detached lighting would be full cutoff and no greater than 30 feet in height. Staff does recommend approval of this petition. Do have a few outstanding issues and technical revisions to work through, but overall the petition is consistent with the Albemarle Road I-485 interchange study. And again, staff does recommend approval and be happy to take any questions following the project team's presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. McVeigh?
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the City Council, members of the Zoning Committee. Keith McVeigh with Morvan Allen assisting T.E. Wash Holdings, the petitioner on this rezoning request. With me tonight representing the petitioner is Paul Savine, That's actually not, that's the wrong presentation, sorry. There should be one on this one, but I'll keep going, Mayor, for the sake of time. Dave, I think, has covered a lot of our issues. I was mentioning Paul Savine with our office is here. With TE Wash is online, available to answer questions. That is Kelsey Westwood and Chase Fuquay. That's the right one. Thank you. As Dave mentioned, the rezoning is from B1 to B2 CD to allow a car wash, a single drive-through car wash as a principal use. Tommy's is the name of the car wash. It's a family-owned business established in 1969. They designed their own equipment. It's a membership-based service. Next slide, please. They're an environmental-friendly company, environmental design. They employ advanced water reclamation equipment and systems, as well as high energy or advanced lighting control systems. Their design of the building, as you can see here, uses an acrylic roof to minimize the need for indoor lights in the car wash. They can take advantage of daylight hours. A typical car wash like this uses 28 gallons per wash versus 100 gallons of water if you were trying to wash your car at home. Next slide, please. Their high efficiency design and site layout makes these, well used and keeps the customers happy as there's no long lines. They're designed to a high standard and they're maintained to a high standard by Tommy's. There's extensive auditing and training of the folks that run these facilities by Tommy's home company, and they're professionally run. They can be a very good asset and a community partner. They do look for ways to partner with the community to help support other uses and businesses in the community. Next slide, please. Dave covered the location north of Albemarle Road, just east of Rocky River, just over an acre. Next slide, please. Again, zone B1, B2 zoning to allow a car wash, a single drive-through car wash. Currently zoned for a number of other uses, including a restaurant with drive-through windows and other commercial uses. Also would allow residential uses on the site, even though most of the uses on the surrounding parcel are commercial uses. Next slide, please. This is the proposed site plan. Again, car wash oriented toward Albemarle Road with a double lane of circulation. We are maintaining the larger setbacks that were part of the previous petition. There'll be screening and tree save areas along Albemarle Road. Access is all
Thank you, Mr. McVeigh.
Portions of the site.
Your time.
Thank you.
Your time is up.
Answer questions, Madam Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay. We don't have any opposition to this petition. Do council members have any questions? Hearing none, can I have a motion to close the public hearing?
Motion to close.
Second.
Okay. It was Mr. Newton and Mr. Driggs. Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham? Ms. Johnson? Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington? I'm a yes. Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
And Mr. Winston? Item number 39 is petition 2021-053 by Catalyst Capitalist Partners LLC, approximately 7.06 acres, located on the east side of University Executive Park Drive, south of W.T. Harris Boulevard, and east of North Tryon Street, District 4, Ms. Johnson's district. Current zoning is MUD O, mixed-use development optional, and office conditional. Proposed zoning is TOD-NC, which is Transit-Oriented Development Neighborhood Center. Staff recommends approval of this petition. And we do not have any speakers speaking in against, so after Mr. Pettin speaks, we'll go to Colin Brown.
Thank you. 2021-053 is just over 7 acres off of University Executive Park Drive. Current zoning is MUD O and O2 conditional. The proposed zoning for this petition is for TOD NC conventional. The future land use from the University City Area Plan does call for residential office retail for the site. Under those land use recommendations of those mix of uses, TOD would be consistent with that plan recommendation from University City. Again, this is a conventional petition, no site plan or conditions for consideration, so staff does recommend approval. We'll be happy to take any questions following the presentation by Mr. Brown. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Colin Brown on behalf of the petitioners. Good overview by Dave. This is a conventional request, so we don't have a site plan to review. Therefore, in the interest of time, I will just defer unless you all have any questions.
Does council have any questions?
Motion to close.
You have a question, Mr. Phipps?
Of course he does.
I was just trying to get an idea exactly where this is.
I'd add a slide to the screen. I'm happy to kind of give a presentation. We have a slide here showing Harris, Tryon, University Park, McCullough. And so this is a little bit of a donut hole, Mr. Phipps. This site could, kind of connect this up. And this is showing you the station location to show you the proximity.
Is this like directly across from the new police precinct?
It's in that general vicinity.
Over here?
No.
I don't know if you can see my screen.
Yeah,
This,
I can see.
if you see the star, so this is not fronting on Tryon Street.
Oh, okay.
I think it would be parallel if you could. I think that maybe I'll let Dave speak. Maybe he knows better than I do, but I think that dirt there is the police station. So this is not fronting on Tryon, but very back of it.
Mr. Phipps, there's multiple maps in our packet.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much.
Okay, can I have a motion to close the public hearing then?
Motion to close.
Second?
Okay, Mr. Bakari,
Yes.
Mr. Driggs,
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston,
Yes.
Mr. Graham, Ms. Johnson, Mr. Newton,
Yes.
Ms. Watlington. I'm a yes. Mr. Phipps,
Yes.
Mr. Winston.
Yes.
Okay. I'm just keeping an eye open here on the remaining items. It's almost 9 o'clock. And, well, we do. Just a minute, Mr. Eggleston. We had opposition added to item number 46. So that would go longer. So I'm thinking we could probably get through the next 5 hearings that have been averaging. Oh, it's to 47? Okay. So we could probably get through item number 46, and then item 47 now has opposition. So let's try to motor through those, which none of those have opposition. So we'll now go to, so just to be clear, anybody after item number 46, so I'm going to read them off. Item number 47, which is petition 2021-067. Item number 48, petition 2021-068, and item number 49, 2021-069.
Do we have any?
Unless we want to.
Do we have anybody who came to the like in person to the building for?
Are any of those speakers online?
40s?
Yeah.
Is in person?
He's here.
We were just here to review the 67.
Okay, well then let's, I mean, since we'd have to go, when would we continue these? We'll get through these because we only have two more after that, and you've been here all night patiently, so we'll get through. Thank you, Ms. Kelly, for asking that question. Okay, so number 41 then is petition 2021-057 by Providence Group Capital, LLC, approximately 1.13 acres located at the southern intersection of South Tryon, Rampart Street, and Donovan Street, west of South Boulevard in Council District 3, Ms. Watlington's district. Current zoning is TOD NC Neighborhood Center, and the proposed zoning is TOD UC Urban Center. Staff recommends approval of this petition. So, Mr. Pettin, if you want to go ahead, and then.
Did we skip item 40? We should be on item 40, 2021-054, Spacecraft LLC. Yeah.
Spacecraft?
Oh, I'm sorry, we just don't have any speakers on 40, so I apologize. Okay. Item number 40 is 2021-054 by Spacecraft LLC. Approximately 0.75 acres located near the southwest terminus of North Brevard Street at Parkwood Avenue with frontage along the Blue Line. Councilmember Eggleston's district, District 1. The current zoning is TODM, which is mixed use optional. Proposed zoning is TODUC, which is urban center. Staff recommends approval of this petition. So and we don't have speakers. So Mr. Pettin.
Thank you. 2021-054, 3/4 of an acre on Brevard Street. It's currently zoned TODM optional, proposed for TODUC. This is conventional zoning district as well. Parkwood Transit Station Plan for 2013 recommends TOD uses for the site, so we are consistent. Staff does recommend approval. No outstanding issues or anything, as it's a conventional petition, so we'll be happy to take questions following the presentation by the petitioner team. Actually, there is no presentation because we don't have any speakers, so we'll be happy to take any questions you may have for staff.
Motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
Okay. Mr. Bakari, motion to close the public hearing. Do you support?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham, Ms. Johnson, Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington? I'm a yes. Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
And Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, now we go to item number 41, petition number 2021-057 by Providence Group Capital LLC, approximately 1.13 acres located at the southern intersection of South Tryon Street, Rampart Street, and Donovan Street, west of South Boulevard, District 3, Ms. Watlington's district. And again, it's currently zoned TOD Neighborhood Center. The request is to rezone to TOD Urban Center, and staff does recommend approval of this petition. So, Mr. Pettin.
Yeah, 2021-057, as mentioned, just over an acre on Tryon and Rampart, requesting TODUC to rezone from the current zoning of TODNC. Land use area plan from New Bern Station area from 2008 does recommend TOD uses. The site is within a half-mile walk of the proposed Rampart station, so UC can be applied within that distance from the proposed station. Staff does recommend approval. Again, it's conventional, no conditional plan or site plan to consider. So if there's any questions for staff, we'll be happy to take those following any presentation that may be by the petitioner team. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Mr. Carmichael, welcome. And then Sam Desai is also with you.
Actually, it's Mr. McVeigh.
We're on 41.
I keep jumping ahead. Mr. McVeigh and JQ Freeman. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, members of council, members of zoning committee. Keith McVeigh with Moore Van Allen, assisting Providence Capital Group with this request. I think Dave has covered all the issues. It is a conventional request. Supported by the New Bern area stationary plan. It is within a half mile of the recently added Rampart station. We'd be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you. Council, any questions for Mr. McVeigh?
Move to close.
Second.
Okay. Was that Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham, Ms. Johnson, Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington? A yes. Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
And Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Okay, that closes hearing for item number 41. The next one is item number 42, petition 2021-058 by 501 Briar Creek LLC, approximately 0.26 acres located on the west side of Briar Creek Road, northeast of Monroe Road, and west of Independence Boulevard, Council District 1, Eggleston, Mr. Eggleston's district, and current zoning is O2 office. Proposed zoning is B2 general business, and staff does recommend approval of this petition.
Thank you. 2021-058, it's just a quarter of an acre, as mentioned, on Briar Creek, just off Monroe. Current zoning is O2 conventional office. Proposed zoning is for B2 conventional, which would be just for general business. The area plan from the Independence Boulevard from 2011 does recommend office and retail uses for the site, so this petition would be consistent with that request and that recommendation. Staff does recommend approval. Again, this is a conventional with no conditions or site plan to consider, so we'll be happy to take any questions you may have for staff following Mr. Carmichael's presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Carmichael?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I'll be really brief. I think we have a PowerPoint. But in any event, I'm John Carmichael, Madam Mayor, Pro Tem, members of the Council and Zoning Committee. I represent the petitioner 501 Briar Creek, LLC. Next slide. As Dave said, about a quarter of acre site west side of Briar Creek Road, just north of the intersection of Monroe Road and Briar Creek Road. Next slide. Next slide. Bojangles is to the west of the site. Smoky Joe's is across Briar Creek Road from the site. Next slide. There's the site again. Next slide. So the site is currently zoned O2. The request is to rezone it to D2. The petitioner actually owns the parcel immediately to the south of the site that's located in a business district. And so the purpose of this is just to make the whole site have a consistent zoning district. Next slide. Next slide, please. And it's consistent with the land use plan. It'd be consistent with the zoning of adjacent nearby parcels of land. And we're happy to answer your questions as best we can. Thank you for your consideration, and we appreciate the planning staff's favorable recommendation.
Thank you, Mr. Carmichael. Council, does anyone have any questions? Okay, with that, may I have a motion to close the public hearing?
Motion to close.
Second.
Thank you. Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs? Mr. Driggs? Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham, Ms. Johnson, Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington? Yes. I'm a yes. Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
And Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Item number 43 is petition 2021-062 by Childress Klein Properties and Dominion Realty Partners. Approximately 24.4 acres located southeast of West Tyvola Road and northeast of Billy Graham Parkway, west of Interstate 77. That's in Council District 3, Ms. Watlington's district. The current zoning is I-1, which is light industrial conditional. The proposed zoning is urban residential conditional. Staff does not recommend approval of this petition, and so with staff opposition, we'll have 10 minutes for the petitioner, and after staff speaks. So, Mr. Patton.
Thank you. 2021-062, to 24.4 acres at the end of Cascade Point Boulevard, just in the area of Billy Graham Parkway and Tyvola Road. The current zoning is I-1 conditional. The proposed zoning is for UR2 conditional. The adopted future land use from the Central District Plan does call for employment light industrial for the site. That was from 1993. GDP would come into play on this petition given the date of the Central District Plan. This petition would not meet the criteria for the GDP consideration for up to 17 dwelling units per acre. The proposal itself is shown on the screen here is for up to 80 single-family attached dwelling units up there in the kind of triangle portion of the site, and that'd be development area A, and then up to 310 multifamily dwelling units within development area B. Overall, the project density would be about 16 dwelling units per acre. Building height would be capped at 48 feet for 16 buildings in development area A, and then 62 feet in height on 11 buildings throughout development area B. Does commit to transportation improvements such as a new public street extending from Cascade Point Boulevard through the site. Also extend Perimeter Point Parkway, create access from Cascade Point Boulevard and Perimeter Point Parkway, and require a minimum 6-foot sidewalk on all public or private streets. There would be some coordination with Mecklenburg County Parks and Rec for a connection from development area B to Urban Creek Greenway. Also, architectural standards for building facades, pedestrian connections, and number of units per building, as well as garage setbacks. Does allow on-street parking in locations generally shown throughout the rezoning plan. Also provides a minimum of 3,000 square feet of open space in Development Area A, 6,000 square feet of open space in Development Area B, and also limits detached site lighting to 25 feet in height. Of course, that would be decorative, capped, and downwardly directed. As mentioned, staff does not recommend approval of this petition. It's both inconsistent with the adopted Central District Plan as well as inconsistent with the general development policies. The adopted plan calls for employment light industrial in this area, and the proposed rezoning would be inconsistent with that recommendation and the overall general context of those uses in the site area. Existing surrounding land uses, including the wastewater treatment facility, as well as a close proximity of some units to the railroad right-of-way, would not be compatible for the proposal. We'd also be reducing available land for industrial development, which would be important for job creation within the region. Does not meet the proposed locational criteria for the GDP as mentioned. It's also not located near any significant retail services, which would be contrary to the overall 10-minute neighborhood goal, and does not provide adequate separation and screening from the more intense surrounding uses such as the VA hospital and nearby hotels. So that's staff's recommendation and position. We'll be happy to take any questions following a presentation by the petitioner's team. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Patton. Sorry, I lost my place. Oh, Mr. McVeigh. And we have Mr. Coyle, Mr. Campbell, Mr. Carlino, Mr. Joy, and Ms. Merriman as well speaking.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, members of council, members of the zoning committee. Keith McVeigh with Morvan Allen, assisting Children's Climb Properties and Dominion Realty Partners with this rezoning petition. As you mentioned, with me tonight is Tom Cole with Children's Climb Properties, as well as Michael Campbell and Chris Carlino with Dominion Realty Partners, Allison Merriman with Land Design, and Dan Joy with Rule Joy, Trammell, and Rubino, the architects for the site. Just a little bit of history. Everyone's probably familiar with Children's Climb Properties, one of the largest full-service real estate companies in Southeast, based here in Charlotte, has developed more than 50 million square feet of commercial and real estate in multiple verticals, and owns assets over $2 million in value, over $2 million. Dominion Realty Partners is an award-winning development and acquisition and property management company specializing in Class A urban and suburban office. They're currently developing a mixed-use building at the intersection of Graham and 2nd Street here in Charlotte, as well as other residential development in Whitehall. They have offices here in Raleigh, Richmond, and have developed throughout the North Carolina, South Carolina, Virginia for the last, since 2005. Next slide, please. As Dave mentioned, 24-acre site located next to the VA hospital, just north of Billy Graham. The Billy Graham Museum is not far away. Lake Point Office Park across West Iowa from the site. City Park just a little bit further to the south. The Farmers Market, Renaissance Park. As Dave mentioned, we are adjacent to Urban Creek Greenway. That's a greenway that the Park Department, County Park, is hoping to have funding for in fiscal 24-28 in their fiscal 24-28 plan. That greenway, when connected, will actually provide this site access under Billy Graham Parkway to Yorkmont and to City Park, the retail services that are there. That's one of the issues the staff has mentioned with this site, not having access. That's going to happen as part of that. But also, as part of bringing more residential, as Dave mentioned, this is a residential rezoning here to allow a combination of townhomes and multifamily. That will encourage more retail and personal service uses to develop in the site. I know Dave also mentioned, and as you can see from this aerial photograph, there's a large concentration of employment uses here. There's the VA hospital, there's a large amount of office across the way, there's also a large amount of office in proximity on the other side of Billy Graham Parkway. A lot of those properties are zoned I-1, as is this property, and were zoned that way in the late 90s and early 2000s, not for industrial development, but for employment uses. And that's what you see there today, employment uses, and we're trying to add residential uses to help support that employment use and also help bring more retail services. Next slide. Just a little bit more detail on the land use here and some of the, why we feel this is a good site for additional residential. It's interesting to note that prior to the rezonings in the late 90s and early 2000s, a lot of these parcels are actually zoned R22MF. The Central District Plan called for employment uses here, and I think that goal has been met with the amount of employment you see in this area with both the Lake Point Business Park, the VA Hospital, and then the older office uses on the south side of Billy Graham Parkway. It's just interesting also to note that Laurel Street is also developing a residential community just north of the VA Hospital using the existing R22MF zoning. Again, we feel the Central District Plan goal has been met. We feel adding more residential here is really consistent with the 2040 plan, which is trying to encourage new housing opportunities near existing single-use or commercial office employment areas, which is what's here now. Again, adding the residential uses will also support employment uses by providing a place to live for folks that work in the adjacent VA hospital or some of the other adjacent office buildings that are next to the site. The staff has also mentioned some concerns about the Irwin water treatment plant, which is adjacent to the site, across the railroad track from the site. Been there for a long time. We don't see that as an issue, and we don't see the railroad track as a negative, a very lasting negative impact or a negative impact on the residential development. There are many sites throughout Charlotte that have those adjacent land uses or next to or near water treatment plant, wastewater treatment plant, or adjacent to a railroad track and do quite well as sites for residential uses. I would note that wastewater treatment plants is a use allowed in all zoning districts, including single-family zoning districts, and you'll find those kind of facilities in single-family zoning areas with single-family uses. In fact, if you look at this map just to the north of the treatment plant, there is existing residential there, and it's also adjacent to what Laurel Street is proposing. If the petitioners thought that was an issue, they wouldn't have chosen this site. They don't think that's an issue. Next slide, please. Again, just a little bit more on the site. Currently vacant, zoned I-1. Again, that I-1 zoning was done not for industrial uses, but really for office and employment uses. This multifamily proposal would add residential uses to help support the employment uses and also help bring more retail uses to this area. We are extending Cascade Point Boulevard through the site and circling back around the VA hospital to connect with Perimeter as a public and a private street. Next slide, please. This is the proposed site plan. We are reducing the number of attached homes from 80 to 70. The multifamily at this point is still at 310. The reduction in the single family attached is a result of site constraints. We are working to address the staff comments to provide some separation and buffer in terms of vegetative buffers between the VA hospital and the residential units, as well as between the residential units and the existing railroad right-of-way. Again, as I mentioned, Cascade will be brought through as a public street and private street. And then, again, the residential uses strengthens the mix of uses in the area and then brings the housing choice to the area. One of the things that's new to the petition, was not in the petition we submitted 5 weeks ago, is the commitment to workforce housing and townhome units that would be part of the Charlotte program, Charlotte program, excuse me. We've been working with the West Boulevard Coalition and Councilmember Watlington. They mentioned affordability. That's something that was important to the petitioners as well. So they are, as noted here, making a commitment to provide 6% of the rental units at 80% or less of AMI for a minimum of 15 years. And they're also committing to set aside 6% of the townhome units so that they can participate in the House Charlotte program. Next slide, please. This is an image as you drive into the site from Cascade, looking at the proposed multifamily units. Next slide, please. And then just quickly, some benefits of the rezoning. Strengthens the mix of uses, adds residential uses in the area that will support the growing retail services that are starting, you see at City Park. Hopefully some of those retail services will also want to be on West Boulevard as the residential market continues to grow here. We'll have access to Urban Creek Greenway, and via that there are other access to other recreational amenities like Renaissance Park. There is a CAT bus service to the site. There's a Route 60 that actually stops on Cascade to provide service to the VA hospital. The residents of this community will also be able to take advantage of that route. And as I mentioned, we are setting aside 6% of the rental units at 80% or less of AMI for 15 years, and 6% of the townhomes will participate in the Charlotte House program. Next slide. Be glad to answer questions. And as I mentioned, Tom Coyle and Chris and Michael are available to respond to any of your questions as well. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, members of council.
Thank you. Ms. Kelly, is that how much time is left? 7?
57.
Was there anyone else, almost a minute, that was on that list, Ms. Merman, who wanted to speak?
Tom, Michael, Chris, anything you want to add, please feel free to do so.
Okay. Does council have any questions? Ms. Wallington.
I think Mr. Coyle. Tom, you may be muted.
Oh, I guess you still have a few seconds, Mr. Coyle. Did you have a comment?
Can't hear you, Tom.
Yeah, he is. Tom Coyle.
Yep.
Yeah.
Technology is not helping him out.
Mr. Coyle, can you? Okay. Ms. Watlington, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I like this one, y'all. I really do. I certainly have spent a little bit of time with the petitioners and with staff trying to understand both positions. Can you guys go back to that benefits slide that Keith had up? Yeah, so in regards to these benefits, this is exactly what I see when I look at it. I think about rezoning petition 2017-38, where it talks about doing retail and office and eating and drinking and entertainment establishments right here, not far from the site. It would seem to me that this would be an addition to that area and would help foster this. So I definitely see the idea of strengthening the mix of use in the area. I used to work over there in Lake Point, and it absolutely seems to be a place where somebody could reasonably want to live nearby and just be able to walk to work. As far as the train, I live in a neighborhood right now where I can see the train in the wintertime. So I don't know that that's necessarily unusual. I'm very, very pleased that that the petitioners were able to add an affordability component. I know that that is supported by the West Boulevard Neighborhood Coalition. I can appreciate the concern that we would lose an opportunity for some industrial, but I would also offer that if we're able to get mixed product housing that will enable affordability, particularly for home ownership in this area, that can also drive up the household income, that can help alleviate some of our issues that we have with having a food desert and a healthcare desert, then I think it's a good thing. I did have a question in regards to the wastewater treatment proximity, and I'm not sure where or if Ms. Charles is still here, but I was curious as to if we had an idea of what the proximity to wastewater treatment centers were for other areas, for residential and other areas. And if not, we can answer that question offline, but said all that to say that I honestly, I really like this one, and I don't necessarily understand staff's position on this one, but certainly willing to continue the conversation.
Thank you, Ms. Watlington. Anyone else? I guess I have to really go out and look at it. I mean, I know where it is, but I'd like to hear more. We can talk offline about your support for it, because to me it feels like there's not much there. then you're going to get into the situation of residents saying, we don't have grocery stores, we don't have amenities right there for residents. The FEMA floodplain surrounds two sides of it, which concerns me. And our neighbor's going to complain about being so close to the airport and being in the flight pattern like Bearwick was when they were built. It's sort of I don't know if that is the flight pattern, but that could change. So I guess I'm a little bit confused as to why this whole thing would be converted to a residential area. And if there is more infrastructure or amenities that supports residential out there, then I guess I need to go out and just drive it and look at it. But that would be my comment, that it doesn't feel like it's a good fit right there. So that's all. Okay, if there's no other comments, can we have a motion to close the public hearing? Okay,
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham, Ms. Johnson, Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Yes, Ms. Edgemere. Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
And Mr. Winston? Okay.
Yeah.
Item number 44 is petition 2021-063 by Prologis LP, approximately 105 acres. You had a lot of acreage, Ms. Watlington, tonight. Approximately 105 acres located between Shopton Road and Beam Road, District 3, Ms. Watlington's district, that currently zone BD distributive business conditional airport noise overlay. The proposed zoning is in light industrial conditional airport noise overlay. Staff recommends approval of this petition upon resolution of outstanding issues related to transportation and technical revisions related to transportation and site and building design. We have 5 individuals speaking in favor tonight. So we'll go to Mr. Brown after Mr. Patton, staff presentation.
Thank you. 2021-063, it's just over 100 acres on Shopton and Beam Road, currently zoned BD conditional with an airport noise overlay. Proposed zoning is for an I-1 conditional with the same airport noise overlay being held intact. Southwest District Plan calls for office industrial land uses for the site and the surrounding area. It's within the Shopton Road Industrial Activity Center per the center's corridors and wedges growth framework. Proposals for 1.25 million square feet of gross floor area for warehousing distribution, manufacturing, office, and other industrial uses. We do have use prohibitions that are a part of the proposal, things like car washes, junkyards, petroleum storage facilities, landfills, et cetera. Some of those more intensive, noxious type uses you would find in a heavy industrial district have been written out. Also, there's transportation improvements associated with the project, 8-foot planting strip, 6-foot sidewalk along Beam Road and Shopton Road, as well as a bike lane of 8-foot wide bike lane along both Beam Road and Shopton Road as well. Left turn and right turn lanes at the site entrances on both of those frontages, as well as a widening of Beam Road along 38 feet to 38 feet, along the site's frontage, and dedication of some right-of-way along the northern boundary. Also, there's construction of the Shopton Road extension from Beam Road to the site's western access point that would be further constructed out as sites in the area continue to develop. We do have a Class A buffer being provided at 100 feet, could be reduced with a berm. Also, there's coordination that's being committed to with Mecklenburg County to dedicate or provide an easement for the Coffee Creek Greenway, which would extend through the site in the floodplain area. Staff does recommend approval of this petition. We do have some outstanding issues and technical revisions related to transportation, site, and building design to work through. As mentioned, it is consistent with the office and industrial land use recommendation per the Southwest District Plan, and we'll be happy to take any questions following the presentation by the petitioner team. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Brown.
Good evening. Mayor Pro Tem Colin Brown on behalf of Prologis, the petitioner. I'll be speaking for our team in the interest of time and the hour. I will move very quickly. Great overview by Dave. Prologis is one of the leading logistics and distribution firms in the world. The site that we're talking about, as Dave mentioned, is already zoned DD, business distributive. It is a very old site plan from 1989. So really kind of bringing this up to current code. Land use calls for industrial uses. Dave has done a good review of the site plan, a 105-acre site. The issues we've been kind of working through with the community, really a little bit bigger picture. As Ms. Watlington knows, we talk a lot about traffic in her area. The development team has committed to build out an extension of the future Shopton Road extension. And hopefully we will continue working with CDOT and others at the city to see if we can build out a new connection through to take some pressure off existing Shopton Road and really help move some of this industrial and distribution traffic that we're seeing so much of demand here in close proximity to the airport. The other entity we've been working a lot with, the Steel Creek Prep School, is on the corner down here. They kind of acknowledge they built a school in an industrial area, but are concerned. So we've had multiple meetings with them, showing a visual here, showing the extent of the buffering that we're providing, and continue to work with that group as we move forward. So again, in the interest of time and the hour, I will pause there and take any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Does council have any questions? Okay, can I have a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Okay, Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham? Ms. Johnson? Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
I'm a yes. Mr. Phipps?
Yeah.
And Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Okay, that closes item number 44 for the public hearing. We've got item number 45 is a petition 2021 by 065 by Anthony DeRosa, approximately 13 acres located west of K Road, east of Mallard Creek Road, and north of Ridge Road. It's in the ETJ in County Commission District 3, Mr. Dunlap's district, and the nearest city council district is District 4, Ms. Johnson's district. It's currently zoned commercial center and R3 single family residential. Proposed zoning is multifamily residential R22. Staff recommends approval of this petition, and we do have one speaker this evening who will have 3 minutes. Mr. Pettin.
Thank you. 2021-065, 13 acres. It's off Carolina Lily Lane at the end of Kings Grant Drive in that area of Mallard Creek and Concord Mills. The current zoning is CC, which is commercial center. There's also a small portion in yellow there that's zoned R3. Proposed zoning is for R22MF. This is a conventional petition, so no associated site plan. The Northeast Area Plan, adopted in 2000, calls for single-family, multifamily, institutional, office, and retail uses up to 12 dwelling units per acre. Staff does recommend approval of this petition. As mentioned, it is conventional. It is consistent with the recommendation for single-family, multifamily. It is inconsistent with that 12-plus DUA recommendation. While it is inconsistent with that, the 22 DUA actually is consistent with most of the CC zoning that's out there. So that staff doesn't have any real concern about this going to an R22 conventional, as it kind of mirrors the density allowed under the current CC, except for that back portion of R3. But overall, no real issues from staff. We do recommend approval and we'll be happy to take any questions following Ms. Pohl's presentation.
Thank you. And we have Ms. Ashley Pohl online.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm Ashley Pohl with Fiduciary Real Estate Development. And I would like to thank staff for all their work on this, and we can move to the next slide. Fiduciary Real Estate Development, Inc., also known as FRED, is an experienced developer and investor in commercial real estate, focusing on mixed use and luxury market rate multifamily. We were founded in 1984. FRED's proven track record of successful investment management has grown the business into one of Wisconsin's largest real estate companies. The FRED real estate portfolio is conservatively valued at over $1.5 billion. Since 2010, FRED has raised over $400 million in private equity and put in place over $1 billion in financing on its projects. We can go to the next slide. This site is located in both Cabarrus and Mecklenburg County and is a total of 20.5 acres. We are currently working with both municipalities to create a cohesive site plan that supports the goals of both municipalities. And we can move to the next slide. It's just an aerial of the overall site. And then the next slide is the area in Mecklenburg County to be rezoned. We respectfully request your support, and if you have any further questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Thank you, Ms. Pullen. I hope you'll be down at the Deer District tomorrow night pulling for the Bucks.
Of course. Pretty excited about it.
Not that I have a preference.
Suns in 7.
No way. Bucks tomorrow night. Okay. Do council members have, besides any other opinions on the game tomorrow night, do council members have any comments? Okay. With that, could I have a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham? Ms. Johnson? Mr. Newton? Mr. Newton? Just nod. Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
I'm a yes. Mr. Phipps?
Yeah.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Okay. The next item is number 46, which is petition number 2021-066 by TE Wash Holdings LLC and ROC Wash Holdings LLC, approximately 1.74 acres located on the west side of West W.T. Harris Boulevard and south of Mount Holly Huntersville Road and west of Interstate 77 in Council District 2, Mr. Graham's district. Current zoning is B2, general business conditional. Proposed zoning is general business conditional site plan amendment. Staff recommends approval of this petition upon resolution of outstanding issues and technical revisions related to transportation. And we do not have opposition to this one tonight, but we do have 4 speakers who will have 3 minutes after Mr. Pettin's presentation.
Thank you. 2021-066, 1.74 acres on Harris Boulevard. It is currently zoned B2 conditional. This is a site plan amendment to that original B2 conditional plan that was approved. The adopted future land use does call for office retail for the site. That's from the North Lake area plan. The proposal itself is for the relocation within the original site plan that was approved to develop this portion of the property with a car wash. It was currently on, I believe, the other corner of the overall project, so that's been shifted down to this parcel. The maximum height would be 32 feet. We would have 6,000 square feet of gross floor area, including the car wash. There'd be a 3-foot tall masonry screening wall along the site's frontage, as well as an undisturbed 56-foot Class B buffer with an 8-foot tall masonry wall along the northern boundary of the site. Also maintains a minimum 20-foot landscape building and parking setback and a 14-foot multi-use path along W.T. Harris Boulevard. Staff does recommend approval of this petition upon resolution of outstanding issues and technical revisions related to transportation. Believe the petitioner has already been working with staff to alleviate those outstanding issues. The petition is consistent with the North Lake area plan, and again, staff does recommend approval. We'll be happy to take questions following presentation by the petitioner team. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. McVeigh, and then we have Paul Savine, Kelsey Westwood, and Chase Fuquay. I don't know if you're all together.
We are, Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay, great.
Thank you. Thank you again, Mayor Pro Tem, members of council, members of zoning committee, Keith McVeigh with Morgan Allen. Our firm is assisting TE Wash Holdings with this rezoning petition. As you mentioned, Mr. Savine, Ms. Westwood, and Mr. Fuquay are available to answer questions, should there be any. Very similar to the petition with just a few minutes ago, located on Albemarle Road. It's a Tommy's Car Wash. As I mentioned, family-owned, membership-based service. Next slide, please. Environmental friendly design, both in terms of energy and water, and using acrylic roof for lighting. Next slide. Professionally run, high standards, audits. The next slide's fine. There's audits of the operation once it's open to make sure that the standards are maintained and professionally run. Next slide, please. Dave mentioned the site is zone B2 CD. There's a quick trip next door. It was part of that rezoning. There was a car wash approved for the site. It was on the south side of QT next to 485. That's now being developed with another retail use. This site was originally zoned for E&E with a drive-through window. It goes for Tommy's Car Wash. Next slide, please. just the area of the previous rezoning. This rezoning focuses on just that area that you see there at that corner. Next slide, please. The site, as you can see, has been under construction. The buffer and the wall next to the adjacent residential is actually in place and is being maintained, as are the other infrastructure improvements in terms of access, multi-use path. We are committing to do a 4-foot wall. We'll increase the height of the wall to 4 feet along W.T. Harris to make sure the circulation area is screened from W.T. Harris. Next slide, please. Here's the proposed site plan. Again, buffers, landscape treatments, access. We are working with CDOT to address the driveway configuration. We'll be glad to answer any questions. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. McVeigh. Does the council have any questions? If not, may I have a motion?
To close.
Can I have a second?
Second.
Okay, Mr. Bakari.
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham, Ms. Johnson, Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington? Yes. I'm a yes. Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
And Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Okay, item number 47, rezoning petition 2021-067 by Terwilliger Pappas. That's going to be my madame. Terwilliger Pappas, approximately 3.45 acres located on the east side of South Tryon Street in the northwest of Yancey Road, west of Old Pineville Road, Council District 3, Ms. Watlington's district. Currently zoned I-2 General Industrial. Proposed zoning is TOD-NC Neighborhood Center. Staff recommends approval of this petition, and we do have speakers in favor who have been here patiently tonight. So are one of you gentlemen speaking tonight, or is it, you're just here to observe? Okay. Good for you. And we do have one individual speaking against. So Bridget Grant can go after Dave.
Excuse me.
Charles Graham, is he on?
No, that's me. I'm not in opposition.
Oh, you're not? Okay. Okay.
So it's 3 minutes.
So it's just 3 minutes, Bridget Grant and Jeff Smith after Mr. Patton's presentation.
Okay, thank you. 2021-067, 3.45 acres, as mentioned, Yancey Road, and frontage on South Tryon as well. It's currently zoned I-2, conventional industrial, and the proposed zoning is for TOD-NC, which would be a conventional TOD district. Adopted future land use from Scaly Bark Transit Station Area Plan 2008 does recommend office, industrial, warehouse distribution uses for the site. As mentioned, this is a conventional petition. While it is inconsistent with that recommendation, staff does recommend approval. The site is within just a half-mile walk of the Scaly Bark station, so the NC district can be applied in this instance. That can be applied within a 1-mile walking distance of an existing station. So again, TOD-NC would be applicable, and staff does recommend approval, and we'll take any questions that you may have following any comments by the petitioner team. Thank you.
Thank you. Bridget Grant, Ms. Grant, go ahead.
Mayor Pro Tem Basil, members of council, members of the zoning committee.
We can't hear you real well, Ms. Grant. Can you turn up your volume or lean in a little closer?
Can you hear me better now?
Yes, that's a little better.
Really quickly, Dave did a great job. Mayor Pro Tem, members of council, members of the zoning committee. Bridget Grant with Moore and Van Allen. Pleased to be here tonight representing Tom Barker and Jeff Smith with Terwilliger Pappas. They are a well-known developer of quality multifamily residential communities. As Dave mentioned, this is a conventional zoning, so we don't have a site plan and presentation. He did a great job, and as noted earlier, we are just happy to answer any questions.
No questions by council?
Second.
Okay. Okay. Mr. Bakari.
Yes.
Mr. Driggs.
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston.
Yes.
Mr. Graham, Ms. Johnson, Mr. Newton.
Yes.
Ms. Watlington.
Yes.
I'm a yes. Mr. Phipps.
Yes.
And Mr. Winston.
Yes.
Okay, that was item number 47. Moving to item number 48. is petition 2021-068 by Dream Key Partners, approximately 5.24 acres located at the northwest intersection of Mallard Creek Road and Hubbard Road, south of West W.T. Harris Boulevard and east of West Sugar Creek Road, Council District 2, Mr. Graham's district. It's zoned R3, single-family residential, and the proposed zoning is institutional conditional. Staff recommends approval of the petition upon resolution of outstanding issues related to transportation. And we do have just 3 speakers in favor. So after Mr. McVeigh, after Mr. Pettin, we'll go to Mr. McVeigh.
Thank you. 2021-068 is 5.24 acres on Mallard Creek and Hubbard Road. The property is currently zoned R3. The requested zoning is institutional conditional. The adopted future land use from the Northeast District Plan does call for single family up to 4 DUA. The GDP in this instance does not support up to 17 dwelling units per acre, but we'll get into staff's rationale here shortly after this next slide. The project itself allows for 187 age-restricted units in one building, does limit the building height to 60 feet, and provides ADA-compliant bus pad on Mallard Creek Road. Does commit to an 8-foot planting strip and a 12-foot multi-use path along Mallard Creek, and an 8-foot sidewalk and 8-foot planting strip along Hubbard Road. Access is off of Hubbard and Mallard Creek. It would be a right in, right out. Does provide a minimum of 3,500 square feet of improved open space with walking paths, landscaping, and a seating area. Also a Class C buffer of 32 feet along the property boundaries to single-family zoning or single-family uses, and then enhance our architectural details for the building itself. Staff does recommend approval of this petition. We do have some outstanding issues related to transportation to work through. As mentioned, it is consistent with residential use recommendation, but inconsistent with both the plan's recommendation of 4 DUA and the GDP's recommendation for over 17 DUA. However, the GDPs do allow us to look at additional criteria when we factor in the scoring for increased density, and a project that's providing senior housing, age-restricted housing does get weighted into that rationale. So even though it doesn't meet the general points, I think we were short 1 point. That additional factor of having age-restricted housing for the project as an outcome allows us to kind of consider something that may not have met the generic formula for GDP, but this gives us a little bit more of a basis to be supportive, and that proposed density is 20.4 DUA. Staff feels that that's appropriate given the outcome, again, of those 107 age-restricted dwelling units. So we'll be happy to take any questions following Mr. McVeigh and team's presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pettin. Mr. McVeigh?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Good evening again, members of council, members of zoning committee. Keith McVeigh with Moore Van Allen, representing Dream Key Partners, or assisting Dream Key Partners with this zoning petition. Fred Dotson and Sammy Jackson with Dream Key, as well as Thomas Hapakuro with Design Resource Group, are available to answer questions. Many of you, I'm sure you're familiar with Dream Key Partners, formerly known as Charlotte-Mecklenburg Housing Partnership. Over 30 years of impact in the community in developing residential communities and providing services to affordable residential communities and providing services to the residents of those communities. Next slide, please. As Dave mentioned, just over 5 acres at the intersection of Hubbard and Mallard Creek. Next slide. Zoned R3, we are proposing institutional to allow an age-restricted independent living facility on the property with up to 107 units. Next slide, please. This is our proposed site plan. The building will front on Mallard Creek and Hubbard. Access from both those roads, they will be limited to right in, right out. As Dave mentioned, there will be some pedestrian improvements until the multi-use path along Mallard Creek, a CATS bus stop, and then an additional sidewalk improvements along Hubbard, as well as Bisner. Bisner will be improved. The portion of Bisner along the site's frontage will be improved. There is currently no access to Bisner, but one of the comments that CDOT has asked us to consider is allowing future access to Bisner should Bisner be extended to Hubbard. Right now, Bisner Street comes in from the street on the left-hand side of the slide, but does not connect to Hubbard. We are considering that as a possibility, so that may be a change you see when this comes back to you in September for approval. And then last slide, please. This is an image of the residential building, as you would see from Owl Creek, a combination of hardy plank and masonry materials. We will work with Dave and his team, as well as CDOT, to address the remaining site plan issues. Happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? I have a question. Do you guys ever think about mixing up the design a little bit? It looks like the same every time, and it just, I don't know. It's.
I know Fred is listening, and I don't think the rendering is doing the building any justice. We got this today. We'll work on that, Councilman Mayor Pro Tem. I understand what you're saying, and I think it's missing a little. We can make it. We'll work on that. Thank you for the comment.
Think
yes, ma'am.
It could have some character, right? Just add a little character, especially when it's, just because it's affordable housing doesn't mean it doesn't have to have character and be different than every other, institutional block of housing. I don't know. This is why we end at 10 o'clock.
Understood.
We start to get a little edgy, but to be honest, I think it just, our goal is not to identify buildings as affordable housing, but to make them blend in with market rate building product. And to do that, having some buildings that have a little bit of character and are interesting looking would just help. So that's my only comment. I don't think anybody else has any. So with that, could I have a motion to close the public hearing, or any other comments? Okay, may I have a motion?
Second.
Okay, Mr. Bakari.
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham, Ms. Johnson, Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
No, I'm just kidding. Yes.
Oh, shake it up a little. Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
And Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. Just keep making sure we're awake, right? Okay, our last one, which is probably good. Item number 49, 2021-069 by Selwyn Property Group, approximately 2.19 acres located in the western corner of Morsefield Drive and Jason Avenue, Council District 3, Ms. Watlington's district. Current zoning is general industrial conditional. Proposed zoning is general industrial, and staff recommends approval of this petition. And we have Mr. Carmichael and Mr. Pierce speaking in favor, so they'll have 3 minutes after Mr. Pettin.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem, you did an excellent job providing an overview on that, and I think we'll just be happy to take any questions that you might have for us. No. This is just a very straightforward I-2 conditional to I-2 conventional. Jokes aside, as we get to our last petition on a long night here, district plan from 93 does recommend industrial land uses for the site, office and industrial, so the petition is consistent. Again, it's just a conventional I-2 conditional back to just a general I-2 for more flexibility on the site. Staff recommends approval, and we'll be happy to take any questions following Mr. Carmichael's presentation. Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Carmichael. You have 3 minutes.
Can't hear you.
Go ahead, Mr. Carmichael.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was on mute. I apologize. Okay. I'm Pat Pierce with Selwyn Property Group is here with me. Madam Mayor Pro Tem and members of Council and the Zoning Committee. Dave did an excellent job of going through the background of the rezoning request. We're happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay, Ms. Swatlington?
Yes, excuse me. I know it's a conventional, so obviously there's not a whole lot of detail to be provided, but given that it's across the street from this residential, do we have any information about what this is to be?
Yeah, you and I met with Pat Pierce on this. There's one note on the conditional rezoning plan that says you can't have any pesticide.
Yes.
And so there's a landscaping tenant that wants to safely store pesticide in connection with the services it provides, and would like the ability to do so in compliance with all rules and regulations. And I emailed, do you remember our conversation? I emailed to you today the safety procedures. You had
Yes, I
requested
do
that
remember.
from me.
So it's in my inbox. Okay, I'll take a look at that. Thanks.
Yes, ma'am.
Move to close.
Second.
Second, okay, all in favor of closing the public hearing? Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham? Ms. Johnson? Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm a yes. Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
And Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Okay.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Before I take that vote, I just want to make a comment about our public hearing, that the manager did respond, that the chief of police will work with, and thank you, Ms. Watlington, you worked with, we had a lot of folks that came down from the public hearing with concerns about the airport workers, and I don't think they understood, that we don't respond to a public hearing. So it wasn't to be insensitive, but Ms. Watlington did speak with them, and the chief of police is going to get back to those concerned individuals about actions at the airport, because it is on all of our minds that our airport workers are safe. We know that the flying the friendly skies hasn't been so friendly since the pandemic, so we are concerned about their safety. So, Mr. Patton?
Yeah, just one quick update as we wrap up. We'll be coming back to y'all with a brief overview in August. One of your meetings, we're going to talk with Zoning Committee at our next meeting with them on August 3rd about how the staff analysis will start to incorporate some of the policies that we just adopted under the comprehensive plan back in June. So we should have some information and updates on some things that you'll likely be seeing in the staff reports as early as September. So just want to go over that with you at August, likely maybe the meeting on the 23rd, or I think we have meetings on the 9th and the 23rd, but likely be the one on the 23rd. We'll talk to Zoning Committee, like I said, on August 3rd at their meeting, get their input, and then come back to y'all with kind of what the planned approach is and get your feedback before we start doing that. So just wanted to give you a quick update on that.
Thank you. And with that, Mr. Phipps.
I have a question for Councilmember Driggs. Can you hear me, Mr. Driggs?
I thought you were Mr. Driggs.
I know where this is going.
Yeah, I wanted to know, in reference to your flight this weekend to New York, I was wondering, did you behave yourself on that flight?
I wore a mask and I complied with all safety regulations. Yes, indeed.
All right, all in favor of adjourning, say aye. Thank you.